Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's welcome our first team, Infinix Esports. Ready for one final run. Out here, Infinix Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome next team, Gods for a Reason. They have to dominate for a reason. Today has to be the day. Please welcome Gods for a Reason. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vasista Esports. They tried to go for the high road. Today, they have to make a miracle happen. Please welcome Vasista Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up next, Cincinnati Kids. From the worst of day ones to the highest of day twos, what can day three bring for this team? Please welcome Cincinnati Kids. Please welcome LIKITHA Esports. To ride their journey among the stars of the game, today has to be the day for none other than LIKITHA Esports. Can I get some cheers for Team REVENANT X SPARK up next? Through the shadows they have to come up. The wolves ready with a spark. Please welcome REVENANT X SPARK. Up next we have Reckoning Esports. Ready to go wild for a reckoning that matters. We have Reckoning Esports. get ready to welcome Team Forever. Composure, calmness, chaos creates chemistry for someone just like always. Please welcome Team Forever. Can I get some chants for Wyld Fangs? He farmed his aura on day one, but can he continue with the same path on day three? Please welcome Sensei and the team, Wyld Fangs. Get ready to welcome K9s of BGMI. He has the beasts ready to unleash Omega on the battlegrounds. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome K9 Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to welcome Genesis Esports. Zap and you miss it. They're ready to hunt. The team that got the first ever chicken dinner is ready on day three. Please welcome Genesis Esports. I think you are ready to welcome Trophy Magnet alongside God's Reign. The destroyer of the worlds, Destro, alongside Delta, alongside Neo. This just in, please welcome God's Reign. Ready to rip it all apart. Please welcome the True Rippers. Jelly's domination has to be now. It has to be today. It has to be for the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome True Rippers. Are you ready to feel the power of Som? That one individual who knows how to play the game, who knows how to talk the talk. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome 8-Bit. Get ready to welcome Meta NINZA. This dragon is ready to spit fire on the battlegrounds, but will he be able to get that trophy? Please welcome Meta NINZA. Last but not the least, we have Orangutan. The apes are ready. The apes want to dominate. The apes want to get this one. It has been a while, but this time, Orangutan is ready for the trophy. What is up, Noida? Welcome to the final day of iQOO Battleground Series. My name is Oshin Sharma. These are your teams. It's going to be an incredible tournament today. We have 6 games, and it's just going to be so impressive. इस एक ट्रॉफी के पीछे इन सब टीमों ने काफी मेहनत करी है, but आज पता चल जाएगा कि किस तरीके से कौन सी टीम जीती है. But before we begin, all those in the audience who can stand, I would just request you all to stand up for the national anthem. Pretty sure you guys are excited for this event to begin, which has already been crazy since last 2 days. Let's get the show started. Over to our lovely analysts out there.
It's a day of joy for one and heartbreak for the others. A legendary battle will be witnessed to crown the champions of the iQOO Battleground Series. I'm going to be a host and caster for the day. John alongside with me on the panel is Fixes and Johnny. And today's day is going to be the most electric day so far. Guys, talk me through the feelings.
I mean, I'm already waiting to celebrate with OG because I know for a fact they got this. There's no chance on earth that OG bottles this today.
I mean, a 39-point lead on the overall leaderboard, and this is against the team on the second position. That's a big advantage, and this is their trophy to lose. But Fixes, we got to warm ourselves up. So we're going to start the day off with this, right? Are you ready?
Yeah.
We're not going to include him in this because he's a
non-believer.
Right?
Yeah.
Right now, who are you supporting today? Day 1, you went with K9. Day number 2, you were after 8-bit every single day, picking a new team.
I'm supporting entertainment. I'm supporting esports.
Yeah,
Give a
That's what I'm
name.
supporting.
Give a name.
I don't know, man. I'm supporting everyone. What do you mean? I'm not going to give a name. I'm supporting everyone out here.
You want to say OG.
But I definitely feel a little bit excluded. But yeah, nothing taken away from OG. They've got quite a dominating lead. And one thing is for sure, as you clearly pointed out, it's their trophy to lose.
Yeah.
And if they somehow choke the first 3 games, that's where a gateway will be opened up for teams like NINZA and 8-Bit.
You might tell me the sun might rise from the west. I'll believe you. But if you tell me that OG is not winning the trophy, I'm not gonna buy that, Necro. And this is exactly why I'm saying 148 points is what they have accumulated. NINZA 39 points of lead. I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm sorry.
NINZA needs to pull off something they did yesterday, and 8-Bit yesterday's day was horrendous for them. They need a good and a dominating day today, and that's the only way 8-Bit can even stand a chance to catch up against OG.
Yeah.
OG has been dominating this entire grand finals from the start till the end, or at least as of now. We never know what the future holds, but as we flip the page, one thing is for sure, none of these teams are going to stand a chance to be there at the first spot.
Hey, I'm very happy you mentioned that we do not know what the future holds, because we do not know what the future will hold for a lot of these names after this tournament is done and dusted. You talk about Vasista Esports being there, you talk about REVENANT X SPARK, not really putting up the best numbers on the board, but these players, they have made sure that they put the numbers on the board and put down their opponents in the ground.
iQOO rightfully currently leading the charge of the top players with 36 finishes, but S-Power from the side of 8-Bit, this man has always been the heavy hitter, and once again with 29 frags is right there.
I mean, that's just another day in the office for S-Power, right?
Yeah.
He's got that natural flair, finesse. Lately, he's been getting into Muay Thai a lot. Do you know? He's actually into MMAs and Muay Thai. So, yeah, I think that sort of helps him, really.
Even I wanted to get into that, but then I realized for some complications I can't really get into it. But you know what? Something that's extremely important is going to be today's 6 games. We all know anything can switch, anything can flip. Well, maybe we might just see OG getting toppled over. Before now, we've got a nice interview lined up for you guys, so let's move on over there.
All right, well, तैयारी तो हो चुकी है और जिस तरीके से तैयारी हुई है, we were just talking, having lots of fun here. I have with me Aru. क्रैट आपके साथ डेस्ट्रो है।
मेरे साथ डेस्ट्रो है, हमारी ट्रॉफी मैग्नेट। मैं शुरुआत करूं ओशन?
आप कीजिए, आप बड़े हैं।
अभी स्कोर बोर्ड हमने देखा आरू की टीम कहाँ है, आप अभी 5वें 6ठे पायदान पे हैं। आज ट्रॉफी पे नजर है या बस पोडियम से काम चलाना पड़ेगा?
नहीं, नजर हमेशा अच्छा खेलने पर होती है। अगर अच्छा खेलेंगे क्या पता जा जाए।
साफ आंसर, सिंपल आंसर,
छोटे छोटे शब्दों में आंसर। आरू, बट बात करी जाए 97 पॉइंट्स इन वन डे, वन ऑफ द हाईएस्ट। डे 1 ऐसा लग रहा था फ्लॉलेस गया है, डे 2 पे थोड़ी मिस्टेक्स हुई हैं, डे 3 पे आज क्या किया जाएगा कि भाई वो मिस्टेक्स कभी जिंदगी में वापस ना हो और ये ट्रॉफी आपके पास हो?
देखो, हम पूरे टूर्नामेंट को 3 दिन का 18 मैच लेके चलते ही नहीं है। हम लोग बस अपना एक मैच खेलते हैं और वो एक एक करके 18 मैचेस खेलते हैं और हर एक मैच में अपना बेस्ट देने का ट्राई करते हैं और ट्राई करते हैं कि हम लोग एक एक गलती से सीखें और एक परफेक्ट टीम बने।
परफेक्ट टीम, दैट इज ऑब्वियसली वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, और लग भी रही है थोड़ी परफेक्ट।
डेस्ट्रो, देयर वाज अ टाइम आपने बहुत बड़ा प्राइस पूल हाथ मारा था 1 पॉइंट से। आज तो नहीं हो पाएगा, बट कोई ऐसी टीम है जो आज इनको थोड़ा सा परेशान कर सकती है?
आई थिंक एनी टीम कैन बाउंस बैक। इट इज़ डिफिकल्ट बट इम्पॉसिबल नहीं है। जैसा ओजी का डे 1 गया था, क्या पता अगर किसी टीम का जाता है, हु नोज।
बिल्कुल।
यू नो आरू, आई स्टिल रिमेंबर अभी जब आपकी एंट्री हुई थी, यहाँ पर सबने हाथ रखे थे, पूरी क्राउड की तरफ से वो हु ओजी चैंट आया था। इट फील्स लाइक ये विक्ट्री जो होगी ना, अगर ये विक्ट्री होती है, अगेन जिंक्स नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बट ये विक्ट्री अगर होती है, ये पर्सनल हो सकती है फैंस के लिए, हर किसी के लिए। कितना ज़रूरी है ये ट्रॉफी उठाना ओजी को इस टाइम पर, आज के दिन?
देखो, इतने साल से हम लोग हारते आ रहे हैं, बट ओजी का हमेशा से विजन रहा है कि हम लोग को सिर्फ ऐसा नहीं है कि यहाँ पर एक ट्रॉफी उठानी है। ये ट्रॉफी अगर हम लोग जीतते हैं तो ये हमारा फर्स्ट स्टेप होने वाला है, क्योंकि एट द एंड देखो यहाँ पर 16 टीम्स खेल रही है। अभी जैसे नेशनल एंथम में यहाँ पर जितने भी लोग हैं उन्होंने फील किया कि हम लोग यूनाइटेड हैं, क्योंकि हम लोग इंडियंस हैं, समझ लो। तो यहाँ पर 16 में से अगर कोई भी टीम जीतती है, हम या फिर कोई और, तो इंडिया की भी कोई टीम जीतने वाली है। लेकिन हमारा गोल है कि हम लोग जितनी अच्छी टीम बन सकते हैं और फ्यूचर में मे भी किसी दिन इंटरनेशनली इंडिया को नॉट जस्ट रिप्रेजेंट बट बाहर जा करके डोमिनेशन दिखा सके। तो अल्टीमेट गोल तो वही रहने वाला है।
बिग वर्ड्स, बट जाने से पहले डेस्ट्रो एक फाइनल सवाल रहेगा। मैं चाहता हूँ तू आरू को एक बार जाके बधाई दे दे, गले मिल ले यार, प्लीज।
ये कुछ तो हो चुका है, बट कोई बात नहीं। ये लोग अब गेम के लिए जरूर तैयार है, मेंटालिटी के साथ, हर चीज के साथ, बट अभी के लिए गेम्स भी तैयार होने वाली हैं। सो बैक टू द एनालिसिस।
Aru being the sweetest as usual. This man is so sweet every single time. No matter how tricky of a question you ask him, he will always bring out a wholesome answer.
Yeah, he did. And in fact, I completely get it, right? Now, they know that this trophy is in their reach. They're going to grab it. But the main goal has to be, of course, India's dominance in the international stages. We are hopeful that happens pretty soon. But talking about today, yesterday we saw Meta Ninjas, Johnny. I think that was also a commend-worthy performance. I loved every
Of
bit
course,
of that.
2 back-to-back chicken dinners, and we were asking for Meta Ninjas to be a little bit more aggressive, and that's what we exactly saw yesterday. Meta Ninjas were also getting a lot of elimination points backed up with that.
Yeah, I mean, their positioning inside of the game was always brilliant from the game one, till the match number 12 yesterday. But, I mean, let's see how today goes for them.
Exactly. Hey, we've got another interview lined up for you guys, so let's move on over there.
थैंक यू सो मच अंकी एंड अभी मेरे साथ एक ऐसे प्लेयर खड़े हैं जो सिर्फ एक प्लेयर नहीं बल्कि एक फाइटर हैं बिकॉज ही इज फाइटिंग थ्रू अ लॉट ऑफ पेन एज वेल। मेरे साथ खड़े हैं 8-bit इक्विनॉक्स एक्वा। वी गॉट टू नो कि आप इंजर्ड हैं। कल हमने सोमराज से बात करी, अभी भी पूरी तरह रिकवर नहीं हुए। क्या हुआ है आपकी कंडीशन को एंड हाउ आर यू कोपिंग अप विद दैट?
मेरे फिंगर में लगा हुआ है एंड बहुत पेन होता है मेरे को। एक मैच के बाद ही हिलने में पेन हो जाता है मेरे को। बट स्टिल आई वांट टू प्ले, आई वांट टू विन, आई डोंट वांट टू लूज़, आई वांट टू विन एवरी मैच। एंड मेरा हाथ नहीं चल रहा बट मेरा दिमाग तो चल रहा है, तो मैं एटलीस्ट मेरी टीम को हेल्प कर सकता हूँ इन गेम विथ माई आइडियाज़ एंड विथ माई कॉल्स। सो उसमें कॉन्फिडेंस है टीम को। सो मेरा वही रहता है कि मेरा एटलीस्ट हाथ नहीं चल रहा, एटलीस्ट मैं दिमाग चला हुआ एंड टीम को जितना बेस्ट पोजीशन है और जितना बेटर फाइट्स है वो दिला सकूँ।
एब्सोल्युटली अमेजिंग। बट 8-bit एक बहुत बड़ी ऑर्ग है लेकिन उनकी लेगेसी अभी भी बननी बाकी है। इक्विनॉक्स, आई रियली वांट टू आस्क यू, क्या ये एक्स्ट्रा प्रेशर है आपके ऊपर या फिर आप कुछ खास करना चाहते हैं 8-bit के लिए?
8-bit में ऑलरेडी बहुत लोग बड़े बड़े लोग रिप्रेजेंट कर चुके हैं एंड प्रेशर तो नहीं है ऐसा एज इन, क्योंकि हम ये गेम को एंजॉय करते हैं, हर एक मोमेंट एंजॉय करते हैं, गेम के बाहर भी एंजॉय करते हैं। ये चीज़ हमें पसंद है करना। सो हम चाहते हैं कि हम कुछ ऐसा डिफरेंट करें जो हिस्ट्री में रहे। सो वही एम है हमारा कि हम समथिंग न्यू एंड समथिंग ग्रेट।
एब्सोल्युटली अमेजिंग। बट कल की शुरुआत 8-bit की बहुत अच्छी हुई थी। मिरामार में आपको चिकन भी मिला, लेकिन उसके बाद के मैचेस बिल्कुल अच्छे नहीं थे। साथ ही साथ हमने बहुत सारे चेंजेस देखे टीम में। क्या चल रहा है अभी टीम में, क्या गलत हुआ कल के दिन में?
कल के दिन में एज इन हम बेसिकली गन पावर में शौक किया, वो करना नहीं चाहिए था हमें। बट हम आज वही रखेंगे कि हम गन पावर पे खेलेंगे एंड गन फाइट्स निकालेंगे, जितना भी मिलेगा हम 100% निकालने का ट्राई करेंगे विदाउट नॉक एंड कॉन्फिडेंस से फाइट लेंगे आज एंड देखते रिजल्ट अच्छा जाएगा, हमारे फेवर में जाएगा।
ऑलराइट, लास्ट क्वेश्चन, ये जो चेंजेस हो रहे हैं टीम में, बार बार प्लेइंग 4 चेंज हो रही है, इससे क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ रहा है एंड इज इट बिकॉज ऑफ योर इंजरी?
नहीं, एज इन अभी तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। हम ट्राई करते कि एनवायरनमेंट चेंज हो टीम में, कुछ समथिंग न्यू हो, कुछ अलग वाइब हो, तो हम ट्राई करते हैं चेंज करने का। हमें दिक्कत नहीं, हम पाँचों को पता है कि टीम का बेस्ट के लिए। सो तो हम सब ट्राई करते हैं कि अपना बेस्ट देने का एंड इनसी भी नया है, सो उसको कोप अप करने के लिए टाइम लगेगा एंड बट ठीक है, वी ट्रस्ट ईच अदर, सो नथिंग प्रॉब्लम।
Alright, thank you so much Iquinox for being with me. That's all amazing. एक fighter spirit के साथ यहाँ पे ये fight चल रही है. But thank you so much everyone. Over to you boys.
8-bit needs a nuclear performance if they want to even stand a chance to catch up against OG, but not just that, they need a hope and dream that OG chokes up at least 3 of their games today. That's the only way the gateways will be opened up, but Iquinox's injury is holding the man back.
I mean, but what kind of position do you want to be in where you are praying for others to fail rather than your own success? And I mean, we did see Somraj on the screen a few moments ago. Ice cool expression as always. You don't see fear, you don't see anything when he's sitting there. But we all know whenever he's in that zone fixes, that is when this man becomes the most deadliest of his form, whatever he takes.
You know, that is what I was actually worried about, Necro. When I just saw Somraj on the screen, I feel like he's there cooking something.
Yeah.
Because with Somraj, this arena has been so special, right? He has lifted trophies in the past. He has made comebacks in the past. He's at the 3rd position. He has made comeback from 4th and 5th also. We've seen that to happen. But with this gigantic lead that OG has built, it is going to be for Somraj to break mountains, and he has to do that if he needs to win that trophy.
But hey, speak of cooking, iQOO has been cooking with their Neo 10. If you guys want to get your hands onto it, we're giving it away for free. So all you need to do is move on towards Google, search for iQOO Neo 10, answer a few easy questions, and you can stand a chance to get your hands on this device. And why would you want to get your hands on this device? This device comes with 144 Hz, which is unheard of in the palm of your hands. Imagine buttery smooth gameplay on BGMI. What else do you want in your life?
Exactly. I mean, we were talking with S-Power earlier before the show began. And the conversation was how he's feeling with this iQOO Neo 10. He's like, he was very impressed, feels extremely comfortable. One of the reasons he has been able to make the moves that he has been making in the last few days.
Yeah.
But hey, talking about the last day, it's here. The
Exactly.
schedule.
Schedule popping up on the screen. Erangel's going to be the map to kick things off with. Then we're going to move on towards Miramar. Sanhok once again rolling back. It's pretty much the same schedule we have been looking at since the first day.
Yeah.
But guys, do you think anything's going to change in this first Erangel?
Of course, a lot of things are going to change. Teams down under, they will be going all out. We've had words with the players. They're like, we've got nothing to lose. At least we want some piece of that moolah. So they would be trying to enter into the top 8. So in order to do that, we know first game will be very aggressive. I want to see how OG really performs. If they survive the first 3 games, I'm pretty sure they can do whatever they want in the latter 3.
Another massive name that's got a best shot at taking the moolah is also True Rippers.
Yeah.
I mean, True Rippers, they are in the top 4, but I don't think they actually will be able to accomplish anything apart from breaking into the top 3. That's the best finish for True Rippers, getting to the trophy. At this point, I mean, there's a reason the conversation is just between 8-bit, Meta NINZA, and OG right now. True Rippers on the 4th position, yeah, I think best possible scenario, they climb up to the 3rd.
Yeah, that staggering 39 points lead from OG's just keeping them on the cloud 9, and everyone is underneath them trying to chase them as soon as possible. But as I mentioned, the first 3 games need to be choked by OG in order for anyone else to stand a chance to catch up to them. The entire grand final started off with Genesis Esports getting the chicken dinner, but after that we have seen that downfall even from Genesis Esports.
Yeah, even Genesis, but we do have Gravity and his counterpart, Dionysus. We just had him on our screens. And let's be honest, Necro, yesterday we saw signs of life in Reckoning in those earlier phases of the game, right? They were going all out aggressive. We could see Viper playing really well, you know, the kind of an MVP performance that you would need from Reckoning. But again, the biggest issue with them so far has been them struggling to find those entries inside the circles in the final zones, them converting those games into chicken dinners.
And now it's going to get even tougher because the teams on the latter half of the board, they will be even more desperate. And one thing is for sure, as you clearly pointed out, today's day has to be one of the most bloodthirsty days we've witnessed so far.
Oh, of course. I mean, yesterday we were having this discussion before the show came to an end that today teams might actually go after OG, and this is when it all begins, especially for teams like 8-bit. Even True Rippers actually can make it happen. If you want to ruin the day for someone, Drop Clash, Rozhok is where you need to be.
Okay, you're asking for a drop clash against OG, and that can be something that can definitely spoil the momentum and spoil that staggering lead. But without wasting any more time, let's head inside of the first game of the final day of the grand finals. OG, will they choke or will they take this one home?
6 games separate ultimate glory that awaits on the other side after the sun sets tonight, folks. And it begins right here, right now. The first game of the evening, the game of Erangel, the greener patches soon to be turned red with blood, with dreams being shattering. Will OG take it all, or some surprise awaits us as we head on to find out the flight path trajectory all the way from Gatka towards Novoripnoi, Johnny.
Yeah.
And it gives me that wee feeling that, yeah, early collision is incoming.
Exactly what I was thinking about, my boy, because this flight path leans heavily towards the southern half of the map, and OG, all eyes pinned on them, like to start from Rozhok. This can cause some early trouble for the lineup, but other than that, a lot of early contenders, 8-bit, they do like to drop in Pochinki, and if you take out your direct competition while they're going for vehicles, pick off even just one guy, it can swing the odds in your favor.
Look at this, Cincinnati kids. They're getting a little naughty there. Just right next to Meta NINZA, as we know. They're neighbors, but who knows? Cincinnati kids might be in the mood for some biting there. Couple of players of Meta NINZA being taken down early on, make things easy, unwantedly for OG. But I feel like, you know, I thought for a moment, Johnny, that OG might head towards Milta Power, but seems like OG is going to stick to going to Rozhok for the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah, I think that drop, it's worked out quite nicely for them. But look at this, early drop clash you have in Georgopol City, Reckoning Esports taking on Genesis. Hunters prepared with the UMP, a little bit of a spray through the window, no contact, information given away. Switching to the DBS, Reckoning looking to make that bounce. And the duel begins, the first nade. Attempt to flush him out. Just bounces off the wall. Maybe this time the job can be done, but no, a stun. Hunters runs into the panic room. A shot connects. That's the first knock, but no HP on him. And there he goes. Hunters hunted down by Reckoning Esports. Do they get time to reset though?
Yeah, that's a major issue, right? Especially for Reckoning, Genesis, and let's not also forget Gods for a Reason are also in the vicinity. Zap, a little astray out in the open. Needs to be really watchful. Yash, he does have an angle though, and seems like he spotted a couple of players of Reckoning, but does not have the best of weapons to really back it up with. Has got to take a couple of shots, and at this point, it's all about a waiting game. Reckoning, they're stuck to that one compound. On one side, you've got Genesis, and on the back lines, seems like Gods for a Reason, they can strike any given moment, Johnny.
Let's see, this is a brilliant position. No utility though. A nade at this point would have been a game changer for Yash and Genesis. They sit there with the man disadvantage, watching and stalking their prey down below. The question is, does Reckoning have info of where Yash is? The doorway smoked. But look at the finished feed. Fixes. OG, they are under pressure. K9 Esports, they've gone after them. Wiz got knocked and finished off, but we'll come back to that fight in a bit. Reckoning Esports, Viper goes down. Yash has found the opener. Numbers equalized, but Genesis, they need to bounce, and they need to bounce right now. What are the other two players doing in the other buildings?
Oh my god, this is not looking good.
Yeah.
At this point, things are looking quite sketchy. And somebody needs to find some recovery there. Viper is going to be back up, but G4R, they're also here for the intrusion there, just around the hillside. Yeah, they have got their eyes on Reckoning, but what's more concerning is K9. They were out on a hunt, and especially OG losing out on one of their players, not really going to help their endeavors, but we have seen them strike back as... again, a little bit of a standstill there. Yash still up top the roof. Zap, he's got an open angle. I'm sort of wondering what is Hitman up to, because the position he's at, he should have clear lines of fire for Zap, but yet showing a little bit of reluctancy. And now Zap, he jumps over the fence. On the other side, now he must feel a little bit safer.
Well, let's see though. I mean, as you said, Hitman in the back lines could have been a key catalyst deciding which team goes out between these two, but with Gods for a Reason backing off and Reckoning having reset, I think Genesis, they are going to be in a world of pain. Yashi doesn't have ammunition. Just 53 rounds in the mag, 7 in the bag for that Bison, but has a shotgun to work with. Gravity Molotov at the ready. Zap, we see him with the barrel. And now it's a standstill. It's a standoff between the two sides. Whoever loses patience first loses the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about who creates that ripple. And I feel like Gods for a Reason should be the ones poking this fight, resuming it once again. But Yash seems like he's been spotted, and this is exactly what we wanted, right? Genesis lose out on one more man, and Zap has got the perfect angle, but I feel like Max does know Zap slowly but surely running out of ammunitions, and this is one of those fights that Genesis really came in unprepared for, and they're dealing with the brunt of it.
But they had such a brilliant opener with Yash finding the trade, knocking out Viper, and they still mess it up. Finish point stolen away from Gods for a Reason. Reckoning claim that extra point for themselves. And as you were talking about Gods for a Reason, they were setting up to third party, but they were also hoping that the fight breaks out. Either Genesis makes a mistake or Reckoning just charges out into the open willy-nilly, but that didn't happen. And now Reckoning, they are all huddling up together in the same building. Gravity in the back lines has moved out to the red building. He's trying to get close to Zap, maybe a rescue mission underway. But there's a lot of gap in those broken walls. There are a lot of gaps in that broken wall, and that is just going to force Gravity to stay away. I think at this point he's just going to take the hill and stay on top of it.
I think at this point Genesis should really back off, because when you look at the overall standings, they're still in contention. could actually make it inside top 3. And this fight is already a lost fight for them unless and until a miracle occurs. With G4R already getting coiled up, ready to strike. And in fact, they've taken the long rod. They've decided not to indulge in this. And look at the bigger picture. Whilst Reckoning, just dropping down a couple of smokes. And yeah, they will also go scot-free. So for Genesis, I think a little bit of a breathing room right now.
Yeah.
They need to get their loot done and then get inside the circle. They just have that one buggy to work with. So yeah, Genesis is going to be a tough game for them.
It definitely will be a tough game. 2 players lost, 2 left. And now you have to traverse down into the open terrains of Gatka without info. Talking about the circle itself, Wyld Fangs taking control of the center super early, along with Vasista Esports, Team Forever. But look at that split coming in from Meta NINZA as well, Fixes. Doesn't really make sense. A lot of risk over there. There's LIKITHA Esports in the smack center as well.
There indeed is, and Meta NINZAs, we've seen them doing that. They've got so much control over that southern area. But what I'm really interested in is a couple of moments we saw OG right next to the players of Team 8-Bit. Now that could be a very decisive fight. Imagine OG that are already wounded, they've lost out on Wizcott and just survived by 3 players. These are ideal circumstances that 8-Bit could actually initiate that fight and maybe even get third-partied by Phoenix with K9 on their tails. So a lot of teams kind of trying to pour inside the circle with Wyld Fangs surprisingly having the center of the circle.
Yeah, would you look at that now? Only 3 teams outside the zone. Reckoning Esports, because they weren't allowed to loot comfortably in Georgopol City. There's K9 moving in from Severny and Genesis stuck in Georgopol containers, but there you have it. Phoenix Esports making the cross. Aru spotting out those vehicles. Felt like he wanted to take a few shots, but then again, he is alone on top of this hill. His teammates a little further back. They are a man down already in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, and they're down on Wizcott. That's more alarming, right? You would need that assistance, especially for AKOP. He does miss his brother, and yeah, everything that we have heard about OG might come true if OG fail in this game and in the next 2, and Meta NINZAs recover, right? So OG, they've got to beat their own demons. They're very close to the trophy. Please cross over 155 in this game. That would still be a really good one for them. But Wyld Fangs, you know, in the latter phases, they tend to really get venomous. I want to see who they inject their venom on. Because today we had a long talk with actually Trey Scott, who was a little unhappy with how he's performed in this entire LAN, considering the expectations he has set up. So yeah, eyes will be on them, and even Vasista Esports. I mean, this has been going wrong in every possible way. Imagine them on the 14th spot. This is unacceptable by any standards.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of a nightmare, to be honest, but I think this game is building up to be a nightmare at this point. Stage 2, just 3 players lost. No contact in an open position between these teams. But we all know where this leads, Fixes. It's the calm before the storm brewing. Storm shows up, and it's brewing up slowly and steadily, just like CK. It seems like they are brewing something up. Close to the players of True Rippers. And Hydro is quite eager to take those shots. There it is. A headshot on Zarif. He goes down. What a brilliant knock.
And maybe he can find another, right? Hydro, he's been having quite some journey with True Rippers. When you talk about this player individually, we used to see him play from Silly Esports. They had such a rookie year, performed really well in the officials, and then going on to Autobots, and now on the Jelly. Of course, also having one of the OGs of the scene, Harsh, who finally has taken departure from Skips. They have separated, and he's here under True Rippers. And True Rippers started this tournament off on a good note, and they're still in a fighting position, at least for the podium. And that firepower that True Rippers were initially lacking before these 2 players joined, it feels they're finally complete. But just as we say, quick trade comes in, and Hydro, he gets picked off. Now, this is going to be interesting. Both these brothers, in fact, Skips is the one against Harsh at this point as Cincinnati kids. This is what we were anticipating, Johnny. Teams going all out, having nothing to lose. The ref, yeah, he goes for the commitment, but Juicy there, he finishes Hydro off, and that leaves True Rippers now starting to feel the heat.
Just unlucky with the timing of it all, True Rippers, but no! Lady Luck, it seems like, is upset with True Rippers today. They wanted to get away, wanted to make a rotation, but Jelly also caught off guard by God's Rain now. Instead of one, they have lost 2 fixes.
Yeah, that's concerning for True Rippers, especially with Jelly also out of the scene, given the fact that they're on the 90 points and very close to touching 95. It's quite alarming, and at this point, True Rippers, we know, right? Jelly, we've seen him bottle up such nice staggering leads even when it matters, and it feels like his worst nightmares are starting to awaken. This first game, actually, Johnny, is setting the momentum. It's bringing in that tension that was maybe missing yesterday.
Talk about tension, talk about momentum. Orangutan right now are definitely feeling the tension while they are in momentum, rotating towards the northeastern edge of the circle. What's he doing going outside the circle?
They're adjusting, Johnny. At this point, they've realized majority of the teams are playing around center. So no point trying to contest for the central compounds. No point even if the hard shift occurs for them to go for their slam in. So they need to evolve. They need to make those changes, and that is what they're doing, right? Let all these teams fight around the center, maybe try and get a couple of picks, start increasing your finish tally, and play accordingly. This is something quite similar to what OG did even yesterday. Every single time when you see them losing one player, they always have those layerings. Every single time they have those extra ideas going on, and that is sometimes fruitful, but Reckoning seems to be clashing against Gods for a reason, so he's been done and dusted.
Yeah, so Viper got that knock and finish conversion through his DBS, but that spray from Dionysus, quite nice. I mean, did a lot of damage, made it easier for his teammates to find that extra bit of, well, that extra point on the leaderboard, but moving into these open positions extremely late. Reckoning could be in for an unpleasant surprise. They do spot out the players from the side of Cincinnati kids, but instantly switch directions and head towards cover. But as we were talking about it, late to the party, late to the zone, the circle shifts away from them.
Yeah, that's going to be a little concerning, right? Reckoning not having the best of starts, were kind of held on for so long, but Harsh from True Rippers, he's fighting for his life. He knows he's so close to that third position. Surely does not want to give up, and this is what we were talking about OG, right? They were waiting for that shift to occur, and now even True Rippers, it feels like they've got their eyes on the players of Reckoning. In fact, it's REVENANT X SPARK that they've made their prey, and Kyo Lamau. Oh my god, how is he threading the needle like that? Oh, he's getting a lot of knocks, and I feel like a couple of secures also might come in very soon.
I mean, it can happen. The player in the back lines, no one has gone for revive, and he is slowly and steadily bleeding out, almost gone. And that tiny little gap of the shack, Harsh and Kyo making it work, but True Rippers fixes. How much do you think they can accomplish in this game? It's just a 2-man roster that remains.
Look at OG. They just directly slam in on Genesis and wipe the living hell out of them and eventually take the structure. But for Meta NINZA, seems like they're in a world of trouble. Chandan just dives in, gets that knock, gets that finish, and now even Meta NINZAs at this point, they're bleeding. All of this happening around the trenches as Chandan needs revival. He's screaming, yearning, crying for help, but Dragon is enraged, spitting fire. Beard Baba, he's just got that one finish to work with, and so does OG.
Yeah, you go after their best player. Meta NINZA have every single right to be pissed right now. Gods for a reason, though. I feel bad for them, man. They got sandwiched from 2 different directions. Meta NINZA's from one end, and then you had Wyld Fangs on the other. These trenches, well, they're just bait at this point. Either you're playing the corners and you just focus one way, or if you are stuck in the middle of the trenches, you are done for.
Yeah, but if you need to get out of it, you need the best device, right? We have been talking about the iQOO Neo 10, suitable for your gaming endeavors. As we head on back to the battle, Justin and GDR yesterday, they were on a winning run. In fact, if they win this game, this could be their hat-trick chicken dinner. as Neo gets a beautiful opener onto its skips. Cincinnati Kids, they've been struggling a little bit, in fact, a little bit more to talk about the grand scheme of things, and Skips left to fend for himself in no man's land as Cincinnati Kids, they elope away from here.
But let's see, Cincinnati Kids, as you mentioned, now in trouble. But God's Reign, they are facing a different foe this time. Team Forever, they found the knock, looking to capitalize, showing up for a third party. And it could spell trouble for both these sides. Thunder dropping out a nade, doesn't catch anyone. It's a trifecta, triple threat match between these three sides. God's Reign, Destro knocked out. Justin follows up as well. And there it is, Neo falls. Destro was still standing, my apologies. He was just extremely low, but now he's just gone. Awaits from the flank, destroying God's Reign. Cincinnati Kids next in the crosshairs of Team Forever.
Yeah, stuck in the middle of nowhere, really, Johnny. God's Reign found themselves in such a sticky spot, were completely helpless. Got fired upon from various angles as the circle again closes in, and OG eyes will be on them. Despite having three players, they've made that bold decision of contesting around the center. Sure, they've got one extra finish, but at this point, they would need at least 6 or 7 more. And even ensure that Meta Ninjas, they're not alive anymore. As for Team Forever, they've had a really good run in this tournament, in the grand finals also. They've had their moments. But again, that consistency was surely missing from their side. Some and Thunder very close to each other. Some scouring the land as Team Forever show no interest in holding that compound or that area. Rather, they head inside the zone.
Let's see. They will head to the zone. Do they make it though? But OG on the other side going against K9. This is the team that picked up Westgard. AKL looking for revenge. Atanki in the backlines drops too. And OG, they are gonna break these teeth in front of all of us. Slug, the last man left alive. Nade in his hand. He needs to go big. Shot in the face and sit down, says OG. 5 finishes. And the lead goes bigger than ever.
It's a war cry, Johnny, and you could feel it. Adrenaline coursing through their veins, but Phoenix Esports seems to have manifested as they're up against LIKITHA. Goten, the final member alive, finally gets dealt with as LIKITHA Esports. They win this fight, they're still in this game, but Team Orangutan, are we still not believers yet?
I mean, I feel like, oh man, I just forgot the actor's name, but I'm gonna call the movie. And I'm looking at Necro right now, he's sitting there next to us, non-believer Necro. Are you not entertained, my friend?
This is it, right? They are creating their legacy. They've heard enough. They've lived enough just for this day.
It's back
to
to 43
live it.
points. The lead
Yeah.
is back to 43.
43 and one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby taken out. Take that for a winning run. But now Team Forever having some life left in them as they go up against Reckoning. Aways on real low HP, switches to his shotgun, but Viper really fast strikes, lightning fast. Gets that knock, 7 finishes max. He's been such a difference maker. Look at him, 5 finishes already. But Mafia from the vehicle, that grenade goes, and Viper, he's got no tunnels to head into.
Hey man, talk about a jack-in-the-box moment. That was it. You wind it up and up and up, and all of a sudden, boom, it just blows up in your face like that nade. But Meta Ninja against the players of 8-bit, the next in contention that can live up to the challenge, and Dragon, you do not go against S power like that, but 8-bit, 3 players low, 1 knocked out. This can take a wrong twist. One more man hits the floor, that's the second Poco. Is he actually gonna pull this off? Last man against him. Another shot connects, a sliver of HP, and the jump makes it work. Meta Ninja redefining the meta.
This is cinema that we are witnessing. But Meta Ninja, of course, they won the battle, but can they win the war? The numbers really reduce down. They will get that revive on Bit Baba though, but their position compromised. OG knows exactly where they are. For a moment, I felt like they might third party, but they're holding on. As for Wyld Fangs, right next to the players of Vasista Esports. Scary, Omega, Hector together, Sahil OP from the backlines. As Wyld Fangs have been silent so far, just 2 finishes, but the good thing is they've got their numbers up.
Yeah. I mean, and Wyld Fangs, by the way, unsung heroes of OG, getting those finishes, getting their revenge on K9. Because there was a moment in the game where Wyld Fangs, OG, there was Gods for Reason, Meta NINZA were all in the same trench. And Wyld Fangs has had a little bit of a conflict with OG, but then they decided, let's just beat down on Gods for Reason. They're already not doing well, so they went for the easier points. This time around, the Vasista Esports, a team in similar shoes as them. Can they take them on, especially considering coming out of these trenches is the most difficult thing to do right now.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, at this point for Vasista Esports, it's about to fight for their honor. Because a lot of people have started looking down on them. A star-started lineup and yet no results delivered so far. Faith being shown, but love not being returned. Hector has a lot going on his heads as Wyld Fangs. They're the troll boys, right? They get chicken dinners for fun, and here they are. Sensei, he's got a lot to prove, redeem himself, and he's got the band of brothers that he wanted. 2 finishes, Seth and Fierce still waiting for Trey Scott to come online as LIKITHA from the backlines is trying. It's going to be EXO who gets that knock onto its Harsh, and LIKITHA Esports, maybe they're up to something.
Well, they are up to something indeed. In fact, they are after something. It's Kiola Mao from True Rippers. But REVENANT X SPARK on the other side getting beaten down as well at the hands of LIKITHA Esports. They do find the opener. Although stuck on the northern edge, you're drawing the attention from the flank. You see the line of fire towards LIKITHA Esports. Shots being taken at them by OG. So it's not an easy situation you have just created for yourself. Now the attention of everyone is going to be towards you.
Indeed it will be. And LIKITHA Esports, I mean, let's talk about them a little bit. This has been a team that nobody really expected to do so well, but what a great 2025 they've been having. Making it into the grand finals of official events, now under the banner of LIKITHA, and still in a fighting spot at the 11th. But don't get me wrong, a couple of good games, and who knows, they must be also dreaming for that podium. But as things stand, as the dust settles, Johnny, we're still waiting for the circle to take another shape. Vasista Esports right next to Wyld Fangs, and what on earth is Harvard doing surviving like that? That should not be happening, right?
I mean, yeah, it should not be happening, but hey, good for him. Just a few extra points, gets 1 point right now.
Oh, wow.
Top 8,
He
man.
does it.
Yeah. We got applause.
Yeah, we certainly have to, because for Gods for a reason, it felt like they were the outcasts in the tournament. I have to be very, very honest. They could have done so much more, made a name for themselves, and seemed like they came unprepared. As a result of which, hasn't really gone their way, but Vasista Esports, they're starting to act a little feisty, getting a little restless there. Couple of grenades being thwarted. Trey Scott will see the end of it. It's fine. He survives. Nothing much to budge him, bother him. But Vasista Esports, sooner or later, Johnny, they will have to close in the gap. They have to deal with Meta NINZAs. You also have one of the players of G4R and the entirety of the Fangs waiting for them.
My question is, where did the utility go, Omega?
Wasted.
Whoa, on what?
On trying to maybe get a knock on Wyld Fangs.
I mean, and they still haven't found any. Hector pushes forward. Hope he has an aid to work with, otherwise he's going to be in trouble. Just charging forward like that, you're going to get shot from the flank as well. Meta NINZA will have a line of fire. But look at that finish speed. OG, they're not stopping, man. They're just going after everyone at the same time as well. It's just brutal. But Sensei against Hector. Sensei takes a lot of damage, runs inside cover. Fierce swings out. Ooh, that was just a brilliant save. Now, Sensei, go back and someone send him back. But, oh my goodness, Wyld Fangs Fierce, he finds a knock. And Sarvar finally goes out back to the lobby. But look in the distance, look towards the right side. OG, they are just sneaking closer.
Yeah, AKOP is starting to feel himself. He knows a lot of finishes. Wait across the tunnel. All he's going to do is maybe throw a couple of grenades and beginning his carnage. Another knock on Sensei. Vasista Esports. Little time to recuperate. A second one missed by inches. As Fierce survives, Trey Scott tries to go out in the open, but AKOP shall show no mercy as OG taking fights on multiple fronts. They do not care who's in front of them. All they see is a finish galore waiting for them on the other side.
Oh boy, I mean, I gotta talk to crowd because turns out the best good luck charm they could have had was that handshake with Destro earlier on in the day, and they are making sure that congratulations before the matches even began. They are gonna get it again after the day is done. The revive on Sensei. Wyld Fangs, they're looking for it, but now they are feeling the pressure of the Apes. Just manhandling them. Another nade, another knock. Fierce down on his knees. And Trey's got, he's distracted. How much utility does this team have? AKOP, is he actually going to lob a stun and just spray them down now?
The floor is lava there almost, and Trey Scott safe, surviving by the whiskers. Fear screaming for help. AKOP again. The mercenary of death, he comes in as Meta Ninjas. They also want those finishes. Beard Baba, oh my god. At this point, the Wyld Fangs are stuck in a pinch, but Beard Baba again will find that trade and gets traded instead as Poco increases the tally, but it's going to be AKOP also getting a couple of finishes more, but Meta Ninjas, they have benefited from this situation.
They have fixes, they have, but by how much? You get 3 extra points, 2 extra finishes against compared to OG. Both the teams still in the top 3. AKOP, he's looking to block the way. And Athanki in the back lines has the nade. Aru needs to join his team. Boys, you can't be worried about Likitha Esports right now. They aren't even the contenders for their trophy. It is Meta Ninja that OG need to take down. This is a very tactical fight that they really need to think about.
Oh my god, I'm interested to see how many utilities do Meta Ninjas have on them, because at this point, Likitha Esports, it's pretty much their game to lose, right? They know they're going to let these two teams fight and salvage whatever remains.
They can take the chicken. I don't think even OG cares if Likitha wins right now.
Yeah.
Likitha is nowhere close to the top 3.
Indeed, and this is, again, for OG, it's a big win because they still have a lot of finishes to account for. They will get those position points. Even if Meta Ninjas walk away with the chicken dinner, it's not going to make a lot of difference. Meta Ninjas, they're quite desperate at this situation. They need to press matters. If they have some idea that AKOP is all by himself, he's got no assistance, and even Likitha Esports, if they launch an assault on the players of OG, that might be a little too much to handle. It feels like every single player of OG knows what to do. AKOP, he knows he has to keep Meta Ninjas at bay. Athanki and Aru, together, they want to stop Likitha Esports.
They're trying, they're waiting for some movement on the grounds above. But now, Likitha Esports, they've saved a lot of utility all this time, and I think that piece of util will come into play, but I think someone from Meta Ninja was spotted out, just jumping behind the smoke. Likitha Esports, they should have seen those pixels move. Although AKOP has drawn the attention. Athanki peeks out, Poco gets knocked out, and this could be the end. AKOP charges forward with a shotgun in hand, but is gonna go down to the nade from Smoker. Athanki dropped extremely low, and OG, they might have just ruined the game for Meta Ninja, but Aru from the flank, he just found a knock and the finish onto Starboy. It's a 1 versus 2 versus 3, or at least it was. Now it's a 1v3 situation. The IGL of the Apes, the Alpha Ape himself. Can he survive this assault, or is OG finally going to be shut down? The chicken dinner denied. Likitha Esports, they get the chicken dinner in the bag. This is going to propel them a little bit closer to the top 3, to the podium. But that flex, my boy, sit back down in that chair. Have you earned that right yet?
They might have got the chicken dinner, but the success is still being tasted by OG. That dominant lead has now converted into a staggering one. OG, they are never backing down. The Apes, the power, the strength, it's clearly visible. These guys, they're unbeatable as of now. They have indeed shaken hands. And at this point, we're just waiting for the remaining 5 games to be concluded. If OG keeps on playing this way, no one else will ever stand a chance.
Because did we get a new host? What happened to Necro? This doesn't sound like Necro.
Yeah, he sounds like a believer.
Yeah. Now, is he a believer now?
What else do you want? They
Yeah,
already
he's-
had a 39-point lead.
I think our new host has lost a couple of pounds and he's looking quite smart, sleek. I think we've got Necro V2.
Necro version 2.0, evolved Necro, the
know
OG
what?
support Necro.
I will take that compliment. But you know what, guys? I still believe it's anyone's game. I
Brother.
still think Meta Ninja can do it. I still think for some reason Meta Ninja can actually have a shot. And I don't understand. Even the OG is so close to that trophy. Why are we not seeing an aggressive game? Why is no one actually taking the initiative and pushing up close and personal to try and take them down?
Because of LIKITHA Esports.
Yeah.
I mean, they played it really smart. They got the best out of that situation. They got the players of Meta Ninjas out. They got a couple, I think one player out of LIKITHA Esports.
Yeah.
It was a dunzo fight for OG. I mean, I do not see a world where they would have won that because
That's
LIKITHA was just waiting to bounce it.
Yeah, OG just got a 15-point game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite a solid game. Nothing taken away. But something else that is solid, it's also going to be the iQOO Neo 10. All you need to do is to move on towards Google, search for the iQOO Neo 10, answer a few easy questions, and you can stand a chance to get your hands on this device. But back towards the conversation that we're having, right? Even Meta Ninjas had quite a solid game. Look at the esports, it does not even matter because they're still way too back in the overall standings and they're just fighting for the prize pool at this point. But OG, one thing is for sure, this sort of a chicken dinner has gotten them extremely close to that trophy. But guys, jokes apart, another thing that we really need to talk about is Team 8-Bit. We still do have a few hopes, nothing taken away from them, but it feels like they're constantly just getting hammered down, and this is not the 8-Bit that we all expected to see on the last day.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's very weird to see 8-Bit crumble under pressure for the first time in the history of the existence of this particular roster of 4. And it's quite surprising, so I agree with you. And this match has just made a situation that was already bad worse. Because you have a game where 8-Bit gets eliminated kind of early. Meta Ninja finish in the top 3 with 8 eliminations, I believe 8 or 9 eliminations to their name. OG, who already have a huge upper hand against everyone else, finish in the second with like 15 total points. And there you have it. Now, 8-Bit is just sliding down, and it is not something that you would want at the start of the last day.
Exactly. Before now, let's have a look at the MVP of that previous game and find out who was that one man who was able to put up a lot of numbers. Has to be Smoker from the side of LIKITHA Esports, because from the sideline, this team was constantly dominating with 6 finishes on the board and finish contribution of 50% and map impact of 10%. Now, OG, they pulled off quite a brilliant game, and I'm going to tell you exactly why so. In the stage 3, OG was on the edges. I personally, when I had a look at the map, I thought there's no way OG's going to win this game. There's no way they're going to find a good position. But the moment I looked away, stage 4 hit and OG was in the smack center. How is that possible? How is Aura doing this?
That's why I'm telling you, right? You have started to become a believer, because even Johnny and I, we were discussing about how OG is going to play it out. We were, I think, assuming that they would let the teams around the center play around the edges. They went for a straight-up slam in. They took a fight against a 4-man K9.
Yeah.
If you remember, K9 were the ones who initially hurt OG. They took out Wizgod.
Exactly.
They won that fight. But now coming back to the conversation around 8-Bit and Meta Ninjas, I feel like 8-Bit, they were a 4-man squad. They went up against a 3-man strong Meta Ninjas, and they still lost that fight. S-Power losing a 1v1 to Poco. I mean, this man, how many 1v1s has he ever lost? And such an iconic moment being created. Meta Ninjas surely have earned our respect.
Look at this now. This is where someone needs to clip that and then needs to add that absolute cinema meme template. Yeah. Because that was absolute cinema.
Look at
And this
Poco's
was also
positioning, bro.
absolute cinema right here. Poco just destroying the existence of 8-Bit, single-handedly marking him out of the
1v3.
game. And this has got to be a joke. I mean, it's unbelievable when you see it for the first time. And you mentioned that S-Power has lost the 1v1. Generally speaking, you cannot even blame S-Power because he was the first one to find the first knock against the players of Meta Ninja. So in my opinion, he did the job. He got the entry. The remaining players were the one who were supposed to pass on the torch and do better. They did not.
Especially with Somraj having such a nice angle. I think Team 8-Bit completely encircled the players of Meta Ninjas, and they got the first knock, and it was just Poco finding that little bit of a cover and him swinging left-right.
Not just cover, it was the fact that when 8-Bit charged forward, they found the opening knock, as you said, but instantly the 3 players that were there in the dip were left with like 15, 20 HP. And when your players are low, even a shot that is not directed towards you, if it swings in your direction because of the recoil or just like the inaccuracy because the person was moving, movement inaccuracy, you are going to go down because you have 20 HP. So we can't even blame S-Power in that particular situation. Like, yeah, he lost a duel because that wasn't a fair duel. Technically, S-Power was there with, what, like 2 pixels of HP?
Yeah, and just have a look at the match rankings.
Whoa.
LIKITHA Esports with 22, but OG with 16. Elongating that lead even more.
42.
NINZA with 13, and then you've got Wyld Fangs right there with 10. Even Team Forever, yeah, I was searching for 8, but they've only got 1 point out of that game, so that is pretty much irrelevant.
It is such a big deal right now that Meta NINZA also got 13 points in this match. Because as we were talking about, a 39-point advantage before the day began. Had Meta NINZA also taken an early exit, that would have just completely broken everyone, and we would have seen something else go down on that stage. Someone would have picked up that trophy and just ran away with it because they did not want to give it to OG, because that's the only way you get it after that.
Now look, I still believe there is a 10% chance that OG can still lose this trophy if they choke all the 5 games that are upcoming. By choke, I mean getting less than 5 points.
All right, I'm going to make you happy, right? So let's say today there were 6 matches. Every single game accounted for about 17-18% of OG securing the victory. If they do well in all 6 games, that's 100%. They walk away with the trophy. They have secured the first 17-18%. You know, there's still, I'll give you that much probability, Necro. I'll ruin maths completely, go against the laws of nature just to make you happy.
I mean, he wants numbers, let me give him numbers, okay?
Yeah.
It hasn't been done before. We've had a chat with the players. 150 was the ideal target to be crowned as champions. OG's already reached 164. In this very arena, Resto lifted the trophy. He went at 154.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, OG is at 164 with 5 games still to go. So that tally is definitely increasing. And look at the body language, man. Forget everything. Cut out all the noise. Look at the players, look at their temperament, their approach. With 1 player down, ideally everybody plays defensive. Were they on the defense? They went all ham on teams. I mean, at this point, I felt so bad for Wyld Fangs. Imagine being Wyld Fangs being surrounded by foes from everywhere.
It's all about pushing the bars. It's all about pushing the limits, and OG is definitely doing that. But maybe Meta NINZA as well can do that. But something that you can push your bars and limits is by getting your hands on the iQOO Neo 10. I recommend you guys to move on towards Google, search for the iQOO Neo 10. We're giving away a few of these devices, so all you need to do is just answer a few questions, and maybe you can be the lucky man to get your hands on this device as well, and be the happy bunch that we all want you to be. And you know what, since we've been speaking so much about this device, let's talk about the specifications. Snapdragon 8 Series Generation 4, 144 FPS gaming, supercomputing chip Q1, and 120 watts flash charger. What else do you want? This is probably the best device you can get your hands on if you love playing BGMI.
Did you say it comes with a charger?
Of course.
I'm just happy getting the charger, man, with my devices.
I know, right? These days, we're getting ripped off.
Flash charge. I mean, I personally own one of the iQOO devices. I have the same charger.
Yeah.
You won't believe me if I told you my device charges 50% in just 10 minutes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, of course. I mean, how do you think I'm so good at BGMI?
Hey.
Who said you were good?
Myself. Myself.
But anyways,
you're the
moving
best
on the
judge.
conversation towards the upcoming game now. As we all know, upcoming game is also going to be the map of Miramar. We all know sort of it's like a playground for Samraj, but looking at the overall standings, 8-Bint's too far back in the overall standings. It does not matter if the man is stepping inside of his playing field. He's fighting for the 2nd spot. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with Miramar.
It just seems like yesterday when we started with 500 questers, and today we have 3 million plus questers with us, supporting us, guiding us, and building iQOO together with us. Lots of gratitude and a promise to keep questing on and on.
I am from Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai.
Swadika, welcome to IFM 3.0, and we are back yet again. 3 times more fun, 3 times more excitement. So let the action begin.
power knows no bounds or fear. Ready to wield it? Fight with the dragon's might. Dragon X suit. Get now.
One game done and dusted. We have 5 more remaining. And of course, just to make things a little bit interesting, we are going to head to a different map this time. Miramar is going to be up and play. Necro, right before we went on the break, you mentioned this has been Somraj's home ground for a reason. He has dominated this map multiple times, but is this going to be the game where 8-Bit kind of first catch up to Meta NINZA?
Here's the thing, does it really matter? What matters now is, can OG set a record of 200 points in 18 games? It's never been done before, and if it does happen, that's going to be a different bar. That's going to be a different boundary set by these apes.
Hey, less than 40 points to go.
I mean, at this point, I was just really thinking about the same thing, right? Because OG, yes, with that previous performance, winning the more, or rather the better end of the stick against Meta NINZA 2, yeah, that basically set them apart entirely from the rest of the pool now. There's everyone who's playing BGMI, and then OGs are playing with everyone's hopes.
I mean, pretty much at this point. And again, we have the schedule along with the boys of OG. I think at this point, we're just trying to show them, lads, 5 more matches left, so just take it easy. And they are taking it kind of easy, but even on their worst day, we were talking about it, day number 2 was not the best day for them. Ended up getting like, what, 51 points?
You know what the crazy part is? Even though they're extremely close, or pretty much just getting their hands on that trophy, we do not see any sort of expressions. They're still quite calm, cool, composed, neutral faces, no expressions on them, and that is probably one of the best things that OG has, right? And because of that, they're never overconfident inside of their game too.
I think Wizgard might have a lot to say about what he wants to do on Miramar, because he did not really get an opportunity to play on Erangel. Game begins, the first pick, I think the second pick of that map of Erangel was Wizgard, and then his entire team, he was just sitting there watching all of them perform miracles, finish in the top 2 and all of the good stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, now it is finally time. Game number 2 of Grand Finals, day number 3. The map of Miramar will be upon us. And of course, these warriors sitting on stage are ready for the action. But my lovely commentators, are you guys prepared to take us through it as well?
Of course we are. The plane's going to hit the skies once again in the deserty lands of Miramar, starting all the way from Campo Militar towards the opposite side, which will be Valle del Mar. And this plane flat pad, it does seem like it's quite forgiving, unless if you want to move in towards Puerto Parais or Impala. Now that will be a tough stretch.
Oh, you're already picking the shots against the teams like God's Reign, Phoenix, who really like to drop down onto those areas as well. But here's the thing, Necro. I know that every single one out here, or rather everyone in the arena, all the people who are watching, they know what eventually OG has entirely set up. But I would say I'm still kind of leaning in, at least on this map, towards the sides of Meta NINZAs as well. I was really having a look at their record last night, right? Checking what really happened in the group stages as well, and even in the semi-final stages. This team has every single time performed pretty well on these maps, specifically the off ones, be it Miramar, be it Sanhok. So if, in case, you know, they can eventually miraculously manage to shut OG down as well as gain a 10-point advantage over them, then they might be in the race, who knows?
The only way to stop OG now is to straight up just drop Clash on them, and I highly doubt anyone's going to be doing that. Because OG, let's be honest, these are some of the sweetest boys out there. I don't think they have any sort of rivalry with anyone else. And I'm pretty sure if anyone else does want to drop clash them, they would just feel bad themselves. Why are we doing this to someone that is this wholesome and sweet? It just doesn't make any sense. But this time, the circle, it's got something else in mind. And maybe even the game has got something else in mind. Wyld Fangs dropping towards Chumasera, right on top of OG. This is what we wanted. Entertainment.
And one of the ex-OG members team is dropping there as well. You could talk about Phoenix Esports. Ash is calling shots for the boys to drop at least around the same area. But yes, it's the drop clash that we were not really hoping to see. But yes, Wyld Fangs, they've kind of got the sour tooth because of the previous fight, which was ruined for them when they were fighting against Vasista Esports by iQOO. But
what?
Yeah, and
he just let him go. Sensei got his hands on the vehicle. He could have actually ran over the man of OG, but instead, he just let him go.
And they're too nice. You said yourself.
I understand he would have felt too bad if he would have actually went for that drop clash and spoiled the game for OG. But these guys are quite wholesome, man. Even I would feel bad if I drop clash them and contest them at this point.
Here's the thing, you know, everyone's been constantly mentioning about the same thing as how dry the trophy cabinet for OG has been. They've never in their entire career picked up a major trophy out here. Every single time, whenever it's the land, they've always dropped the ball. Someone's stolen it away. But this time it seems, imagine, you know, what the story it would be that the one time they break the curse, they are setting records.
You're talking about a major one. They have never, ever lifted even a single trophy. That is the crazy part.
Yeah. The main thing about this entire lineup, right? But here's the thing, as we were already discussing as well, OG in a league of their own, but the second spot, third spot, fourth and fifth, all of these could eventually be stolen away if you're really looking at the points of the entire leaderboard. Anyone up till the 11th position, that is including Reckoning, can eventually topple down the top 3 as well, or rather, I mean, and by top 3 I don't mean OG, I mean the rest of the people that are following them. OG, they're just entirely different right now.
Pretty much. K9 Esports getting absolutely obliterated by the likes of OG in that previous game. They're not going to feel too good.
2v4.
But this time I hope K9 Esports, they've got some sort of a fire lit up inside of them. They want to get their revenge. Once again, something that's going to help you get your revenge inside of the game is the iQOO Neo 10. Smoothest gaming experience out there with that 144 FPS. And let's not forget dual chip power with Q1 chip. Probably one of the best things you can get your hands on. But yeah, OG towards Chumasera, looking comfy. The zone's a little bit far away from them. But since the circle is quite massive, OG's not going to have any troubles getting inside of it.
And I'll have to say, you know, even in the previous game, I really wanted to point out, rather, we both were having that discussion themselves as when Aru gave the call to his team, right, they were sitting at the edge of the circle. And we were discussing that this is not really the best place and they will be probably dropping that one game. And right at that moment, Aru decided, you know what, boys, let's hop in the center. Picked up the perfect timing when all the side lane teams were fighting amongst themselves. So I'm pretty much sure I'm going to trust him out there right now. And as much as you also had the trust on Somraj and the boys, they've already opened things up.
Yeah, but a bit too far away from actually tasting that success. Too far away. 8-Bit pretty much needs all 5 chicken dinners, straight up. Counting this one in. That's the only way 8-Bit can actually shake their hands with that trophy and be as close as OG.
That is considering OG are also dropping all 5 games now.
Yeah, but if you think about it, if 8-Bit actually gets all 5 chicken dinners with more than 20 points, they will actually be as close as OG. If 8-Bit is winning the game, OG is definitely going to have less points.
Yeah, but at this point, with how much the lead is right now, right? I'm going to do a quick math. It's 67 points. 67 points, and that's the lead they need to cover. Now you're considering the fact that, all right, we're going to have 8-Bit probably winning every single game with an average of 20 points per game, right? That's 100 points that they will achieve. Now they need to make sure that in every single game, they're having a lead over OG, and that too of over 10 to 12 points. And we already know the cylinders, iQOO, Atanki, and Vizgod are firing on.
So let's be honest, 8-Bit is fighting for the second spot against NINZA. I mean,
Oh
no
my
sugarcoating that. I don't care how much backlash I get, but that is the truth. If someone else does not want to believe what I'm saying, well, my friend, you've got blindfolds on. But yeah,
Man.
Cincinnati kids towards Los Leones, and there's also Wyld Fangs right underneath them. I highly doubt these two bros are going to duke it out anytime soon. So it's all good.
Not happening anything out there. My question is where Gods Arena are going to rotate in from, right? We also had an interview with Destro. He mentioned about how they're still trying to eye out for the trophy. They haven't really lost the hopes yet. And everyone is of the opinion that if OG can do it on day one, everyone else can also do it. But you've got to pull what OG pulled at that time, and you need to hit those shots, the 3-pointers, which we've been talking about.
Yep, those Kobe's. But you know what? The Blues on the move. Wyld Fangs as well, they need to be on the move. They're Cincinnati kids. And they're definitely someone who knows how to pull some weird shenanigans.
Yeah.
CK's got nothing to lose. Wyld Fangs got nothing to lose. Go all guns blazing. And Sensei himself mentioned as well at the day one interview, he does not really care about the trophy. He's here for the money. And if Sensei, he's fighting for that second spot, I'm pretty sure the man will be happy if he gets his hands on that chunk of prize pool.
I think so. There was a bit of foreshadowing out there, right? Because the team that actually gets the first place gets 55% of the prize pool. That's 55 lakh. And then it drops down to 15 for the second spot. So,
hey, 15 lakhs? You think that's less? I mean, yes, 55 lakhs is better, but 15 lakhs? You crazy? Oh, boy. 15 lakhs is a lot of money. Wish I had that, but anyways, at least these players have got a shot to actually get their hands onto it.
have to see. The question is if 8-bit would be able to topple Meta Ninjas out here throughout the day, right? Because it's not really easy to try and take them down considering they themselves have a lead of 25 points. And it's not like they're dropping the ball either, right? Even in the previous one, the 1v4 of Poco coming against 8-bit, and that team surviving in towards the top 3 at least, making sure Wyld Fangs were also out of the competition. That enabled them to have those 13 points out there.
The zone, La Cabrera. Meta Ninja actually somehow, once again, finding themselves in the smack center. I don't know how do they do this every single time. But yeah, once again, Meta Ninja, they've got a solid spot. OG still yet to rotate inside of the circle. This time, OG might actually be messed up pretty bad. They're too far away from the zone still. This late game rotation might not pan out that well, but you never know, man. Especially the previous game, stage 3 to stage 4 shift. Aru just pulled off a miraculous rotation. That might just happen once again.
Still remember how that time the entire team of OG was in the northern part, right? Right now the northern part's clear, but I'm not quite sure if Aru would want to call in the shots like that. Whenever it's the northern-centric circle, we've always seen him trying to enter from the southwestern part. It's not really empty, apart from Crater, so that could be important.
Oh, Gods for region, Chandan.
That's one now driving.
Careful, my friend.
Reminds me of Johnny.
Why? You think Johnny cannot drive?
You think he can?
I've never seen him, so I can't really comment, but I'm pretty sure he does have a driving license.
Pretty sure Chandan has one too.
Fine. Moving on with the conversation.
Nice.
OG. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Starting things once again. Phoenix Esports on the receiving side.
Run, boy, run.
OG, while trying to make it inside of the circle, they've already tasted one scoop. And that too against the players of Phoenix Esports. And Phoenix Esports, it feels like throughout this entire tournament, they've just been treated as free points. And even right now, OG just easily chewing them.
I mean, you could talk about the difference in the strategy, in the adaptation towards the zone meta, or even in the mechanical skills. They've been deft on every single front. It feels like they've not really been that comfortable or confident. Genesis as well have been dropping the ball right from the day two itself. They were the first team to get a chicken dinner out on the land stage, and I thought maybe they'd be able to do it right now, but True Rippers, another team who are still fighting for the top 3. 92 points in their hands right now, playing a bit spread out, 1-3 spread in 2 different buildings. Now taking fight against Genesis out there on the other side, though. It's K9 who are on the receiving end.
There we go, Wyld Fangs, the match taken down extremely low. And how is Omega not getting taken down yet? Zeph eventually gets knocked out and confirmed to K9 Esports. Oh man, the man got quite lucky from K9 to be alive there.
Beast.
And save the day for his teammate too. Beast, this man's got his finger on the trigger. And he's not gonna be stopping anytime soon. Beast, he's an absolute beast. Hammering down the players of Wyld Fangs as they don't stand a chance. And now Sensei, the only thing he can do is just back away and respect the opponents.
And it's all thanks to Team Forever spray that eventually stopped K9 out there, and that's very, very difficult to deal with. Again, LIKITHA Esports now taking the fight against Meta Ninjas, and they are the ones on the receiving end.
Oh my god. Meta Ninja dropping down to 2. It's not something they were supposed to do, especially when the sword's on top of their neck. Teams are crumbling under pressure, but OG still standing strong with all the 4 men. OG's yet to rotate inside of the zone though. That's where OG might face a bit of trouble, but luckily enough for OG, Meta Ninja has already taken heavy beating.
The big thing right now here is the fact that they can eventually go towards the northern part of La Cabrera, and that's the best place to enter in this circle. I was not expecting Aru to pull a rotation off like that. And imagine at the time that it's hopping in. It seems like we've been constantly mentioning OG as the ones who drop the ball, the ones who choke, but they are clutching up big time.
They indeed are. And just look at the amount of teams that are there inside of La Cabrera.
16.
It's going to be an absolute pandemonium soon. Stage 4 is what everyone's waiting for, and imagine if it shifts away from the city. That's just going to add on the spice even more.
15.
Look at the Esports against 8-Bit. And look at the boy, oh boy. Yes, they have won the previous game, but extremely far away still. At least they have managed to cross on and crawl inside of the top 8, but that's really not going to matter.
Oh my god. You know, we've been discussing about that right
now.
now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's this one dude who's on a rampage, and guess what? He's ready to set the record for himself now.
Well, I guess the entirety of OG is going to set a completely new record in the grand finals. In 18 matches, probably 200 plus points if they keep on moving up with this pace.
Greatest ever.
Yeah. Greatest of all time this lead will be and this record will be.
Oh my.
Probably will be impossible for anyone else to break it. And since we know the competition these days have been amped up to a completely different level, and if OG is dominating it on such a note, just imagine the amount of skill set the boys have developed that they're smurfing on the lobby like this. But Cincinnati kids, Same, the man's getting played around and toyed with, and he's not going to stand a chance. Same, he gets devoured. OG, how are they not scared of anyone? You're playing against pros. This is not a normal scrim. Stop it, OG. You are playing in a professional tournament in the grand finals where there's 1 crore rupees on the line, and you're toying with teams like this? Oh boy, Cincinnati kids running away scared.
And they were the ones who started this fight. I was about to mention Cincinnati kids, this is not the fight you really want to take, Juicy, trust me. Yes, I remember he was the man who ruined the game of OG yesterday when he took WizGod down on this very map of Miramar. The second game of that day. That's when we were discussing OG having the game, the lowest point game ever in this grand finals. That was just 1 point which they received. And it was all thanks to Juicy ruining the game for them. But this time around, they're firing back hard. And they've the entire western part of the circle. No one is near OG, man. They have a different aura.
Look at G4R. Gods for reason. Chantanopi. Oh, man. Could he be knocked there? Driving was not up to the mark. But yeah, Hitman, look at the man. He's crossing the street in the party bus. Hitman might actually be hit down. There's a big chance he can actually be struck. True Rippers. Look at the boys. Everyone's spread out.
Yeah.
This city of La Cabrera. Oh boy.
Oh my God.
Look like an absolute domination fest for anyone that finds a proper point.
Here's the fun fact I just realized, right? Seeing iQOO now picking off Zeref. iQOO has got the maximum number of finishes on a LAN ever in India. Ever. And he's still counting. It's not stopped yet. It's probably what? 43, 44, maybe 45 and still counting. This dude, we've been talking about his power, Necro. We've been talking about so many players throughout the 2025 season. We've been talking about how Admino was basically a beast for Godlike. We've been talking about his power and the kind of prodigy that he has been. Every single one of us slept on AKOP when he got MVP after MVP on multiple events. And I guess he's constantly been changing his hairstyle. This one seems to be suiting the best to him and his team.
I'm going to say this right now.
Yes.
AKOP is the GOAT of current generation of BGMI. He is supreme. No matter what you talk about, his decision-making has been better. His mechanics has been on point. He has surpassed anyone that you can remember. And he is the current generation of BGMI's GOAT. But you know what? Genesis Esports, just collecting information. Looking around to find some stragglers, some free points.
Not happening.
The next zone's going to be popping up soon, though, and maybe it's going to go towards that northern side. That's what I think. I think it's going to be towards the northern side.
I think so. It's going to be a bit more central shift because we've been seeing a lot of hard shifts right now. So maybe a bit more towards La Cabrera central part. I guess we both were wrong. It's you know what? For a change, it's fine. Finally, OG are out of the circle as well. Now K9, they look like in a prime position. Reckoning after a change for what? Probably 2 days of the LAN. They are finally in a prime position to maybe take this one game home. Because there's a humongous cluster now forming around towards the southern part. So navigating through that, it's going to be a bit more difficult.
LIKITHA Esports. More players stacking up. The moment the zone made a move, even the teams are now starting to make some moves. LIKITHA, after winning that previous game, they probably can feel themselves crawling a bit closer to that better chunk of money. Still scouting for information, still struggling to get anything in their hands. And there we go, Team Forever. They're finally going to start to break off a few boats. But even Pro gets knocked out himself. Thunder from the back, he's trying to strike down as many boys as possible. But still, it's not looking too good. 8-Bit, they're hurt. Team Forever, they're hurt too. But utilities are going to be something that might just change the tide in the favor of Team Forever. Always comes in close, and he wants to save the day for his boy. But can his cavalry really be enough to save the day for Team Forever? And maybe it is. Mafia being the absolute Mafia in this fight. Fights the knock onto Equinox. 8-Bit might just be shattered with this. They've still got 3 men strong. Equinox is the only person suppressed and knocked. But Team Forever, they're still not going for any sort of revival on towards Pro. Equinox back up on his feet, now patching himself up. Team Forever, they've exhausted all the utilities, and now finally retreating from this fight. Always going for that revival towards Pro, but he gets finished off. Samraj, he creates a flank angle, stops that revival from coming through, gets the confirmation. Team Forever down to a 3-man squad, but this 3 men can still hammer down 8-Bit. They have been struggling with confidence, but Equinox fighting that knock, it's going to bring them back inside of the race. Team Forever losing number. Mafia the only man standing. Can he save the day? Yes, he finds one, but in the end he gets battle stuffed to his death.
Beautiful flank angle created by Som in the first one. And then him falling out of that. A big play coming in, but Vasista Esports, you poke the den of the lion. You will be ready to face their claws and teeth and their wrath. Orangutan, you try to knock one of their players, 3 of them come biting back at you. And Vasista Esports lose a member of their own. AKOP has got 6 damn finishes and he's still alive and healthy. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'm just going to not talk about that at all right now. AKOP, I'm pretty sure he'll be ready to set a lot of new records up as well for the next few games. But I'm going to be bringing the convo back to that 8-Bit fight, right? That was a very crucial one as well. Eventually, now they've found some room to play around with. Not the best one, yes, but At least that southern part of the circle is a bit more empty. Another shift. It's going to hop in through pretty soon. A big cluster still in the hard covers of the La Cabrera city. They'll probably have to make a move right now. A central shift. Reckoning happy. God's Reign happy as well, but not really the numbers to support that happiness.
Yeah, look at the next zone shift though. Still majority of it out in the open. NINZA still breathing inside of the game, but are they breathing fire? That's the question. NINZA getting punished, getting pushed. LIKITHA, all the 4 players intact. NINZA in a big world of trouble. Now they're starting to lob out those smokes. LIKITHA Esports are being stopped in the tracks, but no, Dragon OP makes a major mistake. He wanted to push up, stop that push, but instead he got knocked out himself, and now it's down to Beard Baba. He needs to be the alpha male. He needs to be the conqueror. But NINZA eliminated, or almost on the verge. There's still one man, but there we go. NINZA taken out. OG, there's the Supreme Ones. Bow down against him. They are not gonna be taken away from that first spot. They will be there and maintain that till the end.
A 50 freaking point lead from the second one. And that's not happening today. It ain't being covered today right now, but Genesis are definitely looking for a chance of redemption right now against LIKITHA Esports. Maybe trying to hop in, topple down the top 3 at least. Maybe taking that space away from 8-bit out here right now. Spread out wide. They had the opportunity. LIKITHA Esports, a couple of members were down on the back of that one molly that came in from their side. So they had that one chance, but now dropping it all away. LIKITHA Esports, they seem to be the one on the aggressive end because they are not that far behind. 77 points right now, thanks to the 4 that they got. Want to try and push the members of Genesis back, and I'm not really a big fan of Genesis's position, but they're still trying to bait the members of LIKITHA into this fight.
Look at OG, all the 4 players. Oh man, they're happy. They're happy to conquer. Genesis against LIKITHA, Yash all by himself. Left in a cloud of smoke. And man, oh man.
What?
Can he do anything? The answer's going to be no. Smoker just smoking him off in a duel. Genesis Esports, what's happening? Even the 3rd man falls down. But he's still there, giving it a tough fight. Hunters hunting down anyone that stands against him. What? He's taken down 3 players. And the 4th one gets taken down by his teammate. Hunters, what was that? Are you kidding me? This man has done it for the 2nd time. Oh boy. What?
He's been clutching time after time on this LAN, and he does not want to stop. Phenomenal play coming in from Hunters, and how could anyone let this dude go? But here we go. Right now, God's Reign, they seem to be the one to try and take down the apes out here. OG, Wizgod, everyone been falling after falling. AKOP, the only guy who's still standing. And guess what? He is the only one who needs to stand for as long as possible. Delivering a big blow coming into Justin. It's Neo, the only man who's standing. The ex-member of Soul, then the ex-member of Carnival Gaming. Now playing with the lineup of God's Reign. AKOP is still trying to survive out there. A couple of members that he can try and bring back up on the feet, but God's Reign will give the revival faster than him.
It's crazy. AKOP still got 7 finishes. What is this man made of?
Count more.
Tell me, what is this man made of? He's going to be the MVP of the tournament for sure. No one's even close to this guy.
Too far away.
And now God's Reign trying their best to put OG outside of their misery. But at this point in time, OG, they've actually got a chance to recover. And this is not a good news for God's Reign. Yes, they still make the push in tandem, but still, is it going to make any difference? AKOP down, the main man's not in the game anymore. But still, OG just with 1 man standing. They will be eliminated from this game as God's Reign. They win the fight, but not the battle.
Doesn't even matter now because they've still got 10 eliminations already. 174, the closest to them on 122. A 52-point bomber out here. God's Reign reviving themselves, revitalizing again on the back of Neo. Finally back into the mix as through Ripples, they're Trill trying to stand strong. And REVENANT X SPARK, They'll be the first one to fall out here. True Rippers holding it down. iQOO along with Jelly. A couple of players still holding Genesis. Want to try and push it all the way up on front of them, and Hunters is feeling it.
Godly moves from OG, but Genesis not too far away. True Rippers put in their place. 6 feet under. That's where they have been dug. Gods for a reason. Are they really the gods? Looking at their standing in the overall, it does not seem like it. But this nade, it finds a crucial knock zap. This time it's not zapping, instead he's blowing up the opponents. Chandan, he needs to be the one to get something done. But I highly doubt he can do so. The only man, the only pillar of hope standing. Gods for a reason. They're done for. Not a lot of ways they can actually bounce back from this one, and Chandan gets devoured too.
It's going to fall down to whether Genesis are going to make that play, jump up into that leaderboard, because they've got all 4 players standing along with Reckoning, who will try to at least knock onto the doors of top 8 if they get this one big win. But if you look at Hunters, my man is just feeling himself. Yash as well. Let's open things up for himself. Zap on the other side. There were moments when he shined, but he's been kept quiet after that. Time after time throughout this land. Maybe this is the moment where he stands up.
We want him to. Genesis, 4 players intact. K9, 4 players intact. Godsreen with just 2 players on the board. Can't be anyone's game. But Godsreen, they're losing out on the main man.
Yeah.
Neo outside of the game, now down to Justin. Can Justin really be the difference maker?
Hasn't really got any solid cover to play around with, and the circle is not close to him. Pretty sure he's going to be dealt with. Slug is constantly watching in that direction along with Beast, so he's going to be done for. The main question is, who's going to come out on top in the fight between Genesis and Reckoning? Because that will give a big advantage to K9, as they've got all the real estate in this entire circle that they need.
Genesis Esports dropping down on Hunters. Big boy down. Someone who was keeping the team intact consistently is not there in the game anymore for Genesis Esports. Time burnt. Blue on the move. Genesis forced to make a move.
Yeah.
Genesis, they need to make it against the players of Reckoning Esports. They need to brute force their way and win this duel. But it will be tough to win the duel, especially when you've got a team like K9 Squad just looking over you. And K9, eyes pinned on Genesis and Reckoning. There is that one solo survivor from God's Reed, trying to squeeze in as many points as possible, fighting for the podium. But K9, they've got different plans. Even they want to be the one to fight for the podium. A 4-man spread from K9, dominating the grounds, finding those stragglers, getting those points. Genesis, gravity down, the IGL not in the game anymore, the spear heads out. K9 Esports, they can feel it coursing through the veins. K9, clenching their fists as Reckoning, all they can do is just stand and smoke out the ground to try and block the lines of sight. But is it enough for K9 to be disrupted?
It's almost next to impossible right now for K9 to drop the game from this point on, as Genesis find another knock on Reckoning. Maybe they've still got some life left in them, but they've got to try and force a fight on at least one of these teams. They can't stay where they are. They'll be bombarded from both the ends right now as Slug and Beast. They've got the angle, they've got the nades, they've got every single tool they need. But my question is, why is Reckoning not making a move? I think so that has been one of the big questions I've had till now. But Omega, he seems to be the one to open things up along with Ninja Boy.
Oh, Genesis down and out. And now it's time for K9 Esports to clench their fist. They can feel it. They can feel it coursing through the veins. K9 Esports dropping down bodies of Reckoning slowly and steadily. Omega barrel stuffing the opponent. The shock and pellets connecting. And that will be it for the Howling Wolves as K9 Esports, they take the chicken dinner. The crowd goes wild. K9 goes wild in the overall standings. And this is the exact game K9 was searching for, but it's a bit too late.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, go wild in the overall standings, but where are they going?
Maybe
Not
to
to the trophy. Wait, really?
Money, baby, money.
Yeah, at this point it's just about getting a little bit of extra cash. But impressive performance nonetheless, and as you said, it's a little too late. This should have happened on day one, even if it was halfway through the day. This is how K9 should have played. This is how Reckoning Esports should have played as well, but at this point, you're just increasing the bank balance because the trophy is too far gone.
I mean, at this point, as we've been constantly mentioning it, right, everyone's been trying to fight for that.
Yeah.
I would say not even the second spot, but rather the third one, because we've already seen Meta Ninjas moving up on top, though. But still, big question that I wanted to ask, right? Why Reckoning did not really take that move?
I mean, there are a lot of questions, and hopefully we are going to get the answers soon. But there's one more thing now. Records are being set. They might be broken as well. We're going to wait till the end of the day before we get an answer on that. But for now, we're going to head to the stage with Ocean.
You know, K9s ने अपने दिन की शुरुआत आज जाकर के अच्छी करी है. इसके पहले अप्स एंड डाउन जरूर हुए हैं. ओमेगा, ऐसी क्या गलतियां रही पहले 2 दिन में जो आपको लगता है कि अब जाकर के सही हो पाई हैं कि ऐसा गेम निकला है? आई थिंक पहले हम लोग बात कर रहे थे, पोजीशंस की बात कर रहे थे जब यू नो बिफोर द गेम स्टार्टेड, जोन के अंदर पोजीशंस नहीं बन रही थी. डू यू थिंक उसका कोड बन चुका है? यू मी एंड स्पीरो वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट इट. या
नहीं, मतलब पोजीशनिंग तो हर बार हम अच्छी ले रहे थे, बट ऐसा होता था कि माइनर मिस्टेक्स हो रही थी हमारी पूरी टीम की. कभी मैं कर दे रहा था, कभी कोई और कर दे रहा था. बट हाँ, अभी धीरे धीरे हो रहा है. और डे 1 ठीक था, डे 2 थोड़ा सा और ठीक था, आज थोड़ा बूम बाम का फन होगा.
होगा? ऑलराइट.
होगा नहीं होगा, कभी नहीं होगा, होगा.
I mean, अरे नहीं, sorry. I mean, and see, last time I remember it was Slug's birthday. It was that day. वो 1v4s and सब चीज़ें, बट ट्रॉफी से थोड़ा सा रह गए थे. अब पोडियम रेस में धीरे धीरे वापस आ रहे हो. बैक टू बैक गेम्स निकालने पड़ेंगे अगर उस ट्रॉफी के करीब जाना है. डू यू थिंक इट्स, क्या वो होगा?
वो तो होगा. जाएंगे, ट्रॉफी के पास जाएंगे, पूरी ट्राई करेंगे. अभी तो मैचेस बचे हुए हैं, अभी तो फन स्टार्ट हुआ है, मैचेस बचे हैं
अभी तो फन स्टार्ट हुआ है, लेकिन ये फन अभी और आगे जा सकता है. आने वाले गेम्स के अंदर क्या होगा वो तो खैर वक्त ही बताएगा. बट फॉर नाउ लेट्स गेट बैक टू द डेस्क.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's all just fun and games for everyone because that's the best thing that everyone can accomplish right now. But we were talking about it before we went to the stage, and I think we need to start having that conversation. A history is going to be forged tonight, and it's not just going to be OG lifting their trophy after, I don't know, forever, the first trophy in forever. But apart from that, records being set. First team that we are going to witness cross 200 points in the grand finals.
They're not just going to get the trophy, they're going to do it in style and absolutely dominate the competition.
Yeah.
We've been speaking about the competition has been raised up this 2025. The bars are new. We are seeing the newer generation of BGMI. Everyone's dominating. The pro scene's looking stronger than ever before. And then you've got OG once again just dominating and smurfing on the lobby. What can you make out of this?
I mean, if you want to play like that, there's just one thing that you're going to need, and that is going to be the iQOO Neo 10, ladies and gentlemen. We keep talking about the amazing specs of this device. And if you want to grab yourselves one of these amazing devices, all you got to do is go on to Google, search for the iQOO Neo 10, and you could stand a chance to win an iQOO Neo 10, a brand new iQOO Neo 10 for yourself. You have to answer a few simple questions, though, before you stand a chance to win the device. But talk about standing a chance to win. I mean, there's just one name, OG, so we're going to skip that at this point. I think we've spoken about them too much. Let's start talking about the teams that are right behind them. Meta Ninza, 8-Bit, True Rippers, Necro. True Rippers, it seems like at the start of the day we had this conversation. They were in the top 5. They can catch up to the third, they can catch up to the second, but they just keep failing again and again.
Yeah, that's the crazy part, right? 8-Bit choking, Meta Ninja is now starting to choke. You've also got True Rippers choking, even God's Reigns choking. Everyone that is closer to that podium spot is starting to choke, but then K9 Esports, they come up with flying colors. Look at this man's slug. 8 finishes on the board, finish contribution of 53 freaking percentage.
Yeah.
Oh boy, K9, that's a solid game, especially slug.
Yeah, it was a beatdown indeed.
At this point, I'm just looking at that 53% contribution. Yeah, right. That means this team has got at least 15 finishes in their bank account. So that's a pretty big one out there. But on the other end of the spectrum, You also have Slug getting the finisher as well. He was the one to get that final blow in onto the last member of Reckoning, but Smoker with 3 rescues for the team, right? But that did not really help out his team at all. I was really hoping for LIKITHA Esports when they were making that push to eventually have that chance when they were in that engagement against Genesis. They were 2 men down, still got them back up on the feed. Smoker got a couple of there, but it did not really went well for them.
I mean, it didn't end too well, but let's have a look at the highlights again, because this game got pretty intense, but a little bit late inside of the match. Stage 5 is when we saw the action brew up. 8-bit trying their level best yet again. I think the pressure Necro has finally gotten to Somraj, has it?
Yeah, exactly. Feels like it. Team Forever, 8-bit collided against each other. The damage was done on equal level, and because of that, 8-bit was not able to survive till the final few moments. But LIKITHA Esports is definitely starting to make a few waves. We're seeing LIKITHA Esports do a bit better, especially than the previous game. But yeah, I mean, looking at Hunters just absolutely obliterating them. Now, that's going to take the momentum and the entire wind away from the sails.
Yeah, I mean, all of that hard work from game 1, it just fades away in an instant. But God's Reign, they bounce back nicely, because game number 1, they were caught off guard, destroyed in a sandwich by Cincinnati Kids and Team Forever. But this time around, they end up securing a few eliminations for themselves. True Rippers, we were just talking about them. I felt that True Rippers could have taken the 3rd spot away from 8-bit in this game itself. But as soon as I had that thought, they just got charged upon and destroyed.
And especially the final fight right there, right? K9 Esports. They knew they'd pretty much done it, pushed on, eliminated the likes of Reckoning Esports, got that chicken dinner. Yes, the boys are happy, but for K9 Esports, I hate to break it to you, man, the trophy's extremely far away, and we all know they're not going to be able to catch up. But 25 points, that's a massive game.
My whole thing about this entire leaderboard is, imagine OG not getting a single possession point, still they've got the 10 points in their bag.
Yeah.
And they're still creating that gap with every other team out here. So my focus is still falling onto Genesis and Reckoning, since these two were the teams to eventually make that big leap as well, right? And I really like the way how Genesis, they decided to push the gas. They were the ones who were trying to take the fights to the other team. So I really like this.
Chase Newman, I'm so sorry to stop you, interrupt you. 115 finishes. That's more finish points than 8-bit has total points. And it's not like 8-bit is on the 2nd page of the leaderboard. 8-bit is 3rd. OG has more finish points than the total points of the team on the 3rd position.
That is unthinkable of, and that is what you see when a team just performed outstandingly better. And that is something that we wanted to see from a banner like OG for the longest of the times, and finally we're getting to see it. But yeah, OG are doing it in a way that they're just shattering confidences now.
Yeah.
Because these other teams, they won't be able to show their faces if OG keeps on playing this way.
I think at this point it's not a tournament anymore. This is in the grand finals. It's a beatdown.
True.
Yeah. And we know the rules of Battle Royale, right? Last man standing wins. No one's standing in right now. Everyone's kneeling down.
The crazy part is now this tournament feels like iQOO OG Battleground Series. That's what the name should be.
Yeah, and hey, that's just perfect, because everything is just orange behind us as well. It's colors of OG. And again, we know they are doing well, but can they continue the streak for the next 4 matches? We're going to find out after this very short break.
It just seems like yesterday when we started with 500 questers, and today we have 3 million plus questers with us, supporting us, guiding us, and building iQOO together with us. Lots of gratitude and a promise to keep questing on and on.
I am from Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai.
Swadika. Welcome to IFM 3.0 and we are back yet again. 3 times more fun, 3 times more excitement. So let the action begin.
iQOO. अभी तक का ये टूर्नामेंट काफी कमाल कर रहा है, काफी धमाल रहा है, अमेजिंग, एक्साइटिंग, फैसिनेटिंग, हर चीज इस टूर्नामेंट को डिस्क्राइब करती है। बट उस एक्साइटमेंट को बढ़ाने के लिए, उन कॉन्वर्सेशंस को आगे लेकर के जाने के लिए, आई हैव 2 वेरी स्पेशल गेस्ट्स विद मी। सो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स, अलाउ मी टू वेलकम Mr. Nipun Maurya, CEO of iQOO India, and Mr. Akshat Rathi, co-founder and MD Nordwind Gaming. स्वागत है आप दोनों का। I'm pretty sure ये vibe बहुत ज़्यादा अलग है, बहुत different है, exciting है। Mr. Nipun, I'll start with you. Do you see esports being recognized in India now? क्योंकि पहले बहुत speculations होती थी, but अब esports, is it mainstream now?
Yes, I don't think there is any doubt that esports is a legitimate career. In fact, I think it is only going to grow from here. अभी आज जो हम देख रहे हैं, I think this is just the start of a revolution in esports in India. And I think with the love that we have here, esports is only going to go bigger and bigger in India.
And just to, just a follow-up question, how is iQOO contributing to the grassroots level engagement in terms of esports? Because it's all about questing on and on. So how is it contributing? If you could just explain that.
Yes, I think it starts from the product. Whether we have the iQOO Z series, the Neo series, or even the flagship, the product always from iQOO will be the best in esports. Then we have on-ground tournaments. यहाँ बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो iQOO community के हैं. iQOO community. So we have people from the iQOO community. वो काफ़ी सारे tournaments में, events में participate करते हैं. So through all the iQOO Community Cup, All Stars Cup, and all the other tournaments that we do, this is our way of contributing to esports.
Mr. Akshat, see, यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं वो community का हिस्सा हैं, काफ़ी अलग तरीके से. How has this event been for you? क्या वो electric standalone moments रहेंगे आपके लिए जो इस event को एक success बनाते हैं, इस arena को एक success बनाते हैं, and overall esports को success बनाते हैं?
हमने जब ई स्पोर्ट्स शुरू किया था, मैं लोगों को कहता था कि पहले वाला टूर्नामेंट जो नॉर्डविन का था, हमने पुणे में किया था, उसमें 14 लोग थे, 14 लोग थे, 14 के अंदर से 8 हम लोग थे, 6 गेस्ट आए थे, 6 लोग देखने आए थे और वो बहुत ही कर रहे थे ये क्या अजीबो करीब है। एंड द वंडर ऑफ वंडर्स इज कि अभी आज यहाँ देखते हैं ये पूरा फुल हो गया है, इतनी जगह फुल हो गया है कि मेरी टीम ने मुझे फ़ोन किया कि क्या हम ऊपर वाली जगह खोल दें औरों के लिए। मैंने कहा कि बिल्कुल खोल दो। एंड वो टाइम आ गया है, ये टाइम आ गया है कि फैंडम इतना बढ़ गया है, इतनी सारी टीम्स आ गई हैं, एवरीवन लव्स दिस। सो आई थिंक द लव हैज़ गॉन सो हाई that it is a joy to behold for someone who had started it off 10 years ago.
And just look at it, वो 14 लोग अब कब 1400, 14,000 बन जाते हैं. It just becomes bigger and better. And just to talk about it, iQOO, one of the most successful brands that there is, उनका partnership एक milestone create करता है for BGMI. So Nordwind को, iQOO को ये partnership, ये milestone, ये achieve करने में, how has this vision been so far?
Nordwind does a lot of tournaments. हम यहाँ पे पूरी दुनिया के अंदर काफ़ी काम करते हैं and हमारे काफ़ी पार्टनर आते हैं. But I think निपुण and मैंने कई बार ये mention किया है, you are looking for partners who will go ahead and stitch something for you, who will build something from the grassroots to this. And Nipun just answered right now. अगर आप grassroots से community को build करते हो और community से love build करते हो, उसके ऊपर अपना stack, अपना एक IP खड़ा करते हो और इस zero to hero की story जो बनती है, gives you hope that any one of you who is watching online can go participate in a community tournament, win that community tournament and come here and play. that's the opportunity that comes with someone like a partner like iQOO.
निपुण सर, मैंने अभी अक्षत सर से भी एंड मैं पिछले कुछ दिनों से ये कम्युनिटी बहुत सुन रहा हूँ, iQOO कम्युनिटी. ये iQOO कम्युनिटी है क्या? If you could just shed some light on it, give me a few pointers on this one.
Okay, iQOO community क्या है? I can ask the iQOO community here. iQOO community. Once again, iQOO community. So this is the iQOO community, 3 million plus spread across the country, and it keeps growing.
I mean, the chants speak for themselves, the numbers speak for themselves, and I believe, iQOO becomes the first choice for gamers. But what makes iQOO the best choice for gamers in India?
Very simple. The strongest, the powerful, the most powerful products in the segment, in any segment, comes from iQOO. Today also we see iQOO 13 is what the players are playing on. 144 FPS, the best of the chipset. iQOO is the only phone which has its own proprietary gaming chip called the Q2 chip, which gives you 144 FPS. So things like these, we keep improving, keep innovating, and that is what iQOO gives you. Pure and pure performance and esports.
I'll also say one thing, and then, it's slightly off script. आप लोग जब अपना मैच देख रहे हैं ना अभी इसके अंदर, तो आपने देखा है कि नॉडविन बहुत सारा प्रोडक्शन करता है. This is probably the first tournament where all the camera angles of the players are also shot on iQOO phones. So अगर आप कभी इसके अंदर देखो, all the phones this time, their phones are so good that we can use them for broadcast production now.
I mean, I saw that, and मैं अपने vlogs वगैरह जब बना रहा था तब भी देख रहा था पीछे कैमरा के पीछे वो लाइट लगती है. It has its own vibe. I'm pretty sure. And अक्षत सर, see, इस साल ना बहुत चीज़ें अलग हुई हैं. When we talk about LAN events, हमने वो जो फैन फेवरेट टीम्स होती थी उनके अंदर एक ब्रेक थ्रू देखा. नए नाम हमेशा आगे आते हुए नजर आए. इस टूर्नामेंट में भी नए नाम आगे आते नजर आए हैं. सो ये जो शिफ्ट है इकोसिस्टम का, हाउ इज इट हेल्पिंग द ई स्पोर्ट्स ग्रो एज अ होल?
Look, हमने जब मैं कई बार बोलता हूँ कि जब हमने ई स्पोर्ट्स शुरू किया था, वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट ब्रेक थ्रू मोमेंट्स वॉज ड्रीम हैक. जब पहला हमने ड्रीम हैक किया था मुंबई के अंदर, उस टाइम पे SHUL मिली थी, नमन एंड स्काउट ऑल मेट टुगेदर एंड दे स्टार्टेड प्लेइंग टुगेदर. And we had that first generation which is there. Second generation थी Jonathan की generation. वो सारे के सारे आए. Right now मुझे किसी ने बोला था कि यहाँ पे बड़ी बड़ी वाली सारी टीम नहीं पहुँची इसके अंदर, इसकी वजह से कोई फ़र्क पड़ा. I said नहीं, आप पॉइंट मिस कर रहे हैं. इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम को देखो, विराट, मतलब पहले तेंदुलकर थे, वो रिटायर हुए, उसके बाद विराट थे एंड रोहित है, वो रिटायर हुए, एंड देन नए आ रहे हैं. हमारी शुभमन आए, हमारे सारे नए प्लेयर्स आके इंडिया को बहुत अच्छा खिलाया है. आई थिंक द प्लेयर्स सिटिंग बिहाइंड अस आर द न्यू जनरेशन दैट इज कमिंग इन, एंड दैट इज द पावर ऑफ समथिंग लाइक दिस, राइट? बिकॉज एज न्यूअर एंड न्यूअर प्लेयर्स कम ऑन द मेन स्टेज, they will get the opportunity to shine and be number one, because there always is that thing to be number one.
For sure. ये आखिरी क्वेश्चन आप दोनों के लिए रहेगा. स्टार्ट में आपसे करना चाहूँगा अक्षत सर. जिस तरीके से हमने देख लिया है कि यहाँ पर आपने बताया कि पीछे गेट्स भी खुलने वाले थे, लोग आ रहे हैं, एक अलग नंबर में आ रहे हैं. सो ओवरऑल ई स्पोर्ट्स का कल्चर ग्रो हो रहा है. ये कल्चर, ये मोमेंटम विद नॉडविन, विद iQOO, ये कितना आगे जाते हुए देखते हैं आप लोग?
Look, I think in the short term, सबसे पहली चीज़ क्या होएगी, and this is my hope and ambition. अभी रिसेंटली ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप हुआ था जिसके अंदर iQOO की SHUL खेली. उसके अंदर उन्होंने अपना मतलब टॉप 8 इन EAFC चेस की उनकी टीम बहुत आगे गई. सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ. इंडिया विल ऑलवेज कीप ऑन डूइंग बेटर एंड बेटर, और हम मेडल्स जीतेंगे. Because the next step for India is to win medals at a global stage. Because जिस दिन वो होएगा, हमारा 1983 cricket moment होएगा. और जब वो होएगा, फिर आप कोई, there will be someone who's sitting there and then will be like, ये मेरा बेटा है और ये world champion है. अब वो next step है हमारा.
Mr. Nipun, if you want to add something?
Yes. वो जो champion होगा वो iQOO पे होगा.
No, for sure. जिस तरीके से overall पूरी vibe रही है, I'm enjoying this vibe. And this vibe just looks incredible. I would just say thank you to both of you for the kind words of wisdom. And I know you guys are gonna enjoy the entire tournament now, and we are gonna enjoy the tournament as well. So for now, let's get back to the desk.
What great wise words, man. I mean, this was a big concern since the eliminations began at the end of semi-finals, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, some of the biggest names in the country are not going to be there in the finals. What's going to happen? And this is why we were also excited to see new faces. We are always excited to see new faces because, as it was said on stage, the next step to greatness will always be the next step, will always be achieved by the next face.
I mean, it's always about the fact that there will be those players that will come up that will bring the people back to the love for its game. So that is pretty much happening. We witnessed that in the recently held official event when we had no fan favorite teams. And now even people are getting smarter, right? They're realizing that these teams that are working relentlessly hard, I think they deserve that spotlight. They deserve that moment. As a result, we're seeing a jam-packed arena. And it's just not day 3 where we were full house, right?
Exactly.
Even yesterday, people showed up in numbers where it was raining cats and dogs outside. It was rocky, but still the stadium was still full.
We couldn't make it in time yesterday.
Yeah.
I have seen the same guy show up, I think 2 to 3 hours before the queue gates open up. Every single day he's there. And he's like, I don't want to stand in the queue. I want to go in and get the best seats. That's the love that you guys have shown. So thank you so much for making this an absolute success. But we are still not done. I mean, the journey still continues. We still have more matches to go. And of course, it's the iQOO Neo 10 that has made it all happen. This is how we have gotten this far. And it was mentioned, these are the devices. We keep talking about performance. We keep talking about 144 FPS. These devices are also the player cams that you see on stage. All of that beautiful faces. That's the iQOO Neo 10.
That's the best part also about this phone, right? That there's no one specific best part. Every single thing that's in here is literally on top. Exactly, you can do every single thing that you really want to, just like OG.
Yeah, just like OG, they are doing whatever it takes to win. And of course, the next map, they're going to try and get a chicken dinner on, because you at least want one chicken dinner before you lift the trophy, right? It makes that extra sweet, the moment. But they're going to try and do it on Sanhok as well. Let's see how things turn out.
Yeah.
I think it was the game of Sanhok where OG began their chicken dinner run, right? Day number 1, they secured a chicken. And I don't know if you guys have mentioned it or not, but AKOP is on his way to create history. Already 49 individual finishes. Wow. And at this point, this is a feat that nobody has ever accomplished before in any grand stage land.
Hey man, we were talking about a lot of records, right? More finishes than the total points of team on the 3rd position. They are at 177 or 74, so they can cross 200 with 4 matches left, and an individual accolade added to the mix as well. Are there any records that are left?
I don't think so. I think so. They've got every single thing set up right now in stone. Yeah. Maybe just raise the 20 or rather 200 point mark.
Maybe have all their players inside the top 5 overall bracket.
Hey! Make it happen. I mean, not all 5. They can have 4 players in there. They can't actually
leave S-Power. Give him a spot. Yeah.
Leave S-Power. But let's see how this Sanhok is going to turn out. Is everything going to be accomplished on this map, or are we going to wait for more?
It's going to be interesting. We know who the champion shall be crowned, but now, again, race for the podium is still on with K9 getting a chicken dinner in the previous one. They have opened the floodgates. 8-bit, they are fumbling, they are struggling, but somehow latching onto a thread. Meta Ninjas, has the mental blockade really happened to them, or are they going to fight their demons and keep their 2nd position intact? So many questions, folks, as we traverse through the rainforest, the flight path trajectory, and all these teams have taken the plunge.
This very map has basically been where every single team starts their comeback story. Be it Orangutan with their record feed, be it Meta Ninja yesterday as well, right? This was the very map where they got their first chicken dinner and then followed it up on the map of Erangel right after this for a back-to-back. The first back-to-back on this very land. I'm really hopeful for more teams to try and, bring that up.
Interesting movements happening here. Around Cal, if you take a look, REVENANT X SPARK, they've got a drop collision going on. If we could have a slight glimpse at who they are engaging against, that would be really great.
I see Ronnie.
We do see Ronnie. He's a member of REVENANT X SPARK, so yeah, it's a...
And never mind. I tried everything. The zoom in my specs is just not enough to find which team it is. We'll have to see though, since the circle is already formed on there. That could probably be the first fight happening out there. It's Phoenix yet again. A team that's already all the way on the bottom of the leaderboard right now. They're the ones who are up close and personal. And in the meantime, Poco started to lead the team back up as well. This dude was activated in the group stages. Now back again, this time an aid coming in from Ash. And he is setting his team up for success by at least chipping down the HP of RNTX.
Oh, right. Interesting. At this point, REVENANT X SPARK, Phoenix Esports did not have the best of outing. And just here to make a statement, a last dance for them maybe, as Sarang opens things up. Quick trades coming in from Ash's side. As Shadow from the backlines, he's going to provide that cover fire at least. Owen still bleeding on his knees as Ash. In fact, he's starting to feel himself, but Goten, he comes out of the syllabus, completely gone unchecked and delivering some fatal blows there. Add one more to the tally as NINZA looked lost, and Goten, he's there to pick it all. As Phoenix Esports, by the virtue of just losing out on Owen, they completely take down REVENANT X SPARK.
And it's REVENANT X SPARK who've fallen time and time again, and it could potentially be a few of their last times as well. Phoenix, this fight came a bit too late, but maybe a chance for redemption, and that's exactly what even K9 is trying to do. Still the top three, not really Boston right away, but at least insights, equalizing their score to 8-bit, who were at 1 point fixes in the contention for the top place after the end of day one.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. And at this point, you got to feel bad, right? Especially iQOO dealing with his injury, and then those multiple changes. Insidious did not work out, and really, they have not gotten that great game to follow up. All so far, what we've witnessed from 8-bit has pretty much been S-Power and his heroics. But to take up foes like OG, you have to have all 4 of your players on their absolute best.
Exactly what I wanted to point out as well. I think so. 8-bit eventually put all of their eggs in the basket of S-Power. It paid off on day number 1. But then when everyone else needed to step up, that's when things started to stumble down, when S-Power started getting picked off, or when he was the last man always standing. Those were a bit of problems out there, relying on just one player. And that's why I really love this play of Phoenix, right? They did not rely on one. Yes, Goten got a couple of them on the back of that one flank, and this shorty shot was insane. But look at where rest of the members were spread out as well, perfectly destroying REVENANT X SPARK from 2 different directions.
They look so distraught, right? How could NINZA even let that happen? Is what I'm contemplating on, because he was inside that compound. How could Goten just sneak past through him, go out there and completely dismantle RNTX, including him?
Generation 3 sane, that's all I'll say.
For sure. I mean, that has to be it, right? He does not have his trunks, so we are yet to see that evolution happen. Maybe get a trunks in. We know he's in a different title, or... No, he's not diffused, right?
No, I'm saying they're both fused into that one person.
Not yet.
Yeah, it's Gotenks, yeah.
Yeah, it's Gotenks. Oh my god, scared.
My memory, man.
You need to have your DBZ game up, bro. But now, taking a look at the circle. Alright, so we've got K9 in contention. Who knows, they could squeeze in. They're on the hunt for the 3rd spot. And right now, very much quite still at those western areas. As G4R, yeah, it's been a tournament that they would want to forget. Really not those outings that they would have come thinking of. But Genesis find themselves surprisingly around the center. Wyld Fangs around them, Meta Ninjas around them, and GDR, they're also present, quite stoic around Paradise.
Also got a free drop around them with the Famous in it, if they really want to try for that, but not really going to happen out here. Genesis also had a pretty decent game in the previous one, though, I have to say, right? Seeing them go onto that aggressive end after such a long time of day one. So that was pretty crucial, but this fight is even more crucial for Meta NINZA. If they want to keep their position on that podium, we have already seen a big stumble once from this team. I think so that's happening one more time. If this game slips out of their hand, then it's going to be a very big problem. We've already seen this team perform on the off maps. I was lucky enough to have a chance to talk to Dragon, and I was asking what would you want to do on this one specific day. to try and change the fate of what happened in the history. And he said that we learned a lot from our previous tournament, and we're now going to implement that today. I think so that implementation had been fine for the previous 2 days, but it's this one last day. Game 1, phenomenal. Game 2, dropping the ball. Yes, it kind of repeated the story of yesterday, but it's absolutely fine. Since we're already on the path of repeating the story, maybe repeat the couple of chicken dinners this time around, and that's exactly what this team is looking forward to.
Oh, indeed they are. But for Meta Ninjas, right, I feel like the distance is now so enormous that, yeah, you kind of mentally break down. But this is where you also need to understand that, yeah, maybe the first position is not achievable, but surely the second position is something that they need to hold on to.
Yes.
And as a result of which, play accordingly. So, Wyld Fangs, in the meanwhile, right next to the players of Vasista Esports, Sensei, having snuffed out the threat, spotted out Sahil OP, gets his grenade cooked up. In a while, he's going to toss it up. 2 grenades, 2 follow. Still Sahil OP not taking a massive chunk of damage at least. As Trey scored, he's also itching. Maybe trying to find an angle, find some pixels, and then get that opening and capitalize on it.
Trey Scott has been one of the big spearheads of this team. And he has been kept quiet for the past couple of days, apart from just maybe a map or 2. So they really need him to step up as well, side by side. But again, very passive from Vasista Fixes. I still remember back even during the Carnival gaming days, I would always say that Hector, his IGLing is more of that passive one where he likes to hold his ground rather than aggressing on the other end. And that eventually, you know, I feel at one point you really need to step up on that gas. You really need to take certain fights. There are moments when you have to clear your surroundings regardless of what. Otherwise, there'll be third parties after third parties. I mean, imagine, how many games has it been? Probably 3 continuous games where we have seen stage 9. And that basically sets a narrative, right? That there's so many teams alive in so many of these zones that you have to clear out your surroundings.
I think that's been a problem with not just, you know, this particular team, but with literally everybody. The mindset has been one of the major issues. And I've been cribbing about it a lot. Why aren't we engaging in those early battles? You have that standstill time, utilize it, show some confidence, go engage. Because this is the right time to do that, right? Yeah, maybe release the pressure, get your hands hot, and team still of the same mentality. No, we're going to be defensive, we're going to wait for somebody to attack, and then maybe we will respond, be more reactive instead of proactiveness. Should have been shown, but now 8-Bit well aware of the threat right next to them. It's going to be Thunder who pokes the bear. Raiden, he's taken a little bit of damage, but not enough to put him out of commission.
At this point, 8-Bit does not really seem like the polar bears that they really were, but rather just some domesticated bears who have forgotten how to bite and how to fight. We've seen many times how this team really never shies away from either of those engagements. That this is probably the first time we are seeing them run back. And I think so this is still a very mature decision, considering you're really out in the blue and you don't really want to take this fight. You still have your position to hold out there, 3rd place right now. Maybe 1 game or 2 games and you'd eventually rise up even forward in that leaderboard and maybe take away the position of Meta Ninjas.
Yeah, at this point, of course, but, you know, I feel like they've got bigger concerns, right? They have to save their 3rd position at least. And with K9 equalizing the numbers, they're both sitting at 102 tied up. So for 8-Bit, a very important game nonetheless. A chicken dinner is something that Somraj wants, and he's got to figure out ways of delivering that for his team and for his fans. Because coming into this tournament, 8-Bit, they were the hot favorites, right? The final missing piece, S-Power, he was back into the roster. Everything looked dandy, everything looked good. Till those unforeseen circumstances occurred. Aquanox dealing with an injury, Insidious not getting enough time to gel up with the squad. And Team 8-Bit had been bleeding internally. to the point where now the wounds are in front of the world and they've got no bandages to patch it up with.
And, you know, at this point, you're looking at the glass that is eventually being half emptied, but I'm still looking at the glass that's half full, and the fact that even with a player injury, even with the fifth man not having enough time to gel up with the team, even after placing all their eggs in one basket, they are still in top 3. And that is the thing that sets apart Somraj as an IGL of the team himself. That regardless of certain times when there have been mechanical diffs, they still have got so solid positioning where they're able to manage to get some scraps as well. They've got some massive impactful chicken dinners all the way back on day number 1 itself right now. And even today, they're still pulling themselves back up.
I mean, you know, I get your point, but again, for 8-bit fans and for what Somraj has accomplished, I think nothing short of the trophy would suffice. And take nothing away from the fact that, yeah, they're still playing well. But, you know, Somraj does not come to events to be merely on the podium, but we'll talk about it more. We've got a fight in front of us. Team Phoenix just recently wiping out REVENANT X SPARK. Chandan, as he thwarts a grenade, still not enough as this ran opposite to him. Goten, he refused to dive for a moment, but Chandan, being extra agile, makes quick work of him as even Hitman follows up. And Team Phoenix, they're running out of options as G4R are all over the place. Phoenix Esports have got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And seems like Ash, he's going to take that survival duty into account.
Very disconnected out here, Phoenix, though, because that's very unconventional of them. Being split so far apart as well, not really clearing their surroundings. Gods for reason, just finding themselves in the best possible position. And Chandan with that last stand was an absolute beauty. But right now, Vasista Esports out here being even more beautiful. Imagine the time when they decide to step up is the time when K9 needs those points the most. Hector able to take down one instantly. Fighting against the team who's being led by the player who was leading him at one time. And taking the baton away. Answering back, returning it back. This seems more like personal at this point, Fixes.
Oh, indeed it does. Losing out on Slug, not really helping their cause for K9. They need to understand they cannot let Vasista Esports take over with Bees falling down. Situations are looking quite dire for them. Ninja Boy needs to manifest his MVP performance in an official LAN and needs to step it up it a notch as Ninja Boy. He's got himself administered with that first aid and now goes for the swing but misses as K9 collapses as everything resting on Omega's shoulders. The Sile OP, he's going to carry his IGL. We don't see that quite often with Hector, but considering how his performance has been in this tournament, he's going to take that.
Been happening since 3 days now. But it's absolutely fine. They're still...
No. I mean, that doesn't really settle there. Vasista is still at the 15th position. I don't see a world where his teammates are even carrying each other.
I agree. They're all just bleeding out together at this point is what they'll have to suffice with right now. The only team below them is Phoenix Esports right now. And Wyld Fangs are the ones who are above them. Some out here from Cincinnati kids. Yee-hawing his way all the way up. He's found him in a very good position, to be honest now. He can try and cut out the rotations of Wyld Fangs, and he can also see Fierce rotating all the way up far forward from his team.
All right. I mean, at this point, Wyld Fangs, they're playing as if they've got nothing to lose, and I like that. I like that, Wyld Fangs, but hold on.
Mafia?
Sensei just gets taken down to the circle? What? And yeah, a pro falling down. Thunder, the only surviving member, 8-bit, will happily say thank you and move on. An extra finish for them, especially with K9 falling apart. 8-bit now has a chance to build up on the lead, even with a chicken dinner. Who knows, they might close in on Meta Ninjas.
He's trying to survive out here, Omega, but on the other side, you know, the fact that a couple of players fell off the side of Wyld Fangs in that blue, one of the big reasons for that was, again, Some and his boys. They cut off the entire rotation. It was only Fierce who eventually went in. Now guess what? He's up against Omega. It's going to be down to that 1v1, and the one who survives this will get a few extra points for his team. Wyld Fang not really in the contention of top 3, but still can try and enter the top 5. Maybe can try and breach the triple digits. Not in this game though, but probably the one after that.
Yeah, it's going to be an arduous task. Please for Omega and Co. As of now, Team 8-Bit still around the edges of the circle. They have to traverse inside the zone. It's going to be far from their home as G4R certainly stepping up, pedal to the metal as Hitman is making quick work of True Rippers. One after the other, annihilated. Of course, assistance comes in from the players of Reckoning. But whatever the case is, True Rippers, they are falling down. They're also bleeding.
Entirely bled out as well at this point. Just touching the triple digits and then falling entirely out there. But another team that's been standing strong since the previous one is God's Reign as they still survive. Gravity taken down as Zap follows the same footsteps. Instantly Neo clutching up like the god he is. I still remember the 1v4 on the map of Erangel and different roster, and this man is showcasing the same signs, taking one more as Hunter is hunted. God's Reign with just 2, Neo and Justin, they survive.
Oh my god, 8-Bit getting dealt with. Not enough points. What are G4R cooking? Of course, their vehicle sabotage. They had nowhere to run. They had to walk inside the circle, and the gatekeepers were present as Meta Ninzas. They know K9 in a world of trouble, 8-Bit exterminated from the game. This is it, right? They need to at least cross 135 in this one.
They're definitely going to do that. Only 3 teams happening out here who have eventually got a big chance out, and one of them is Meta Ninzas. The other one is OG, as AK is still racking up more finishes than the entire points of certain teams. This dude single-handedly is manhandling everyone as they try to take the fight with God for Reason themselves, who've got 6 finishes and matched by OG, 6 for themselves, and 180 freaking points reached already. Meta Ninzas, they were trailing pretty close, 39 when the day started, and that tally has been increasing.
OG, 6 finishes accumulated already, and they know, right? It's their race against themselves. They're walking in their own different league.
Yeah.
Just 20 points shy to that 200. They've already created records. They have broken records. It's all about a personal feat for them at this point. Absolutely exuding with confidence, and look at the slamming going on the players of Meta Ninzas, but Poco ever so vigilant. He's going to respond back as even AKOP falls, leaving WizGod and Aru with a big responsibility to take down the competition as Meta Ninzas panic even in their department. WizGod can actually save his teammates. He needs to come in time. He needs to smoke it off, but no, WizGod just shutting the doors down. Aru for the cover. And let's see what's happening next.
Fierce has actually got a flank angle from the left side. He can eventually ruin the game of OG right now. That one player surviving. But Aru still trying to nade out the room as well. Clearing the front lines for his team as even Meta Ninza, they're now deciding to give the revival first. Fierce is moving a bit more close. They can ruin the game, but Aru still stands strong in that one closed room. Still a couple of players and discipline coming in. OG, this is the reason why they're in a different league now. Rendezvousing with all the members as they try to take the fight together, but they still fall one after the other, and it's Fierce to ruin the day.
Oh my god, still 7 finishes out of this game, but courtesy to Reckoning and Meta Ninzas, OG did not live to tell the tale in this one. As for Meta Ninzas, survive with just Poco, and seems like they've also been dealt with.
Yeah.
Not a great game, but still enough to at least hold on, keep their heads above the water for that second spot. But G4R have come out of the syllabus, and Reckoning a little too late for their survival points. Of course, we'll get those positions. of course, will get those finishes.
Wow.
But is it enough to contest for the podium?
Even if it's not enough for the podium, at least they can try for the top 8, if not the top 5. And I love the rotation from Chandan, occupying the circle so very quickly, no hard covers out whatsoever, and a bombardment of nades. It's a fire showdown. The world being blasted. Fireballs being thrown out there, but at least the floor is not lava.
Yeah, that's definitely there. So not lava yet, but Hitman, he's got a contract on Viper, on Reckoning, Flock on the flank angle. Hitman, he just has that one grenade and a Molotov to follow up. I'm wondering why is he not lobbing it at Viper's way? Surely should be anticipating that a little ahead, and Viper might just play around the edges as Soham. He joins Hitman as Flock, mustering some confidence, goes diving in, gets that beautiful knock on Soham. But the trade, ever so brilliant, comes in from Chandan's side as Hitman. Now he's got all his target, all the eggs in one basket, and all he needs to do is get the final nail in the coffin, and he does it with style. Contract completed, and G4R, they also get a chicken dinner for themselves. Another reason to rejoice.
Hey, the silent assassin ain't so silent anymore. The jump shot in the end to close it all, and the chicken dinner secured. What a brilliant way to get it done. Almost slipped out, to be honest, but hey man, let's talk about Reckoning Esports for a second, because how unfortunate do you have to be that you miss out on the chicken twice in a row?
At this point, I just really feel that over towards the end, it came down to that one big decision making from Chandan, occupying the circle and cutting off the entire path for Reckoning's rotation.
Yeah.
So yes, ball dropped a couple of times, but at least we are seeing the consistency from them.
I mean, it could be multitude of things, but as you said, we are seeing them being consistent, but it's a little too late. The train has already left the station.
Yeah, we just saw the players of OG still discussing what they could have done better. I mean, if I were OG right now, I should be discussing what should we do when we win, what will be our victory speech be like.
What pose are we going to strike?
Yeah, because they had their chef's hat on day one, and I want to see how they bow out. We've already given our chef's kisses, but then again, right, Johnny?
Yeah.
Still, this is the signs of a champion lineup, right?
Yeah.
Still discussing the mistakes, still discussing on how to get better.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, there's a couple of things, right? As you mentioned, the chef's hat. OG has had history, not just in terms of missing out on wins, not winning trophies, but in terms of having the coolest entrances and the coolest moments and the coolest props inside of Indian esports. Will you remember those swag glasses that they used to have? I want everything to be brought back. I want everything. The chef hat, the swag glasses, the plushie that's there, all of it together, because, I mean, this is going to be something else. And at this point, I think OG was discussing how do we cross 200.
Highly possible. I'm also thinking that maybe they were also discussing how to give more frags to AKOP so that that one record becomes unbreakable, you know, the best in the segment.
Yeah, could happen as well. But talking about the best in the segment, we have the iQOO Neo 10, ladies and gentlemen. It's the best in the segment device. Comes with an outstanding processor and, of course, the 144 FPS gaming experience that we keep talking about. You can go on to Google, search for the iQOO Neo 10, and you can stand a chance to win one of these amazing devices for yourselves. All you have to do is go on to Google, search for the device, and of course, fill out a form, answer a few simple questions. And we have mentioned this before, it's not just gaming performance that this device is known for, that is praiseworthy. It's the battery life. 7,000 mAh battery, 120 watt charger that it comes with is going to make sure that you're juiced up. The camera quality is so amazing that it's being used to produce the broadcast right now. The stage cams that we saw just a few moments ago, again, they are being brought to you via the iQOO Neo 10. But one thing we're going to move forward is towards the MVP. It's going to be Chandan OP, 5 finishes, 50% finish contribution, 9% map impact. And of course, we talk about impact. Ladies and gentlemen, you hear the crowd roar in the background. Of course, we've been asking you to show up. We've been asking you to be present with us right here in Noida Indoor Stadium when history is made. And of course, you're missing out on something. I'm not going to tell you what. You're going to see it on the camera, hopefully in the next few moments. There it is. the man himself shows up today with the rest of his squad in tandem. Joker, Snacks, both of them are here.
Wow, this is iconic, right? They have defined the barriers of brotherhood. And yeah, the Marfa poses, I'm pretty sure they will have everybody on their toes in a little while. And stars of the match, all right, Chandan, we've got Wizcord, Hitman, yeah, we've seen enough. But Chandan, props to him, 5 finishes, finally get some limelight there.
Yeah, I mean, finally some limelight for not just him, his team as well. Gods for a reason. We're not looking like gods, and we were asking for a reason. Why so? But anyways, Wizgod is there, best companion you mentioned. Hitman, finisher, last finish secured, in style as well.
I mean, at this point, can you really keep OG out of anywhere?
No.
They always show up, right? Regardless of what the result of the match has been, who has got the chicken dinner, who's constantly getting those revives, who's been making those nice plays or rotations. It's always OG. They always find themselves. I wanted to mention to Fixes as well, right, when the game was going on. The circle, yes, everything's chaotic, everyone's fighting here, there, right? There was one team who was right in the smack center again, and that were the Apes.
Also, when we keep talking about the Apes, we have to talk about Meta NINZA as well, because this is a team that has stood up to the challenge, well, kind of. They started off on a slower note, and I think that slow start is the reason they are still slacking behind. But these young athletes, brilliantly done. They are taking on the toughest challenge yet, going up against a team that is miles ahead in terms of points, and yet they are not shying away from the fight. They are, in fact, winning a few of those fights. This was a showdown because it happened on Erangel at the start of the day, and now it happened in Sanhok as well.
It's the best thing, right?
Fixes, why have you gone silent all of a sudden?
I'm pretty sure he's just zoned in and he's trying to figure out.
What do you want to say?
Cook.
Truth be told, I'm feeling very, very, very hot.
Yeah.
Because, you know, with all the creators coming in, they've raised the temperatures high, and we are literally sweating.
Both those dudes are pretty attractive men.
Yeah.
So you can feel the heat rising.
A little bit of jealousy there.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, we can never compete with that. We aren't tall enough. We don't go to the gym, you and I.
I go to the gym, but I balance it by eating a lot. But yeah.
Balance. Perfectly balanced, making happen.
That is not balance. That is something else. What we are mentioning about, an insider joke, if you guys are thinking about what we're talking about. But yeah, no, you guys have been pretty much about how good OG has been, right? I think welcome to the bandwagon. We have been supporting them. We know there was their tournament. And this is not something that I'm really surprised with. This is just another OG performance.
Yeah.
But the real masala light with Meta NINZA still holding on strong to their second spot. And then we've got the likes of K9 had a good chance to garner enough points. Omega still did that. I think they might have actually toppled over 8-bit because 8-bit just got 2 points out of this one.
I was just about to come towards that, Fixes, because it seems like the pressure, we spoke about this, we've been talking about this since game 1 came to an end, that 8-bit are crumbling under pressure.
It just feels like now all the eggs are breaking one after the other, or rather not one after the other. Every single egg is breaking at the very same time, because Espavo was the man who was constantly performing, a lot of pressure onto his shoulders as well. Back on the day 1 itself, he gave, if not one of the greatest clutch of this very LAN. And even after that kind of performance, 8-bit, they had the chance to topple over OG, but they eventually lost it on day 2 when they lost that momentum, and they have not regained it yet.
183 points compared to 134. Everyone else just trying their level best to catch up. 17 points shy of 200. Fixes, 3 matches to go, 17 points.
Yeah, they might secure it in the very next one, if I'm not gonna lie, because yeah, for OG, what is left, right? They're just playing for personal accolades, so that's them.
And all right, we'll give this one to Necro. He was the one believing in K9 for a long time. Since day 1, he was saying like, all right, K9 is gonna perform. At least they find themselves on the podium.
Brother, he was a believer in Infinix Esports.
Ouch.
Yeah. Certainly a reason why he's not taken seriously sometimes.
My dude is being bullied out here when he's just right outside the camera angle as well. But yes, that's the one big thing, right? Even we all thought maybe Phoenix Esports, at least on the paper, were looking so very solid. But as soon as they hopped on the LAN, it just seemed like maybe the pressure got them, or maybe every single thing falling on their shoulders at the very same time. Every single one of them on the struggling end.
I mean, they were. Let me do one thing. Let's see if my producer is going to scold me for this. Yeah. I'm OG now.
It's on the other side.
Are you going to go down and call yourself Phoenix Esports?
Yeah, I was just trying to just completely go down. Or maybe somewhere in the middle, I could have been REVENANT X SPARK and he could have just gone down. And then we would have had that perfect angle.
What are we trying to accomplish here? I think, yeah, OG, rest of the leaderboard, you can be Meta NINZA then. I guess we'll call him K9 Esports.
Yeah, fair. I'm fair. I'm happy with that.
After OG, Meta NINZA is my second favorite team, so yeah.
All right. Sure. I mean, they are incredible, but let's see what they can accomplish, because now it is about establishing yourself. It's about setting up a name for the future. But 3 more matches left on the last day of the Grand Finals, and things are just getting heated up, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to tune in or stay tuned in. We're going to take a very short break.
The absolute lore accurate performance of the Ape continues, ladies and gentlemen, as these four gorillas are toppling over 15 of the other teams out there. Welcome back. You're watching the iQuest On and On Battleground series, and this time, Fixes, Necro. This seems that OG are on a very different quest to try and claim some new records.
Yeah, it's pretty much been set already. 200 points is what they're aiming for, and by the way they're progressing, they'll easily get there.
Of course, it's not even a question, right? They've still got 3 more games
You
to
don't
go.
get to say that. Are you a believer now?
All right, you know what? They're not going to do it then. How about that?
So lame, Necro. Come on.
Oh my
Just
God.
say that. I finally am a believer in
Yes,
OG.
I am a believer. It is going to
Now
happen,
you're
no
my
matter
man.
what.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way anyone else is going to be able to steal that away. Let's be honest. If you're in your right senses, you would know it's impossible to take that trophy away now.
So
The
were
lead
you
is too massive.
intoxicated the first 2 days?
Absolutely not, but I was just trying to be a believer in the other teams, saying that maybe they can't stand a chance. And as I mentioned, even today, the first 3 games were extremely important, but OG did not fumble. So that means the trophy is theirs.
Such a beautiful couple we have here, ladies and gentlemen, and I know they would want to complete their lovers' quarrel in the game itself, as we will move back onto the map of Erangel, exactly where things are going to start for the last half of this entire land. Let's bring the heat on up as the plane moves in the sky.
Exactly, the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Georgia Pool towards the opposite side, which will be Milton Power. And this plane flat path a little bit away from the southern side of the map, but it's completely fine. Maybe it's time to come up with a completely different drop location, Destro.
He has to, because right now what I feel like, we've seen this in the past, Necro, to be honest, at least for GDR. They tend to drop around those junction areas, just right next to the containers, and then traverse around. But we've seen some early signs of collisions around that Georgie City, especially that southern Georgie City. Yesterday, in fact, the first game of Erangel, we had G4R, Reckoning. So even Genesis was caught in the mix. So they have to be a little watchful. And seems like Reckoning, they're heading their own ways. And GDR, surprisingly enough, have actually changed. They've gone to Zarki.
Yeah. Few players moving towards Rozhok vicinity as well, and that's where OG likes to go. K9, as usual, going to move in towards Severny. Godsreen this time as well, as you mentioned. Going towards Zarki. It's not the first time Godsreen's going over there, but it is a secondary drop location Godsreen's came up with, because I'm pretty sure in the past couple of tournaments, Godsreen's realized that the plane flat path is not going to favor that drop location every single time.
No, I think they were still around the junction areas, but ever since the new zones were implemented, they realized that dropping down at Zarki might be more fruitful, and I think Destro might be really pleased with his decision, because now they've got a nice control over the zone as Orangutan around Rozhok. But, you know, we still have some competition left, right? We still are searching for our second and third position teams, and Meta Ninjas will have a nice lead, but the third spot, Necro, that's on fire.
That's for sure. Extremely close. It can be anyone. It can be K9 Esports, can be 8-Bit. It's still a major question mark who might just be the one to steal that away. In my opinion, 8-Bit should start performing now, at least fight for the pride. With the way they've been playing in the past couple of days, it's not the 8-Bit that we all want to see. 8-Bit, they have set up major bars in the previous official tournaments, and now dropping down like this, it does not give you a good look. And looking at the zone too, 8-Bit, they might not struggle too much to actually get inside of the circle, since they've dropped in towards Pachitki. That's where they like to drop every single time. Making it inside of the circle in a decent spot should be easy for 8-Bit.
But look at Cincinnati kids. They're still not dropped down, whilst GDR has already started rotating around. So Cincinnati kids, yeah, this tournament has been nothing but a bummer for them. At least they got their followers up. The only takeaway, especially with Juicy and Sensei on that banter. Yeah, we all loved it while it lasted. But yes, Wyld Fangs still had a better routing in comparison to Cincinnati kids. Just 54 points.
Yeah, I mean, they knew how to have better routing, but recently even they've lost it. Look at them on the 10th spot. Wyld Fangs was doing much better on the day one. Slowly and steadily fizzling out. Average not there, consistency not there. Generally speaking, it's time for Sensei to do something, man. because it's been a while since his performance has been lost with his teammates. Wyld Fangs, there are a few bursts of energy, there are a few bursts of good performances, but a burst is not enough. Consistency is, and OG is currently the burning torch of it.
At this point, for Wyld Fangs, I really felt that this squad is promising. This squad can do better, especially after Scout's departure and then the addition of Fierce, Seth getting back into form. But Ray Scott, honestly, individually, not really pleased with how he's shown up on the LAN stage. It's been quite some time that he's graced the arena, and when he does, I really expected him to explode. So much hype around this player, and he's got it. He's very dedicated, quite disciplined. But I don't know what went wrong. Wyld Fangs still has a chance to maybe contest for the 4th or the 5th position. Could even go for a bigger stretch. But Reckoning, they are also, not really having the performance of their lives, but still in the race, Necro. One chicken dinner, and you never know, they might just touch the podium.
Just when you'd expect an aggressive game, everyone's playing it calm and composed. Now is not the time, boys. It's time to go aggressive. Take it up close and personal, face it up front. The gods for reason. Yeah, the chicken dinner was quite delicious. Rookies on the block, definitely making the floor rock. OG towards Razak, even they're going to be on the move. And OG's rotations, positioning has been immaculate.
That always has been. It feels like even if their plan A fails, they've got plan B's, right till plan K. They've got so much going on and absolute domination. Whilst K9 still around the center, GDR in the race, even Reckoning, 8-bit, everybody making this soup quite spicy. Vasista Esports, yeah, they failed to show up, and I had a quick chat even with the owner, even with their IGL, and both of them were certainly not pleased with how Fury stepped up on the LAN. Did not kind of look lost. They were relying heavily on him, and now at the point they have kind of subbed him off, gotten Sile OP to play, but seems like, Necro, it's a little too late.
Yeah, there's a few issues going on internally. They need to get those sorted. But generally speaking, letting those issues affect your mindset in such a way where you're just lacking off on the performance, that's not the way. Controlling your emotions, controlling your nerves in the LAN finals, that is something you need to do, and a skill that you need to develop. But the iQOO Neo 10 is something that's going to help you with your skills quite a bit. That 144 FPS is going to help you game as smooth as possible. But back towards the game once again. LIKITHA Esports, another team filled with a lot of rookies, and they've been trying their best to get the magic done.
For LIKITHA Esports, I'm actually pretty pleased, especially this OnePlus Smoker. He's been drawing a lot of eyeballs. He's been gracing the LAN arena. We saw them the first 2 games, quite consistent. And Smoker having displayed his individual prowess in that one. LIKITHA Esports, the boys are quite dedicated. And of course, Vasista and LIKITHA go side by side, and we've seen how much they have improved over the time, and the graph certainly going up, and now at the 9th position currently. And bear in mind, Necro, if they get a chicken dinner, one more chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure they could also contest for the 3rd spot.
Without a doubt they could. Easily. LIKITHA Esports. Looking at them and the boys. Still just constantly roaming around that same spot. A massive cluster of team now starting to farm towards that centric part. Team Forever Cincinnati Kids are the only teams that haven't really taken the initiative to be there in that centric vicinity. At least Team Forever's close enough, but CK's way too far back. It's going to take a long stretch and a lot of time, and they will also need to pack up on a few more extra meds to tank that damage.
At this point, it's kind of that silence. It's a tension building up, right? We know the champions, they're yet to be crowned. We know who it is going to be. But the 2nd and the 3rd space spot, in fact, that's still up for grabs. Could be anybody's game. GDR rotating around. from the northwestern side. They have found some area to lay down, maybe hung around those shooting range bunkers. As they have to be watchful because they might find a lost Poco. I'm pretty sure they're aware where he is.
With the way the zone's shaping out, Wyld Fangs, all the players slowly and steadily shifting towards that northern side. Big chance we might just see a fight erupting soon. Massive wave of vehicles once again taking a move at the same time. NINZA trying to play passive, but this is one of the main reasons why they've been struggling throughout the entire day. The start was great, but the follow-up, it was not that.
Poco's still pretty lull at this moment. Not a lot happening. LIKITHA Esports, they're traversing around. Everybody just hoping that the circle goes towards the northern side. Wyld Fangs, that's an outrageous rotation, but finally some gunshots being taken through Rippers. Of course, have secured a knock onto its Max, and now Hydro is going to get the better out of Max. Of course, Reckoning losing one more player. But for true Rippers, let's see what they can cook, Necro, because currently at the 5th position, very, very close to K9, who are at 107.
True that. Genesis Esports next to OG. Once again for OG to do some sort of damage against Genesis. This is going to ask for a lot. OG's going to try to play tucked, avoid as many fights as possible. Once again, that's going to be the game strat. Squeezes as many points as possible. That's what they're probably going to try to do. And OG themselves just want to cross that 200 points marker. At least that's what it feels like.
Yeah, of course. That's the idea, right? Touch 200 first, and then just wait and watch where fate leads you. Because they, to be honest, Necro, I really felt like OG did majority of the heavy work in day one, right?
Of course.
That's where they pretty much had won the tournament, and day number 2 was just about holding on, and still, that's such a nice outing. But now, they can just enjoy the fruits of their labor, and maybe spread carnage across the lobby, maybe, you know, tip the scales or decide who's gonna reign supreme in the 2nd and 3rd. Imagine OG just charging in on K9, or maybe taking down Meta Ninjas or 8-bit. The floor is open. All they gotta do is pick and choose.
Such a passive game. That too the 4th game of the day, by the way.
Yeah.
And that too the final day. You do not really expect such a passive game. I expect the teams to go all guns blazing. And maybe now Wyld Fangs will. There we go. The first snack already found, but instead it's the Meta Ninjas who've done that. Wyld Fangs is walled in nearby territory. They need to be a little bit careful. REVENANT X SPARK, they're also facing off against the players of K9 Esports. There's 4 teams in this turf, including REVENANT X SPARK themselves, but Beast gets knocked out. Ronnie has already kick-started things, but Ronnie himself is taken down extremely low, and in the end, the man gets wrapped up in flames. K9 Esports, way to stop that aggression from it. REVENANT X SPARK, but K9, they need to watch out for the players of Meta Ninjas and even Wyld Fangs.
Yeah, they need to recuperate at this point. Need to get their HP bars up. Of course, they have survived the huddle from REVENANT X SPARK. Still 2 players standing though, but iQOO taking down Aquanox. That's some major movements being made over there. Interesting developments as Seth and Fierce did gather some courage. Wanted to push in on a rather wounded K9, but Fierce did get shot from elsewhere. As a result of that, a little bit of reluctancy on show. As even Meta Ninjas, they're suffering, Necro. 2 players already done and dusted.
K9, threat still around their head. OG popping off in the elimination feed, taking down their rivals 8-bit. The fight's elongating, and OG is dominating the floor as 8-bit shattered. What happened over here? There is 1 man knocked out from OG as well, but the damage that they've done to the players of 8-bit, it's quite significant and unmatched.
Indeed.
8-bit, they're not going to stand a chance. As power confirmed, Raiden the only man, the only glimmer of hope standing, but not anymore. 8-bit, evacuated, extinguished from this game.
Oh my god, oh my days, what has happened to 8-bit? Never seen them so desperate, never seen them so struggling. The final day, but gods for reason. Sarwar is surrounded by foes from every possible direction, but gods for reason. Still alive, still in this. As now Soham trying his level best to get that rest back up. And he certainly shall succeed. Chandan, third stage, will patch himself up. No reason to worry whatsoever. But Hitman, he's got his eyes pinned at Oasis.
Oh, look at this. Team Forever, though. Spotting out the players of True Rippers, but Team Forever themselves are extremely hurt, and True Rippers on the opposite side of the spectrum. They've definitely got the man number to actually go for the fight against Team Forever. Mafia is tossing out the utilities, and this one's going to be on the mark. Hirsch, he might just meet the maker soon. It will be confirmed if Mafia does push up, and that's what exactly the man's doing. Hirsch wants to back away to safety, but now the safety is non-existent for the man, as his life gets stolen, and the point gets taken by Team Forever. Even they've lost out on Oasis. Team Forever, game slipping outside of their hands. Position, price pool as well, slipping outside of their hands. Team Forever on the 11th spot, giving it all they've got.
For Team Forever, we also knew Necro. Day number 1 was phenomenal. They had it all set up. But day number 2, really, those small mistakes hurting them. And now, seems like there's not a lot left to salvage. With even Oasis going out of commission. So difficult for the 2 surviving players. But for Meta NINZA, still have their hopes up. But they need to at least out-survive the players of K9, right? You cannot let K9 have a chicken dinner in this. If they get a chicken dinner, we know K9 goes for those big plays. Yeah, could really close in the gap, and Meta NINZA's the second position might be under severe threat.
True that. Genesis, there we go. XOXO shut down. Cincinnati kids finally making their breach inside of the zone. LIKITHA Esports on the receiving side of the spectrum. LIKITHA wants to fire back. They want to shut down CK. Any possibilities of them getting taken down. But with that, Starboy gets third party from a completely different angle. Juicy as well gets the confirmation. Solid stuff from CK. Magic is too exposed to a lot of threat. The man's vulnerable, but still the AKM clicks. But that's all the man's going to find. It's just a knock.
Oh my god, that was some nice movement being made there. As Cincinnati kids, this was much needed. At least for themselves, at least for their fans who were hoping that they do better in this LAN. Especially after the strong claims made by Juicy that yes, he's got a best team and he's got a team that can win. And now Cincinnati kids very much at the 14th spot, but still breathing and alive in this game.
Yeah, Phoenix though, it's time to charge. It's too late to wake up. It's too late to lead the pack. But Phoenix Esports, for some reason, it feels like Phoenix still is in the delusion that they've got a chance to actually win the trophy.
I mean, at least could try. That's the idea. And yeah, why not? Just at 33 points, they need 150 more.
True.
Is it mathematically possible?
What, like, if you think about it, 3 games, right? If they get 30 bomber in the 3 games, that's 90 points.
Yeah, they need 150 plus, Necro.
I mean, yeah. They would need to wipe out half of the lobby right now.
Actually, it's possible. Mathematically, it's still possible.
Yeah, but humanly, it's impossible.
I think it's still possible. Humanly also possible.
Yeah,
but,
unless you're playing in normal classic lobbies, then yes, fixes. It's possible.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? They might actually do that. But for Meta NINZAs, Beard Baba, Dragon, they're really feeling the tension, feeling all that heat. As Cincinnati kids might close in any given moment. At this point, Dragon, he's going to take those shots. He's got a 4 times on an AKM with a suppressor.
Yeah,
that's
quite
an interesting combo, and he somehow still made it work. But look at this, REVENANT X SPARK. They were prepared. They injured the players of Cincinnati Kids, but wasn't enough to take them out of the server. As REVENANT X SPARK, they've bowed out at the 13th spot. But look at who's on the horizon, the Apes.
REVENANT X SPARK as if they never existed. OG above, they've got the high ground. 4 points accumulated so far. OG probably wants to get 10 in this one as well. That's the average OG's been moving throughout this entire tournament with. Actually more than that if you think about it. But yeah, OG's been on a completely different level. Beasts, absolute beasts. But Vasista Esports, 2 men standing, technically prone, fighting for their life, begging for mercy. But Godsreen is someone that can taste the money, at least wants to be in the podium, at least in the top 3. And Godsreen now spawning out the players of OG. Neo taking those shots, no connections found yet. Athanki is doing a great job in conveying that information. Intel's one of the most important and vital keys of this game. NINZA pushing him close and personal against the players of K9 Esports. K9, they've only got 3 men standing. NINZA, they've only got 2. If K9 wants, they can single-handedly win this fight, but what was that nade? Beer Baba finds a crucial knock against Ninja Boy, and now the fight's taken down to a 2v2. Slug's taken down low as well. NINZA, they're going to start to make the push. The Ninjas are not going to back down anytime soon. Slug is inside of the smoke, but even Slug's going to meet the makers. What a way to bum rush, and what a way to shut down your foes, not even breaking a single sweat. You've only got Omega from K9, but I highly doubt this man can fight anymore. He's got no teammates, no friends in this game anymore. One solo man on a mission. K9 slowly and steadily the game slipping away from their hands, and maybe the podium finish as well. NINZA working in tandem, 2 boys with maximum coordination, communication at its peak. Omega in the smokes, keeping himself shrouded. Fingers crossed, hoping that his position's not going to be revealed, but a well-placed nade's going to find a knock against the man of NINZA. Dragon OP down, the IGL, the big brain's not in the game anymore. Beer Baba, time to lead the pack, time to take the torch, and maybe save the day for this banner. NINZA, they've already done a lot. They just need the cherry on top of the cake. This fight will be it, but no, another nade, and that's going to be the nail in the coffee against the players of NINZA.
Oh, it's going to get so much more interesting. Look at Omega, still breathing. He's got his brother outside of the game, Juicy, right behind him. And K9 still holding on to that 3rd spot with GDR still in commission. Vitiru Ripper still in the game. 3rd spot is up for grabs. At this point, Genesis, 4 finishes secured already. And now seems like they've gotten the wins of where Phoenix Esports are. Will reposition them as so many teams around that eastern side. Let's see what happens.
Genesis, 4 eliminations accumulated. Scary Jot, there's no way this man's going to be surviving the wrath of Godsreen. Utilities, nades, everything tossed against him. Scary. The man's chipped up extremely low, and there we go. The final scrape is there too. Omega still keeping himself shrouded inside of the smokes. He did not even get the replenishments. So Omega literally has to work with whatever he's got in his hands right now, and he does have that smoke grenade launcher. What can Omega do? That's the main question in that scenario. But OG moving in tandem like a pack. The Apes swinging across the lands of Erangel, looking to conquer another map in their hands, and Athanki, he does get shut down. That's going to suppress the intentions of OG, at least for now.
Oh, it certainly will be, but here we are, a different fight. Phoenix and Genesis Goten. He's got his grenades cooked up. Will go for the deployment, but Zap, he comes in out of nowhere. Goes for the swings as grenades after grenades, getting trades on both the ends. Jatin and Owain, such responsibilities as they succeed. Hunters gets dealt with, the gravity. He is just behind the rock with Jatin bleeding profusely as Zap comes in for the cleanup. Genesis, they find a big fight And even now, they are currently seating at 99. So much drama, so much cinema awaits us.
Oh, well tossed nade can actually find the confirmation. Oh, what am I watching? Even True Rippers, they step in the playing field. God's Rain getting picked up from two different directions. Another nade tossed out. Confirmation done, and God's Rain, they evaporate into thin air. Another big battering goal by OG. Not even breaking a sweat, making it look extremely easy. What is OG up to? How are they so good? Cincinnati Kids from the back, 7 eliminations. Looking to shut down the intentions with their sharp minds. Cincinnati Kids, they want to thread the needle, and there we go. They finally have. I think he's down. OG, they're starting to hurt. They're starting to bleed. And Cincinnati Kids, they can feel this fight.
Yeah, and still, even after that, the 9 finishes strong. That is how good OG has been throughout this entire tournament. At least in the grand finals. One-sided domination, and look at them still refusing to bow out. iQOO, he's a man on a mission. I'm pretty sure he individually has more finishes than a lot of teams inside the lobby, and this time also 4 to the tally, hoping to get his 5th maybe. And there you have his brother driving alongside him. Does not matter if bullets are fired. iQOO showing no signs of restraint. Now he goes pushing in, gushing through Some. He's scared to death as even Juicy trembles, but Ataki, he'll still strike, he'll still deliver. As Skips and Zeref, they are trembling with fear as OG, as the Apes, maybe on the cusp of wiping out Skips, as Atanki takes his final breath, but even before that, he gets so much more.
The game's already spoiled for Cincinnati Kids. OG did so much damage, just a 2-man squad almost eliminated the entirety of Cincinnati Kids. That's the fearless approach you have when you're outstandingly outperforming everyone. Not scared. Absolute warriors. Men on a mission. They know they're the supreme ones. They know no one is yet to match the skill set they've got in this lobby. No one is a competition for them yet. And Gods for a Reason will be shut down as well. The final man from the back was constantly stabbing, but in the end he will make the makers. But Genesis, for them now it's a trifecta. Genesis versus True Rippers versus Cincinnati Kids, and each of them have got 3 players standing.
Oh, now things have really spiced up, Necro. We were talking about God's Reign being in the race, K9, 8-bit, everybody fighting for the 3rd spot, and beneath the covers we still have True Rippers and Genesis. It really could be anybody's game. And Cincinnati Kids now in a very interesting position. True Rippers, they might have to enter in, get in further, little close. Genesis, they've got a nice dip to play across. It's going to be interesting. Cincinnati Kids, what did they do? Of course, they've got those revives up. Skips, he's going to lead the charge. Zverev right next to him.
Oh my God.
Opening for True Rippers, they might look on entering.
Hunters is getting chipped out from the back. The man does not really have a lot of breathing room. He's found a bit of that stability, at least as of now, but how long is it going to last them? That's the main question. Genesis, 3 players trying to move in tandem. There's also True Rippers in the back lines trying to keep their presence as squad as possible, but that does not mean their position is not known. And there we go, Cincinnati Kids, Some, the man kickstarts things. First knock, confirmation 2 followed up. 2 more men in the back lines for Genesis, and they're looking to do a lot of damage. But instead, the damage is being dished out against them. And True Rippers is now finally going to send it against Genesis Esports. Genesis in a massive sandwich. Even Hydro's taking a lot of damage from True Rippers. But what? Things might just flip apart. The tables might just be flipped against True Rippers. Hydro was almost knocked out. Jelly is the only one looking healthy. And there we go. A well-placed nade from Hunters is going to shut down Hydro. But now it's a 1v1 between Jelly and Hunters. Hunters has been the clutch meister for the likes of Genesis Esports for the longest. But Cincinnati kids, they're just waiting for the right moment to strike. Jelly, he's got the chance to go for the revival on both of his teammates, but the utility's consistently bombarding on top of Genesis. It's really making them paranoid.
Oh, it certainly is. Gravity. He's starting to shriek. He's starting to crumble, and Hunters, he's got to pull off another one of his brilliant moves, and seems like that's the start of it. That Molotov rightfully connected, secures that finish on Hydro. Gravity patches himself up, and Genesis, yeah, they're feeling nervous, but at the same time, they are alert, vigilant at that. Another stun grenade lobbed at Jelly. Surely need to push in on him, but Jelly is trying to make sure no monkey business, trying to ensure that he's kept his calm. It's now Gravity and Hunters. They're looking so restless at this point, to the point where I'm starting to feel bad for them.
Yeah, true. Genesis knows that the chicken dinner is still in their grip, and Genesis wants to fight for the podium. Another team that's got a massive Chokers tag is Genesis Esports too. Let's not forget that. They have consistently made it to the land in 2024, but always failed to get their hands on the trophy or even in the podium. But there we go, True Rippers finally now starting to click. That's Jelly all by himself pushing up. And Jelly wants to turn the tides. He wants to flip the table and win this game for the boys. Jelly, what a strike down that was, but CK, they're stepping at the right time and take the opportunity. Now CK just is waiting to clinch the fists, but there we go, the final blow lands, and Cincinnati kids, they take the chicken dinner home, but it might just be a bit too late to be back.
It could be a bit too late, but all's well that ends well, and this is the beginning of a great end for Cincinnati kids. The timing impeccable, the moment picture perfect, the patience on top, and this team delivers.
It certainly did, and, but you know, more than that, Necro, I think we're looking for our second and the third position teams, right? They've definitely stirred up some drama there. True Rippers, they're in contention. Genesis was a very, very big game for them. I think around 15, 16 points secured. I'm starting to ponder if Meta NINZA is finally feeling the threat.
No, I don't think so. Meta NINZA did have quite a decent lead to themselves, and if anyone does want to topple over that second spot, the third team needs a chicken dinner, and that's the only way they can actually take that spot away.
And to be honest, with the performance that's been constantly going on for 8-bit as well as K9, I don't see that happening pretty soon too. Let's have a look at the final blow as well with the way how things went. Genesis getting caught in that dip from both the sides. They were not supposed to survive this long fixes.
They absolutely weren't. And I was surprised, and at the same time not, because, you know, I was surprised as the fact that they survived so long. But then, you know, right, Hunter's still alive. So every single time he's breathing, you know, he's one force to be reckoned with. And he did his job pretty well. And it's a good thing that now they're gelling up really well and fast as a team, because let's be honest, it's just Gravity's first time with Genesis. He made it to the land. They came from the group stages. They're still in competition, and who knows, they might also walk away with maybe a second position or a third.
With the way how things have been going, yes, it is very likely, right? Starting things off with a very nice note. The chicken dinner in the very first game of the LAN itself, right? That was probably the best-in-class performance for their side. But since we are on the topic of best in class, why not have a look at the iQOO Neo 10 right now, ladies and gentlemen, because it's the best in class phone in that very segment, and it's a very easy method for you to try and grab that. Just go on the Google, search iQOO Neo 10, answer to very simple questions, and you will stand a chance at winning this phone for absolutely free. The only thing is, Necro, you need to answer those questions correctly, and unlike your predictions, I hope those answers are correct.
All right, my man. Okay, I understand my prediction was Phoenix Esports for this LAN Finals. And Phoenix Esports, they're doing horrible. And do not blame me for that, by the way, because Phoenix Esports, with the way they've been playing, they are the ones to blame for such a bad performance from their side. But you know what? Now moving the conversation on towards the second and the third spot once again. I generally think the second spot is sealed by Meta NINZA. I don't think anyone is going to get closer unless the upcoming two-game Meta NINZA just absolutely bombs, then that's a completely different story. But still, the team on the third and the fourth spot, they need a big game to actually catch up.
Honestly speaking, I mean, whatever he just spoke, it has happened in the past. And in fact, just quite recently. Meta NINZAs were in contention to win the recent official LAN. It was the final day. They absolutely dropped the ball. And this time, so far, they've maintained their composure. They've shown improvements. But with Genesis having such a great game, GDR also starting to feel themselves. True Rippers also had a nice one in this one. Who knows? I still feel that the second spot is not yet sealed.
And let's not forget, there's also K9 Esports, right, still around that turf. So even K9 Esports, if the upcoming game is going to be a chicken dinner, then they will be extremely close. But the MVP of that previous game, iQOO, just give this man the MVP title already. I mean, why are we waiting for the games to conclude?
I mean, with the way how things have been going, Necro, I'm pretty sure that you and I are of the same opinion that just give this man as the greatest BGMI player, or rather the greatest BGMI
I already have.
This subcontinent has ever seen. With that performance, 5 finishes, 50% contribution, and his team, they did not really survive for that long, right over towards the fight with CK. That's where they fell. So I was really thinking maybe someone else would steal the MVP, but if this is the performance, yeah, I'm no doubter at this point.
I'm telling you right now, this guy is the best player of this generation. Straight up, I do not care what anyone else says, but this man is the best performer of this generation.
I think it's the plushie buff.
I agree.
He never had this plushie with him.
He has 56 finishes so far in a LAN all by himself, and that is a record. No one has done it so far. He's the only person to do it the first. And iQOO, oh boy, we've still got 2 more games to go, by the way, boys. And imagine this man can just set a lead that no one else will be able to break in the future.
You think 70 is possible for
It is possible. I think so. He should go for it.
He's a believer.
Set a record that's never going to break.
I like that.
I'm going to clap for Necro finally for starting to believe in not just OG, but also the members of OG and the accolades they're going to
I've always believed in iQOO. I think he's been always one of the best players out there.
Absolute flip this dude is pulling.
Hey, I've believed in iQOO every single time. All right, guys. Now, these guys are trying to set me as the villain, but I'm telling you right now, I've always believed in iQOO every single time. I think he has been the most consistent performer every time.
Liar, pants on fire.
What? Guys, nah. You guys are making me look like the bad guy. Nah,
you're
there's
a bad
no
guy.
way.
You're a sweet guy,
There's
but
no way.
On,
There's
Necro,
no
come
way.
on.
You guys are doing me dirty like this. No.
We ain't doing nothing, bro. It was just you. But it's fine. It's fine. You're still on the right side. I mean, you were just lost for a while, but then you welcome back home. Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
fine.
I like the fact how he's back on the believer train as well, and the love of quarrel can continue as well because of how back and forth this entire game was. People, I'll have to say, there were plays after plays after plays that went into making. Be it the fight that OG took with the people who were down south like the 8-bit and God's Reign, or be it that very last stand of Hunters and Gravity for Genesis. This game was filled with surprises, and it ended up being a Cincinnati kids win.
Yeah, that's all good and jolly. It's fine. But Necro, I think we need to address this, right? You and I both, I think we collectively agree that teams need to start taking fights in the first circle. Even for our viewers, right? At a point, people might fall asleep to that extent. Honestly speaking, I still don't get it. Why aren't teams taking those early fights? That is exactly why we introduced the new circle. The community wanted it, the players wanted it, and now that we do have it, why not play accordingly?
That's the crazy part, right? Especially when you know that OG is already running away with the trophy. Start taking fights! That's the best possible chance you're going to have to actually get closer to that second spot. You need a nuclear performance. Understand this, teams. Please. You need a lot of elimination points. Genesis Esports getting 17. That's a decent points right there. You've also got True Rippers right there with 13. OG getting 13. Yeah, they've just ran away with the lead now. They've just ran away with the trophy as well. It's time to accept it.
And a team that is struggling to run away right now is definitely K9 Esports as well, and 8-bit. 0 points for 8-bit, 3 points for K9 Esports. Go ahead, Necro.
Fixes, you got something to say about Wyld Fangs? I mean, this team on the day one started off in the top 5, if I'm not wrong, and now look at them. They're not even the first half of the board. They're pretty much closer to that bottom one now.
You know, as much as I would hate to bring this up, I think Trey Scott should have really opened up in this one. The majority of the Wyld Fangs plays that we've seen was primarily around Seth and Fierce doing their bidding. Trey Scott not showing up really hurt them a lot, but OG just 4 points shy. 138 is where Meta NINZA is, but True Rippers and Genesis, now they're in the competition. K9 just 1 point shy. so much drama, so much life still remains.
And that's the fun fact that all three of these teams are also in the range of toppling down Mid and NINZA. So the second spot is where the main fight will be. Now as we move on to the second page out here, yeah, it's almost done for all of these teams for the podium at least, but I am still a believer that teams still, REVENANT X SPARK, they still have a chance of at least going in the top 8, right? Yeah. And we remember Sensei also saying that he wants the prize.
I mean, he did want the prize pool, but playing like this is not going to get him a lot of money.
Brother, I think Wyld Fangs are still higher up in considering REVENANT X SPARK's position.
I agree.
That's a small achievement. Small one.
I don't think it's an achievement for the man himself.
Yeah, of course.
If you think about it, right?
But still, Wyld Fangs doing better than REVENANT X SPARK when you look at the rosters, when you look at everything combined.
Yeah. Go ahead, man. To be honest, look, REVENANT X SPARK was doing exceptionally well. We all thought REVENANT X SPARK was going to do great inside of the LAN finals. We had our hopes set to the maximum. But the moment we saw the day one, we all knew, nah, REVENANT X SPARK can't do it. Like, we just had that feeling. We all sort of had that itch. Yeah, REVENANT X SPARK is not going to do it because there are definitely a lot of things they need to change. And I feel like one of the most important things is the way they play around the zone.
I 100% agree, and I also think that they really need to change their devices and get their hands on the latest iQOO Neo 10, ladies and gentlemen. Comes with the best-in-class features. We've been singing the praises time after time about the 7000 mAh battery, dual-core chip out there, Snapdragon 8 series processor as well, gives you 144 FPS of gaming. Yep, I've learned it by my heart as well, and I'm really hoping I get some of the answers right out there. But boys, I want some answers from you. Who's making it into the podium? That's my big question. Who is getting that second spot?
I still believe NINZA is going to be on the second. The third one is still a major gamble that I might just take. But you know what? Since I like K9 Esports and since I like their playstyle, actually, you know what? No, K9's not been playing aggressive. I'm not going to go with it. No, not K9. You know what? I want Genesis to actually take that third spot.
All right. I mean, for the first time, I think we can collectively agree we want Genesis to win. Even if True Rippers does that, we'd be still happy.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm really surprised to see how close it is, but not for the first place, but second and third place out here, ladies and gentlemen. The last look at the schedule, or maybe the second last out here, but potentially this very last map of Miramar could eventually be one of the way where we're seeing a lot of struggles from 8-bit. Maybe they can pull their socks up, right? Necro, you mentioned how Som likes to play on this map.
Of course, man. I mean, Somraj is one of those people that has been loving the map of Miramar, and he's always made the statement as well. Anyone who masters the map of Miramar will master BGMI, but so far that's not the case with the man, right? He's been fumbling up on Miramar, he's been fumbling up in Erangel, he's been fumbling up on Sanhok, he's fumbling up in BGMI in general with the way he's been playing with his teammates. And honestly, especially since day 2 and day 3, we've seen a drastic shift in the playstyle. I don't think 8-bit should overthink. Clearly, you can't see the boys. It feels like they are overthinking a lot of these scenarios that they don't need to.
I mean, I kind of agree on that point as well, right? And we've been constantly mentioning of them relying on his power a lot more. I think so it's about time that you now take that baton away from him, take some of that pressure away, and then eventually play like it's fine. There's no giving up out there. And this man is doing exactly that. 56 finishes on a LAN and counting. Fixes. You were the one who came up with that stat.
And he's still vying for more, right? That's just how good AKOP has been as an individual. And I'm really excited to see what lies in wait for him. Because in the next 15 seconds, we might head into the most important map of this tournament where we will get to see who gets that third spot logged in. So I think it's time. Casters, take it away.
I mean, man, oh man, this one last opportunity on this map of Miramar, which a lot of people love, ladies and gentlemen. The big bird will hit the sky of the deserted land one last time on the iQOO Battleground series out here. One last opportunity for a lot of these teams to try and pull themselves back up as we take a look at the map, starting all the way from Al-Azhar, moving all the way down to Minas del Sur. This is a new flight path, and joining me is going to be a man who's always looking super sly out here. Johnny, back on the desk, man. How are you feeling about this one?
Oh, I am feeling, well, I don't know what to feel, to be honest, because at this point, we all know what's going to happen at the end of the day. But a little bit of happiness for one team in particular, Meta NINZAs. I am happy to see these young athletes do exceptionally well. I've mentioned this before, the toughest challenge they've faced in their entire careers, and especially very early on in their career, and they are doing phenomenal. So I'm happy to see this talent bloom, this talent grow on a stage like this. And of course, last two matches, can Meta Ninjas please get a back-to-back chicken dinner just like before and at least close the distance, because at this point, I think we are just waiting for those last 6 points, right?
I'm
for
pretty
the
sure.
200 marker.
Absolutely. I have no doubt about that, the
Yeah.
OG to achieve that. But Johnny, I know you're going to have a chuckle about this. You know, I had the opportunity to talk to Dragon as well,
yeah.
and he...
You messed it up, though.
I messed it up big time, but it's absolutely fine. You know, learning is it's the main process. You always learn from your mistakes, and that man also mentioned how
Don't say that to Kiolam, however.
Oh my God, the last 4 letters of his name is the reaction of everyone who's heard that. But I'm pretty sure at this point, that team, they're doing pretty decent. They started off with a shebang as well. They've not really been getting those big games, but at least they've been keeping the heads above the water. Like, it barely above the water, but at least above the water.
I mean, see, at this point, I just feel like we should make 2 leaderboards. One is just OG and then everyone else, because otherwise it's just like a massive difference in terms of points. And even if you are over 100 at this point, we are going to give you a round of applause, because with that vacuum that was created by Orangutan, I mean, it was tough for anyone else to secure points. I was listening to the Hindi casters a few moments ago, and Maisie actually on the Hindi desk mentioned this, that AKOP alone has more finishes than the total points of Phoenix Esports. He has more finishes than Vasista Esports has total points.
He's got if I'm not wrong, he's also got almost more finishes than REVENANT X SPARK, just shying away 2. And I'm pretty
did
sure
he cross 58? He was at 51.
Was he at 51 or 56?
I don't remember. Last I saw at 51.
Doesn't matter. He's above 50. He's already hit the half century. Not too much time to hit that century for himself, but I don't think so that matters anymore. This is a record that everyone's going to be singing the praises of this man for probably years to come, because this has never, ever happened. And I think so. What better stage to bring that up than the one we are on right now? iQuest On and On Battleground series, ladies and gentlemen. And it brings you the best-in-class phone as well, the iQOO Neo 10. Every single thing that you need is out here in this phone to help you perform all the way. Maybe not really like AKOP, but at least like S-Power.
Yeah, at least like S-Power. You never know, you could perform like AKOP as well. You're going to have to put in all the hard work, practice, grind day in, day out. And not just like blind grind as well, wherein you're just playing games. You have to literally just focus on, okay, I missed a few shots on this distance, on 100 meters distance. I whiffed 6 rounds from my magazine because of recoil. I'm going to try and get those 6 rounds on the target the next time. You have to be that precise with how you practice, be very critical about every single detail of your play, of your team's play, and that's the only reason to get where AKOP is right now. It's taken a lot of hard work, it's taken a lot of focused practice.
You have to breathe the game. You have to literally eat, sleep, breathe, and repeat this game entirely. When you're having your food, you've got to review your own boards, the mistakes that you made, fix those mistakes in the practice session, learn new things, and experiment when you're having all of those scrims as well. You have to grind to next level to perform in the way how OG are performing today. All of that hard work, all the prayers, every single heartbreak that this team went through. This is the pinnacle of their performance, and probably of the performance of any team that we have seen in the previous 5 to 7 years of this game, Johnny.
Pretty much. I mean, it's wonderful actually how the story came together. So again, I mean, we are going to keep going on and on about the same thing. Right now, there's a lot happening in the game. Phoenix Esports finding their first finish point of this particular match. And I believe they did pick a fight against the players of Genesis.
Yeah.
We have Cincinnati kids, Lost Leones, Wyld Fangs. This is a clash as old as time. But again, we are going to talk about OG because you can't just ignore them. So as I was saying, it's very nice in how all of this has come together, how well this team is playing now. Because for the last 2 years, man, every single time OG showed up for the finals, the conversation would start with, yeah, isn't this the team that lost the biggest prize pool in esports back then just because of 1 point? Isn't this the team that is known for choking in the finals? That was the conversation. And
Yeah.
today they are making everyone eat their words that, yeah, we might have choked in the past, but this is also what we can do.
I mean, at this point, you just cannot question this team's potential anymore. It's not even a question at this point, right? Even since day one, we were saying that if they even take the average points now, this team is going to lift the trophy. They deleted the competition from day one itself. And day two, yeah, that nail was solidified even more. Meta NINZA were there. Yeah, they were still trying to survive, but that did not really help out right now. Neither is this one play Slug. We've been talking about mess-ups and slip-ups, Johnny. Slug has not been feeling himself today, and K9 is struggling a lot right now. Beast stuck on an island.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, I can hear Necro's prayers. He just wishes the team breaks into the top 3.
Huh?
What is that? And Beast still whiffs out into the open, the back exposed, and K9 Esports. Now that is a choke, ladies and gentlemen.
You can change the first CH as well for the J, but that's exactly what's happening out here. NINZA been taken down, Ronnie, Shadow, Sarang, all three of them still standing strong. Ninja Boy, Omega holding their ground down. This is a survival to be in the podium right now. They're losing that survival. They're losing their chance. The pump shotgun in the hands as well as Shadow falls. Ninja Boy strikes. This beast has been kept quiet for such a long time that we thought he forgot to bite, but he's here and is tearing apart REVENANT X SPARK.
Hey, but no time to celebrate. LIKITHA Esports have showed up, knocking on their doors. Sarang, he seems like the first man they're going to be after. Starboy dropped extreme low as he was trying to reach the compounds. So he's going to have to heal up first before he re-engages into the players of K9 Esports over there. But Sarang stuck in a 1v2, not really a position he would want to be in at this point. He's lobbed quite a little bit of futility down that stairwell, but doesn't really catch anyone.
At this point, it's almost out of the pick as well, right? I mean, for LIKITHA Esports, yes, I could still say that if they convert this game into a big one, maybe they stand a chance of breaching into the top 8. Reckoning is just 7 points ahead of them, but you still are down to just last 3 players. And even in a scenario where you know it's a 3v1v2, I'm pretty sure that you should be the one pushing your step on the gas, maybe taking the players down one after the other, not giving a chance. But look at this. Starboy is in a disadvantage, and with the position Sarang is holding, it's not really easy for Inferno and Zozo to push up.
Oh, for sure, but I think at this point, even LIKITHA Esports, they got to push up. They want to climb to the first floor, hunt Sarang down. Now the duel happens. There it is.
Finally.
One shot from Inferno and Sarang out of the picture. Now the focus resets. Uh-oh, but LIKITHA Esports, they have to be cautious. Can't lose any more players in this. Vasista Esports are in the nearby vicinity. You see them on the radar already.
Yeah.
And the moment they hear a gunshot go off, their ears, their vision is going to be focused on these buildings.
Now, the big question is, what decision will LIKITHA Esports take? Vasista close by, yes. So if you decide to take this fight, you have to win it very cleanly and then reposition instantly, anticipating a slap. But it seems like they just want to play it patient. They're right at the edge of the circle as well, and for the longer duration that they stay here, the more clustered it will become, considering there's rotation coming in from 8-bit, and holy smokes, OG are chasing down 8-bit. It seems like, you know what, they have taken the words of Somraj personally, my man. I still remember that one line where he mentioned some people will keep on saying who, but the others will lift the trophy up. They want to make sure that this team is out of the podium.
I have made a request to one of my friends over on the Hindi desk that when the show comes to an end tonight, in fact, when the last game ends, I want them to take over, ask the crowd and everyone in the crowd to just go who, as OG lifts the trophy. Imagine that.
You know, at this point, I just also want to ask my producer if I'm allowed to hop in right as the last game ends so that all 4 of us can go with it. Who, OG on the camera. Please allow me that. It is a humble request out here. I really want to do that, just like how Vasista really want to take this fight and get some few extra eliminations out there, down to 43 points. Maybe they can get something so that they have more than AK's solo finishes out here, as LIKITHA Esports already losing 1.
I mean, at this point, there's so much confusion in this building. No one knows who is from which team, where are they running towards, but LIKITHA Esports do find the opener, some pressure relief Although Inferno, he needs to take out Hector and Sahil as well. Both the lads cooking nades in tandem, and they lob it towards the first floor. Counter nade from the opponent as well. Doesn't really amount to much, but oh no, Hector, he runs into a trap. He just runs in, and Ninja Boy was hiding behind the door. That was a prank. And, well, it was a prank that's going to make Hector very upset.
It's not the first time that's happening to him. He's been pranked for the entire LAN event at this point.
Check your corners, ladies and gentlemen. That's the lesson to take away from that.
Yeah, a big one as well. But Omega, right now, this man, he's constantly checking all of those corners. And the fun fact is, this team was the one who was being taken down or chased down by REVENANT X SPARK, and they still have survived till now. Even with this one all-slot as Sahil down on his knees, so is the big problem with LIKITHA. Starboy not really looking as the star out there as he's bursted down. It's not even a supernova. It's a dud out there. A black drop being the first one found out as LIKITHA still falling one after the other. What's a star in front of a black hole? That's K9 Esports. Ninja Boy surviving, and Omega makes sure that his support is there. 6 finishes for K9 when the going gets tough. These boys get going.
Yeah, but they still have to go a long way with just 2 players. They have, again, climbed inside of the top 3. The podium, they found a spot, but not a safety cushion. So they can slip out at any given second. On the other side, though, Meta NINZA, they have managed to secure 1 point for themselves. And he's just driving in reverse to avoid all of those shots. Quite incredible. Actually, it was his teammates just providing cover fire on top of that ridge, making sure that no one from Wyld Fangs actually repeats that angle.
And throw the bullets out there, stray maybe. Caught by the car, HP being low. I just wanted someone to play, you know, that one Tokyo Drift song. I was really hoping for that to happen.
I think that would fit perfectly on the last Erangel yesterday, where OG was just drifting around.
I agree. I just wanted one of us to say that, please, that this is the best Tokyo Drift Han moment. Drift King named them. That's what they were doing.
Yeah, but there can only be one Drift King, not 4.
Give it to AK as well.
Yeah, I think we pretty much know.
Shake my hand.
We give this to AKOP. But game still on right now. Still everyone hoping for a chicken dinner. Cincinnati kids, one of those names. They have managed to make a nice little climb, because considering yesterday after 3 matches, they just had 1 point. And now we see them on the 11th position. And of course, a personal agenda for Juicy would be to outperform Sensei on this LAN.
Highly possible, because that was the banter that happened early on.
Yeah.
With the way how his team is finally performing, yeah, that Nate, picture perfect. Yes, they would probably be ranking up against them as well, already down to 77, or rather just a couple of points behind it. With the way how Wyld Fangs have been playing, they have been on the receiving end too.
Of course, but now stuck on the southern edge of the circle. Where do they go from here? God's Reign, smack center. Nice little high ground to work with as well. They can watch the horizons, watch the ridges of the hill that they're surrounded with. But no one's going to show up to bother them at stage 3. There's still a lot of space for all of these teams to work with, and especially for a team like OG. Every single game, they're averaging 6 to 7 points. And that was more than enough, considering just the teams behind them were very inconsistent, especially on the last day of competition.
I mean, if you're really talking about the inconsistency, there's one team that has consistently been inconsistent.
Who? Are you going to say 8-bit?
I mean, they've still had their own moments,
Yeah,
right?
they had the moments.
They've had a few of the moments, but it's always been the S-Power moments, to be honest. It's not even the entire team is having their own time. It's always been S-Power. One moment where Somraj, you know, he had the chance of ruining the game of OG on that map of Sanhok when he was being that sneaky guy. To be very honest, you know, yes, I agree in terms of macro if you're talking about it. That decision of Somraj staying put was best. But
I mean, it got them those extra placement points, but couldn't do much from there on out, right?
Yeah.
He denied OG 1 extra point as well by giving his finish to the play zone instead of the players. So, tactically sound decision, but had he clutched that one before, it would have been different, man. That I think would have changed everything, because that chicken dinner is where OG started to steamroll out of control.
True.
That is where the snowball effect began. And right now, We see OG setting up a fight against the players of Reckoning Esports.
That snowball has just grown so big, it's not a snowball anymore, it's the avalanche.
Yeah.
That's been wrapping down all the way from the Himalayas and burying every single land in the snow, 6 feet under. Every single one of those teams, right? They're just 3 points away from having a 60-point lead from the second placing team. That lead is higher, or rather equal to what REVENANT X SPARK have in their total right now.
Yeah, that's the difference between the first and the second. And I think it is going to grow after this fight is done. But Team Forever, they can be the game changers here. The third-party opportunity in their hands. Problem is, it is Reckoning Esports that they see in front of them. And OG, you can see on the radar, very eager to climb up the hill, charge at the compound and take the fight.
Frog right now still wants to try and hold his ground strong. Atang keep it down at that HP. Might be a bit of a problem out there still. They're not really pushing it so far forward.
Yeah, but now they finally go for the initial peak. Flock barely surviving. Somehow Reckoning do manage to hold on to the ground, but as I say, that Flock falls. And OG, they have the upper hand in this fight. Viper, he's going to try and slow them for as long as possible, but AK, will the nade make contact? The answer is no. It's going to be a bit off. But OG, oh, they got the finish with that.
I mean, what else do you need at this point? Every single nade that you're throwing, beat outside of the window.
Also, 3 points needed for that double century. 3 points needed for 200.
Hopefully, right, they're probably going to get that. If they're stuck at 199, I'm going to blame Somraj for that. But really hoping for that to happen right now, as Max, though, on the other side, really wants to stop that. Getting a knock onto Aru, so that man is going to lose onto his ground, but don't really see any major problem out here. You know, I'm going to say something that's probably going to tilt you or maybe Krat, at least on the Hindi discos right now. The amount of difference that OG is going to try and build with NINZA, you know, that big lead we're always talking about. Seems like I'm watching Max Verstappen leading ahead of Lewis Hamilton, but coming back onto this one where Reckoning, they're still trailing behind with the member as well, in the points as well. Max wants to push up forward.
Yeah.
Close and personal.
And he's waiting. Oh! Huh? That was a peekaboo moment. Peekaboo, I see you. Thank you.
When did they get the rest of the two members?
I have no idea. I think they were just sneaking around, picking them off one by one. And Reckoning Esports, I think they're going to be surprised as well. Max is going to be asking teammates, what happened to you guys? But OG, job's not done. Team Forever, they show up. Also, by the way, there it is. The 200 marker reached by OG. A historic achievement by any team in the competitive circuit of BGMI. First time it has happened. And I believe with how this tournament has been, it might well be the only time it has happened. Someone else, hopefully in the future, beats this target. But now there's a new goal for everyone else. Team Forever, they somehow do manage to catch Atanki off guard. Pro, with a pro move, the drop shot around the corner. But I think OG just fall back. They feel like, all right, 200. At this point, we did not lose the tournament, so they just go tumbling down, losing players. Wizgod also taken out.
Bit of a haphazard decision out there to try and run away from the fight, only to be in the arms of NINZA. We're still trying to close in that gap, though. Not really happening. 35 points needed in both the games combined to try and make that comeback, but still Aru all the way far back. We remember what this man pulled off on the map of Miramar itself.
Yeah.
And he pulled up a top 3 position for his team when we thought they were tumbling down. It's time. He's going to try and do the exact same thing, though. But 8-bit, finally it seems like they're breathing that fire which we expected them to spew out.
Look at how picture perfect this is. For those 200 points, for the last 4 points they needed, every single player got 1 finish each.
It's like, you know, perfect contribution of the entire team.
Yeah, this journey, this finals for OG, everything, all the stars aligned, everything was as perfect as the day the universe was formed from the Big Bang. Everything had to be perfect, and it was.
And they made it happen. Through their sheer hard work, sheer will, you know, you can literally call this as the hard work manifestation. And this result yeah, I agree. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be replicated at all, and they've also developed that 60-point lead up over on top of NINZA out here. One of the greatest ever to step into the lands of BGMI and then grace us with their game as Aru still stands strong. The IGL leading on top as well as he's finally going to fall down to Som, who's still trying to survive out there, but Mafia is going to be bleeding out. The floor is lava. It's burning fire as Mafia falls down. Pro is going to be taken down by God's Reign, the third party coming in from the other side. So Team Forever seems like they're turning out into Team Never.
Well, let's see though, 10 teams remain. 31 players still alive and kicking inside of the game. And one of those teams and two of those players are OG. It's center of the circle. We have the players of K9, 8-bit with a lot of map control actually towards the western half. You can see it on the zone. And perfect opportunity to gatekeep teams like God's Reign, teams like NINZA, teams like OG, the Breachers from the west. On the eastern front, we have True Rippers and Infinix Esports. The clock is ticking. In fact, it has hit 0. The blue zone starts to move and the pressure kicks in.
And in that pressure, the first team to move is going to be Infinix Esports along with True Rippers. Also now need to survive, but the open ground's in front of them, so they're going to throw out a few of those smokes. They're going to try and move up far forward, but there's one angle that was not checked, and it's Jatin who lands the nade at that perfect place. Eventually he's able to take down two of them. Now only one remains, that's Hydro. And I'm pretty sure that there's Pyro on the other side. Jatin is the fire that evaporates that water. It's all down to just one man that remains on Harsh, but Infinix Esports, they themselves, they need to rise up from their ashes, but it seems like they're going to be buried in those ashes itself. Jatin and Ash, they survive, but not for long, as it's Cincinnati kids on the other end singing the song of death.
Oh, well, Cincinnati kids, they've finally started to step up. A little late to the party, but it's still going to be a party since Cincinnati kids are here. And now, still 4-man strong, a lot of map control to work with. It's just that one man in the back lines that can cause them trouble. Harsh finally steps out. ZF, does he hear the footsteps running towards him? Will he find that finish? We're going to keep an eye on the finish speed, but no, Harsh just sneaks his way inside of the zone somehow.
AK.
Towards the southwestern edge though. AKOP, last man from the side of OG. He's got an extra point so that they are going to be beyond 200 now. The nade goes out and oh no! Oh, I thought he was done for. The nade goes off right in his face. A nade lobbed by the players of God's Reign. But AKOP, he still wants to take this fight against Justin. A lot of utility lob towards him. Shots fired in his direction. Dodges the Molotov as well. Goes prone, trying to survive. Needs to put on that first aid, and he's struggling in doing so. But does God's Reign now assume that he is out of the picture? He's out of the way. No, Delta constantly checking the back lines. They're being cautious about this.
At this point, there's only one thing that AK needs to do, and that is to stay put and survive, because God's Reign would eventually have to take the fight that's with the team that's up in front of them, and that's going to be 8-bit. But right now, they're going to make a move. They want to try and flush out this one rat. They want to try and finish him off, and guess what? A poetic end to AKOP as Som puts the bullet on his head. And the fun fact is, Som has been using the Mini 14 out here. The DMR, and he's constantly finding values with it. And I think so, with the way how the terrain is, it's actually going to help out 8-bit a lot.
Oh, for sure, but at this point, I think even their struggles are just to regain their spot inside of the top 3, get themselves back on the podium. And if they actually secure this chicken dinner, it can work out in their favor.
Yes.
They're going to have to work for a safety cushion to be at the podium at the end of the day, but hey, top 3 finish is still a top 3 finish. Cincinnati kids, too far away from the podium, but still can find themselves inside of the top 8 after this match.
Imagine if OG just decide to jump on Pochinki in the next one.
Oh, I want that to happen.
Same.
Yeah.
Last moment. I want to see that to happen as well, because revenge is a dish.
What if everyone else, like 8-bit, NINZA, K9, all of them just drop on Rozok instead with OG?
Doesn't even matter at that point, because OG would be dropping in Pochinki.
What if OG also drops in Rozok?
Yeah, just creating hypothetical scenarios, man. That's not really going to happen out here. That's basically like Necro accepting that OG is definitely going to win on day one.
Yeah, right? Took a 60-point lead, and then he's like, yeah, OG's now going to win this.
And that too with a frowning face out here. Yeah, that dude is... It's absolutely fine, but that's not happening. One thing that was about to happen was 8-Bit making their entry in the top 5 at least, but with God's Reign on the other side, trying to gatekeep them, that doesn't seem to be happening. Already losing a couple of members out there. And the positioning of God's Reign is actually pretty solid right now. Got the advantage, but the TPP advantage will be for the sides of the other end. Neo still survives, is able to land at the shot. But guess what? The help is being provided from the other side right now as God's Reign now need to make their mad dash in. The vehicle's there, Incy stands, not for long as it's been taken down. Lovely approach, God's Reign still hold out, but there's still Gods for Reason on the other side. And it's the clash of the gods.
Yeah, it's a battle of the gods, and we all know how that goes, just leaving behind a path of destruction behind them. But now is the moment to strike for Cincinnati kids. They see the smokes, they know someone's hiding in those ridges, but there's Wyld Fangs on the flank. And of course, knowing it's CK is going to make sure that Sensei forces his team to start shooting exactly in their direction. Can be the opportunity for K9 Esports to actually survive.
Because they just need to survive at this point. Everyone else who really want to topple them down have been out of the competition apart from God's Reign. That's the only team, but they are outside of the circle, and that means it's going to get very difficult for them right now as Fierce still holding down. They've got this cover of this one small hill along with a couple of rocks. So they can constantly jiggle top and bottom out there to get some information while staying safe. And their backlines are entirely clear, so that's a big thing. Neo falling, not really the best that's happening for God's Reign. Just down to that one member. This was their chance to try and topple down K9, but seems like K9 will stand.
I mean, they're still standing. Oh, well, not standing, prone on the ground. Because they can't get up. The moment they get up, they are going to be asked politely to go back in the lobby and prepare for the next match. But look at this. Zaref, he's like, yeah, I'm going to start flushing these lads out. One nade comes in.
Nice Molly.
And that was Skips finding the first frag, the Molotov to flush out the next man. Ninja Boy repositions. But now with Cincinnati kids having him surrounded as well, can't really do much. Either he takes down one of them, secures the point instantly, or he just goes down without that bonus. Look at that. So much utility from the backlines. God, for a reason, they steal that point. All the hard work done by Cincinnati kids and Gods for a reason show up at the last second, say thank you, and leave.
But one good thing for K9 is that they ended up at the 4th place, so that means 4 more placement points.
Yeah.
That gives you an extra bit of lead, but not really a big cushion out there. Could be toppled down at any moment right now. Cincinnati kids, maybe with this one big chicken dinner, they could also end up being in the race of the top 8. Podium seems out of reach for them, but top 8 seems to be something they can focus down on. And considering they only got 5 points after day 1, not even averaging 1 point per game, this is a very big leap. And this is probably the 6th game in continuation where we are going to see a stage 9.
For sure. And it mostly happens in Miramar itself. A lot of space for people to work with, for teams to work with, resulting in them just staying away from each other till the very end. But look at this. Wyld Fangs want to make that climb. He has the Groza as well. If you can connect a mag, not even a mag actually, the first 10 rounds, that's a knock. And Cincinnati kids, it seems like too distracted by Gods for a reason.
Oh my god.
Hitman, the silent assassin, shows up again this time. He's going to be the one forced to stay quiet. Goes down, we're down to the top 2, 3 versus 3. The rivalry, the banter that started online. Is this how it comes to an end? The second last game of the grand finals. And look at how ironic it is that the 2 people that started all of this banter are the ones that are not there. And the IGLs are just barking orders right now on their teammates on what to do. And just making sure that they're the ones coming out on top, because this is going to go down on stage as well. I'm pretty sure Sensei and Juicy are looking at each other right now, but Fierce is going to be the man kicking things off. The opening knock secured, Skip falls, and he gets traded out. Zerb goes down next, 2 versus 1. The shotguns are going to do the job, and Cincinnati kids are the ones who fall. Wyld Fangs, they are the ones that win. Sensei, he is just asking what happened. Look at that, the smile is there. And does he know that he has beaten his best friend for the win?
You know, at this point,
Look at
he
him.
does know that he has beaten Cincinnati kids, but you could still see, right? I think he's making those calculations. He does not care about the trophy. He wants to ensure that he gets the highest possible chunk of the prize pool that he can gather.
I think he's just calculating, all right, we are ahead of Juicy and the boys, right? We are ahead of Cincinnati kids. That's the thing. At this point, no matter, for them, it's not the trophy. For these two individuals, for these two IGLs, it is just, we have to do better than the person sitting next to us, than the team sitting next to us. They're sitting next to each other on stage as well.
Yeah, they certainly are. There's that camaraderie between them, but yeah, things got really heated up. But yeah, folks, coming back to what's at hand, right? We're looking for who's going to be placed third, and seems like we still have a lot of stories to tell.
What stories?
I mean, there's at least 3 to 4 teams who can eventually take that third spot. That's the story.
I think that's the new trophy now, third position.
Yeah, third. You know what? We're going to take the first 2 position, boys. You guys can eventually fight for the third one, if that's left.
All right.
Yeah,
I love this guy. I love this guy.
Let's go.
Yeah, curse now. What is wrong with the spelling of this?
Just don't show it to Necro.
It's okay, Fixes. It's okay.
Curse, see you are.
It's okay. We're gonna have a conversation with his English teacher. For sure, we're gonna make sure they teach the correct spellings.
All right. Fine. But bringing things back, K9 losing out on 2 players, still quite a decent outing.
Oh yeah.
That too very early on, right? I mean, they were in a precarious spot as well, still coming out on top, surviving. Ninja Boy shined brightly in this one. Took him some time, but I think so he's probably got some upgrade, mate.
Upgrades have come in pretty late, but still, who knows what K9 can bring up in the final game. But surely if you want to upgrade your device, you're facing those lag issues, sweaty palms leading into really bad results in those games, do check out the iQOO Neo 10. We have been talking about the features endlessly, but nobody tells about that vapor cooling chamber that it has, keeping things extremely cool in such heated up situations. So, of course, you can check that out and even head over to its Google search for iQOO Neo 10 and stand a chance to win a brand new device. So, coming back now, OG, of course, they're just playing for mere formality, for even toppling their more records. But Meta Ninjas, is there a chance, Johnny, that their second spot might be up for a toss?
I don't think so. I think it's going to take like around 30-35 points for that to happen. And Meta Ninja themselves are being kind of consistent. They are winning fights constantly. They're like OG, but a newer version of OG. OG has a lot more experience. That's why they have a lot more points than Meta Ninja. Meta Ninja is a team that broke into the circuit just about a year and a half ago at this point. So, again, Meta Ninja, I think they have a nice little safety cushion to work with as well. But on the note of, as you said, we know OG is going to walk away with the trophy. I was just saying, like, at this point, it is a formality this last game. Might as well just keep the trophy on their table for the last match.
I think so.
Actually, a good idea.
That's a very good idea,
I second you, Johnny. That would be first ever done in an esports event.
This is the first time we have seen like a 60-point lead as well.
Oh my god. That's I want to see the overall rankings actually. But oh my god, they had to do that, right? All right.
I mean, hey, I'm going to defend that guy. I mean, it's still going to be a spelling mistake, but maybe he wanted to write...
The emotions are there.
Course. Maybe he wanted to write #1
Johnny, it's
course
fine.
now broken, because they were never on the course
There's no saving. There's no
I
saving.
can't save
It's
it,
okay.
buddy. I'm sorry, I tried, man.
Yeah, props for trying, but yeah, he did more than trying. 6 finishes for Skips. And Cincinnati kids, I think, finally have managed to get their heads right. Yeah. I think they're showing up in the final day.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's the final day.
It's at least a new thing that now we are not seeing any player of OG, at least in the stars of the match.
Yeah, first game where
my
OG is
God.
in there. What a game by everyone else.
Well, imagine, even after all of that, we're discussing how OG are not showing up in the stars of the match. Doesn't matter, Inferno definitely showed up for LIKITHA
Worst
Esports.
performance ever.
All right, gentlemen. Let's be
apart,
honest. Cincinnati kids, Johnny. Now this is on you.
Yeah.
When the tournament began, we all heard that interview.
Yeah.
Juicy was of the opinion that I never had a winning lineup coming into LAN. But this time, I've got all the right players that I wanted. And the performance speaks otherwise.
I mean, do you want me to be honest about this?
Very honest.
Who was the man standing right in front of him?
In front?
Sensei, right? For
Beside him, right?
Yeah, beside him.
Yeah.
No, there was, I think, Anki was taking the interview. He was
Yeah.
standing in the middle. He had Juicy on one side and Sensei on the other.
Yeah.
So, as Juicy said, this time I have a winning team. If you remember, I think it was last year, Sensei showed up with the team.
The dream
said
team.
the dream team, it's going to make everything happen and we are going to throw it out of the park. Yeah, we all know how that turned out, didn't we?
I feel like dream teams only work well in dreams only. In reality, it's a whole different ball game. You gotta play like how OG did. But K9, scared. K9, what are the odds that they get the third position?
They are pretty likely now that Ninja Boy has stepped up, right? But the big thing is, Fixes, I know you've been seeing it from the sidelines as well multiple times. Slug is being taken down as the first player. He's not having a great time at all today. We've known this man to clutch up multiple times. Earlier this year as well, he was one of the big reasons why K9 almost touched the trophy of a different event. But right now, when his team needs him the most, that's when he's crumbling down. And I think so it's a very big fall for K9.
At this point, I really feel bad for Slug as an individual. He's a great player nonetheless. But this time we've seen him struggling in terms of his confidence, right? He's making those right moves. It's just the teams opposite to him, more well-equipped to take him down. But, you know, Slug, given any other day, given any other platform, he really, really is a great player. But, yeah. Now, Wyld Fangs get 18 points. And who knows? I think I'm starting to wonder if they could make it inside the top 5 at least. 18 points. Cincinnati kids with 14. G4R are making a massive, massive bounce. But looking at K9, GDR, 8-bit. 10 for K9, 9 for GDR, 5 for 8-bit. Scared, where do we stand here?
At this point, they're just very close to each other, probably in less than 15-point distance. So this one last game, and with the way how things will fall out, will eventually pave the way for the podium right now. Top 2 slots taken away. NINZA have been consistent. Yes, even 3 points right now. That speaks volumes. On a bad game, they get 3 points. That means they're going to survive. So I'm pretty sure that's going to tell a new story.
Oh, we do have a lot of story remaining. OG, they've crossed over 200. Yes, they're creating records. It's monstrosity from their side. But K9, GDR, True Rippers, and seems like Genesis, 8-bit. Wait, Wyld Fangs?
Oh my goodness, they are in the top 8. They make it happen. One more game to go. Let's go, baby. But Fixes, OG has broken every single record that was set in BGMI before this. Now, I was just going to say that. That now is the time OG can accomplish one more thing. Having more finishes than the total points of the team right behind them on the second position.
I 100% agree. And while we were doing all of that, I did a quick math as well. They're averaging 11 points per game. 11.8 to be specific. Just a few more points and they will average 12 points in every single game out here. That is bonkers of a start because it has never, ever been achieved on any LAN event.
Bro, did you just see the other thing?
Yeah.
No.
Wyld Fangs on 89, Cincinnati kids on 88. Brothers in arms, quite literally. All right. So much going on right now.
I mean, that's the one storyline that we want to focus on at this point, right? You want to see what is going to happen between Sensei and Juice. And of course, I think everyone's going to tune into the broadcast or the stream that our boy Sensei is going to have after the show tonight to see, first of all, what this banter is going to be about. And I'm pretty sure he's going to end up interviewing, or maybe. I think he's going to try for it. Let's see if the boys from OG show up.
I think we need to have that petition coming up, right? To have a different interview of who gets 8th and 9th. At least that competition is still on. But yes, folks, again, a gentle reminder, do check out the iQOO Neo 10. We have been talking about it. And yes, it is a device that all 4 of us collectively attest for. and has some great amazing features. We're talking about the Snapdragon 8s Gen 4, 144 FPS gaming on a mobile device. Now talk about technology, talk about advancement on a budget. But now, scared. Few more important things. True Rippers. Time has come. They're still in the competition. In the game of Miramar, getting 0 points. It's going to hurt them.
I mean, it will, but before the squared answers, I think you should just say everything that you want because we're about to head into the last game and you're going to get to watch it with the audience. You're going to get that chair going for us.
I mean, the best part about being a talent is that I get the VIP access as well. So I'm going to sit up in front with the boys and shouting with the crowd, OG.
You know you have to go,
Absolutely,
get everyone to do
I
it.
will
He's
do
going to be
that.
our man on a mission.
I love that. I will be the man. Hopefully they get the camera on me. But just to answer the question which you mentioned, right? Apart from OG, True Rippers, or rather Jelly was also the one who we thought maybe is the man who's struggling with the curse. And I think so that curse for him is still continuing.
Yeah, it's still continuing. But yes, one game remains as we crown our champions. All of that is going to happen, but after this short little break.
The year of comeback struck South Africa earlier on. It struck RCB, and now it's going to strike OG, ladies and gentlemen, as we are just one match away from seeing them lift the trophy. And I know, boys, I know you guys are pretty surprised out here. Fixes was supposed to be here, but guess what? That dude heard that I've got the VIP seat access. He ran away down there.
Oh, wow. I mean, you should not have told him that in the first place. You played yourself, buddy.
Well, I think you cannot really blame him, right? Because VIP seats are supposed to be the best seats, and the man's having the best seat in the house.
I mean, there's snacks, there's Joker Ki Haveli, we saw Pile there as well. There are a lot of big people there in the crowd, I mean.
To be very honest, if I'm to choose the seats there versus the seats here and the view that I'm getting, I'm going to sit here. I'm super happy about that.
Say that to yourself now.
I absolutely will. That's something that I can keep myself happy with. But something to keep you guys happy with is this interview with Goldie. And let's send it down to Ocean for that.
ऑलराइट हेलो एवरीवन, मेरे साथ इस वक्त जुड़े हुए गोल्डी भाई स्वागत है आपका iQOO के इस इवेंट में। जिस तरीके से वाइब होती है लैन हमेशा एक अलग माइंडसेट होता है, कुछ लोगों के लिए फन होता है, कुछ प्लेयर्स के लिए थोड़ा फ्रस्ट्रेटिंग होता है। आप लैन को कैसे देखते हो?
यार लैन अपने में एक ऑब्वियसली डिफरेंट ई स्पोर्ट्स का एक जिसको बोलते हैं बेस्ट एक्सपीरियंस यहीं पे आके मिलता है। एड्रेनलिन, स्पोर्ट्समैनशिप, सारा कुछ एक वाइब ही, इट्स अबाउट वाचिंग अ मैच सिटिंग एट योर होम एंड वाचिंग इन स्टेडियम। तो लैन तो यार मतलब इट्स नथिंग कंपैरिजन टू व्हाट वी सी इन ऑनलाइन इवेंट्स। देन ऑफ कोर्स जो एक एरिया एंड वाइब सेट होता है दैट इज़ अनमैचेबल, एंड होपफुली ऐसे ही रेगुलर लैंड्स होते रहे एंड लोगों का वापस से इंटरेस्ट एंड और नए नए गेमर्स जुड़ना शुरू हुए गेम की तरफ।
आप कोई ऐसी स्पेसिफिक टीम्स है जिनको आप यहाँ सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, जिनका आपको लगता है कि भाई इनको देखा है मज़ा आता है?
ऑब्वियसली 8-bit and congratulations to यार almost it's through हमारे यश भाई and जय भाई औरंगुटान से। It's been 4-5 years he's been sticking and confidently कर रहे थे काम। I think he deserved what he's getting today, and especially AKOP and Visgod, बाकी players की मेहनत है, but I'm very happy to see them and new players, NINZA वगैरह, इनको देख के बहुत अच्छा लगता है। New talents are rising and it's a very, very clear signal to the oldies. Get back to your work, warna they are here to pull up your throne. Simple.
100%. I hope you enjoy. Thank you very much for the time.
The beauty of esports always stands on top, and that's Goldie out here supporting 8-bit. And to be honest, I think so 8-bit could eventually use that support as well, as they still need to enter that podium.
Of course, they definitely need that support, and as you mentioned, right, still need to enter that podium, and that's the crazy part. 8-bit was someone who was supposed to be in that podium in the first place, but now look at them choking over and over again in every single game, and now 8-bit's literally outside of the top 3. That's the crazy part. You know what else is crazy? It's also the audience and their love.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that have showed up. I mean, Fixes mentioned this earlier on in the day that yesterday it was raining still. There was a full crowd in this arena today as well. Today we had to open up extra seats in the audience just so that people would have a place to sit down. That's how much people have shown their love for the community, and especially to see OG do what they're doing right now.
And that's the support that we are hearing from them, right, boys? We've been here every year in January. We know the culture that we have before this very last game for the audience as the lights turn off the stadium, but the flashes turn on as well for the people. And I think so this is the absolute love and support that every single one of them have been showing. I agree with the point that you guys mentioned. On a festive day, the day when it was pouring heavily, people still showed. 2 days it's been pouring heavy, and not just the water I'm talking about, the points for the Apes as well, the points for that one top team. But I still want to give kudos as well to teams like Meta NINZA showing up big time.
Yeah, exactly. Meta NINZA have been very impressive. Necro remembers their debut, the first time we saw them in a tournament ever, which wasn't that far off last year itself. I think it was around July when we saw them make their debut on the professional circuit, and we were like, who are these guys? And it was surprising entry into the finals, and they just bombed the finals after dominating the online stages. And all of that, why they weren't able to perform the finals was they had never done that before. 3 more events later, this team is going up against legends of BGMI, and they are standing and fighting toe-to-toe.
And in order to stand tall than any other team that are under them, they need to perform on this one map as well. I've seen the group stages, I've seen the semi-finals. This is a map where they struggle, but the improvement is impeccable. Just one more map away from stealing the trophy. OG will land in the map of Erangel as well, rising higher than the Redwood Tree Boys. Take it away.
It's the fight for the podium. It's the fight for the third spot in this tournament. Who will it be? Will it be K9? Will it be 8-Bit? Genesis? The names just keep on going on and on. But there can only be one to claim that third spot, be in the podium of the iQOO Battleground Series, as the planes can hit the skies once again, starting all the way from Sanhok military base towards the opposite side, which will be Georgia Pole. This plane flat path, it's heavily tilted towards the southern side and also on the left.
Yeah, towards the western half of the map. And of course, OG right off the bat could be in some trouble. They're going to have to drop towards those garages north of Pachinki, find those vehicles. But Necro, it's the last game. You almost, or everyone has given up on the trophy. Are we going to see shenanigans? Are we going to see those plays that make us question ourselves and the fundamentals of competitive BGMI?
The teams that do not stand a chance to be in the third spot, they should try and pull off some naughty shenanigans.
Yeah.
I want to see them pull off some weird moves. I want to see them do something completely unique. I want to see them go absolutely gun heavy and just mow down squads after squads. I want to see mayhem. I want to see bloodshed.
I mean, me too, man. I mean, I'm waiting for all of that and more. Alternative could be OG themselves take up the mantle. They are the ones challenging people for those fights, but I don't think that's going to happen. They're dropping towards those vehicle spawns. They're going to pick up those vehicles and move back to Rozak. It is the same zone as the previous Erangel. It's the same circle as game number 4 of the day.
Hey, well, at least the teams know exactly how to play this one, right?
Yeah.
And we probably will see a different winner. If anyone around that third spot wins, they will probably be the one to claim that third spot. One thing is for sure, NINZA, they've done a beautiful job at securing that second spot. They have been consistently getting those points to keep that spot pinned down.
True.
OG, I mean, they're just on a completely different league. They're not in this dimension anymore. While the other teams still trying to fight for something, still trying to fight for the pride and the money.
And I think that's the one thing the teams are focusing on now, the money. They are just making sure that they walk away with as much money as possible after this tournament comes to an end. But again, it's a clash of death happening towards Georgia Pole. You have Genesis, you have Reckoning Esports, you have Gods for Reason. But Gods for Reason went for a very interesting split formation.
Wow.
And one of their players can actually potentially be caught off guard by the players of Cincinnati Kids. But Reckoning Esports, hey, that glide, where is it that going to take you? Juicy, as I was saying, he had an opportunity to catch Chandan OP off guard. And I think after he whiffed the first shot and Chandan tried to run him over, Juicy just runs away looking to join his team.
Hey, you want to see shenanigans, and we are seeing it in front of our screens.
Yeah.
Cincinnati Kids, Juicy could have actually lost his life, but now the man's just on the move. Imagine if Cincinnati Kids ends up toppling over Wyld Fangs. That would be crazy, right? Day 1 started off with just 6 points. Day 2 was not too great. And on day 3, Cincinnati Kids somehow topples over Wyld Fangs.
You know, now, since we know who's winning the trophy, this is the one conversation that I want to listen to, because there's a lot going on behind the scenes. We have seen it on stream. We have seen it on social media. And Cincinnati Kids and Wyld Fangs, this story that's unfolding, the teams next to each other. The previous game coming to an end with a fight between CK and Wyld Fangs, and Wyld Fangs beating CK over there. I mean, this is also a pretty picture-perfect story.
Imagine Juicy will be taunting the hell
of course.
out of Sensei if that actually does happen. Started things off with just mere 6 points, which are absolutely nothing.
The best part is
Cincinnati Kids is sitting right next to Wyld Fangs in the overall standings.
And also on the stage as well. That's the best part. I think Juicy might as well just get up from his chair, look over on the other side to Sensei and say, hey buddy, what's up? How does the world look from down there?
True.
It's just going to be 7th, 8th, and 9th position that they're going to swap, by the way. It's not a big leap.
I can just imagine Juicy saying, Sensei, how can you be this bad? I started off with just 6 points, and now I'm above you. How is this even possible?
Oh, man. Imagine. The difference at the top is so massive that we are getting excited about the middle pack.
I mean, at this point, we already know it's taking the trophy.
Yeah.
Something's got to take our attention, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is definitely this little rivalry that's been going on between Cincinnati Kids and Wyld Fangs. And it's quite a fun banter too. You love to see it.
Of course. I mean, they are friends after all. Everything, I think, is them just making sure that the audience has something to entertain them after the matches are done.
Yeah, yeah.
Because LAN finals are a special moment. First of all, the community at the top tier, the pro circuit, is very small fraction of players. So
True,
everyone
true.
becomes brothers. It's like a family reunion whenever you show up for an event. People that fail to qualify, you're going to miss them. But the ones that show up, you end up forming a bond with them. And these two lads have been in the circuit for the longest time. They've been friends for the longest time.
Yep.
And I think it's just about making sure that you guys watching us at home and you guys who follow all of these lads on their social media are entertained, are happy, are always enjoying, and always have a smile on your face.
And I'm pretty sure OG has made sure that you guys will be entertained throughout the entire Grand Finals. Maybe not so much in the final couple of games because we know it's OG taking away the trophy anyways. But yeah, it will be a sight to be witnessed when OG actually moves on towards that trophy and lifts it in their hands. It's
That's
something
true.
we've been waiting on for the longest.
I mean, everyone's been waiting on that. This is what I was saying in the previous game as well. This is a conversation I was having with the people on the Hindi desk. And remember, every single time OG used to show up in the finals, the conversation was always centered around them missing out on that prize pool because of a point, them always choking in the finals. We have never said anything else about OG other than this team is going to choke in the finals. And while all of that was history, this is the present.
And I still remember, even in the officials, when OG choked and they were not able to win that entire official, in the interview, AKOP mentioned one thing. I think it was AKOP or Aru. I definitely think it was AKOP. AKOP clearly mentioned this, and he said, yes, we did choke on day 2 and day 3. It just means that the lead on day 1 wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And this time, they made sure that the lead on day 1 was so massive that even if they do end up choking up on day 2 and day 3, the trophy will still be theirs.
And of course, I mean, let's just talk about their story in this tournament as well, Necro. We start off with the group stages, and OG failed to get a direct spot in the finals. We go to the semi-finals, and they are struggling on the opening 2 days. And look at that, the celebrations have begun. Rozak, it is where the party is at, the formation by the boys of OG. These lads do know how to flex, and of course, they are going to flex. I think at this point, they are just going to stay there the whole match.
I would love to see this forever. I would
Let's
love
go,
to
baby.
see this forever.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you know you've already done it. You've already won it. Hearts of the peoples, and also that championship right there. Now just waiting to be crowned after this game.
I just have one complaint about that. Could have done it anyway. Go all the way to Rozak and then dance.
I have another complaint.
Yeah.
I think they should have actually stood up from their chairs and did it IRL as well.
I agree. I agree with that. That would have been much more of a flex. I think...
I would have done it. If I had a team, I would have definitely done it.
Oh, if you did it, the chair would break.
I'm not going to do it on chair. Of course I'm going to stand up. Come on, John.
Oh yeah, you're a tall guy. People can see you.
Yeah.
I will require a chair.
I would recommend not to stand on chairs. You might hurt yourself. So.
Yeah, not with the ones that have wheels.
Oh, then you can definitely stand up. But you know what? The next zone shift is also going to be a little bit crucial over here. OG's taken a bit of a late rotation this time around, but once again, it does not even matter.
Let's see, I mean, how things turn out. You know what? The only thing that has been missing is a chicken dinner today. Imagine last game chicken dinner. Oh man, please make it happen.
That would be a way to end, and then just run towards the trophy. Can only imagine in my head that peaceful, that satisfaction the boys will be getting after years of hard work.
Yeah, there's going to be tears for sure.
Yeah, definitely. There will be tears. If there are not tears, then what?
Then we cry.
I guess. Or maybe we can just go to Sensei and ask him to cry. Because why not?
Both Sensei and Juicy?
Yeah, probably.
Both of them, we're going to ask them, like, could you please shed some tears? Because there is enough light on the stage already. It's too bright.
Too bright.
Too bright.
But the future for REVENANT X SPARK is extremely dark.
Oh, for sure, man. I mean, a lot of these teams, actually, you talk about REVENANT X SPARK, you talk about Vasista, Reckoning Esports. Is this going to be the first time Reckoning finishes outside of the top 5?
I guess, yeah. This definitely does seem like the way. Unless Reckoning Esports somehow finds a way to get a chicken dinner in this one, then at least they can be closer to the top 5 or maybe inside of the top 5.
Much better in comparison because Reckoning has their own standard. It's not even about winning, it's about being the most consistent organization in the history of the sport.
I guess, but you can also say the same thing to a lot of other teams. But at least as of now, we do have a bit of a standoff between these two, so I'm already getting kicked outside of this game. Reckoning Esports, as I mentioned, now they're definitely fighting for the podium, or at least to be in the side of the top 5. Reckoning Esports, it's the fight for the pride, it's the fight for the position and money.
Also, by the way, that was the first finish of the game. Took a long time, but they finally make it happen. Someone finds a frag, and it is Reckoning Esports, and as you said, they are not just fighting for the podium, they are fighting for a respectable position in the overall standing as well. Well, they're too far away from the podium, to be honest, as you mentioned.
Yeah, true that.
88, I think 40 points. Can they secure 40 points? Get 120.
I mean, I guess they can. Why not? It's
we are
still
dreamers,
possible.
right?
Yeah. But honestly speaking, Johnny, I would love to end. I would love for OG to end it around 230 points. What do you think? Just sounds like a good note.
230.
230.
Why?
Because, I don't know, it sounds like a good note and also sounds like an unbreakable record.
Sounds like a song as well. I mean, the song had 1130, but you can swap it with 230. Will still mean the same. Why are you calling me a 230?
OG with the 230, doing the lobby extremely dirty.
Yeah, that's supposed to be the next line of the song.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they definitely did everyone dirty, man. At this point, that's a massive, massive difference. But, oh boy, I think I would love, you want 230, I want the chicken dinner. And chicken dinner can actually get them to 230.
Yeah, it can. There's a possibility. Before that, they will need 28 points in this game, including the chicken. But hold on to that thought. Wyld Fangs, there we go. Aggressive approach this time around, but they've already lost out on Fierce. The man's confirmed. Ninja was knocked out, but once again, he will be revived no matter what. REVENANT X SPARK doing whatever they can. They're way too back in the overall standing, so one thing is for sure, they cannot really get to the podium, but at least end things off on a great note.
Oh, look at that open cluster again. REVENANT X SPARK, as you mentioned, in a very awkward position. They are on the edge of the circle, the eastern edge of the circle. True Rippers rotating behind, OG up front. And at this point, everyone who charges for Query is going to be stuck out into the open because they're too late to rotate.
REVENANT X SPARK with that one finish point. It's definitely going to be making them feel good of themselves so far. Phoenix Esports on the screen. It's one of those teams that's been at the bottom consistently. That's one way to be consistent. But now Phoenix is going to try to get inside of the circle. So yeah, let's see if they are going to be indulging inside of any sort of fights. Wyld Fangs down a man, Cincinnati Kids, they've got all the players standing. Johnny, this is the best possible shot Juicy can have to overtake Wyld Fangs.
Of course. And I think he is going to try and make it happen as well. Just a few points separating the two sides. And before we jumped into the game, you were talking about the fall of 8-bit. It's not like they just fell outside of the top 3. They fell all the way towards the 7th place, man. That's got to be heartbreaking. And on the last day as well, they were playing so well on day 1 and day 2.
Honestly speaking, though, this is what happened to 8-bit even in the official tournament that happened recently. 8-bit, we thought they can actually be the potential winners. They were doing so good on day 2. But then that day 3, we saw a major dip. 8-bit was not even inside of the top 5. But then in the final game, when everyone was trying to pull some sort of weird shenanigans, that's when 8-bit moved on and conquered the game. And then they breached inside of the top 5. So maybe we can't see the history repeat itself and 8-bit actually get in the top 5.
Well, let's see. I mean, this is turning out to be a very slow game. Stage 3. And we still have 62 players in the lobby. True Rippers taking a hit.
What if we somehow see 8-bit get a chicken dinner with a lot of elimination points and directly propel themselves on the 3rd?
Yeah, they're at 109. They need about 11 points.
Let's say 25 more because even the teams above them will be getting some sort of points, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And that can work out in their favor, but let's see how things turn out on the other end of the spectrum. In fact, Genesis taking shots towards OG.
And those shots are not going to find a lot of connections.
Yeah.
Genesis.
OG just fall back towards the edge.
Yeah, OG's playing on the edge, but fine, I guess. Once again, OG's someone that does have the luxury to do anything. If they really want, they can actually nade themselves out of this game, and still no one's going to question them. That's how much luxury they've owned. But yeah, LIKITHA Esports, time to pounce, time to bum rush against the players of REVENANT X SPARK. It's time to battle, stuff them down to death, and Magic with his wand, he's shutting down the players of REVENANT X SPARK. It does not seem like REVENANT X SPARK can even stand a chance to fight back. LIKITHA Esports single-handedly dominating the entirety of REVENANT X SPARK. Sarang, the last man, he's also getting shotted from the windows. Sarang is getting chipped down extremely low. He's inside of that closet room. Position noticed. The only reason why they cannot directly push up close and personal against Sarang, it's because of that S12K. One bullet can actually make sure you meet the makers. And LIKITHA Esports, now it's time to make that pounce. Now it's time to push up inside of that room and eliminate that final man. But no, the longer the fight extends, the more the confidence the opponent gains. And that's what is happening. NINZA with the third party from the far fray. They nailed the coffin.
Oh man, what a move from NINZA, but look at that, bodies falling left, right, and center. True reverse bite the dust. Gods for a reason, and now the nade parade indoors as it is 8-bit that are charging in their direction. S-Power, that's going to be a perfect lineup. The knock should come through, but let's see when the elimination actually happens. 8-bit backing off. They do not want to overcommit into this situation because there is still an opportunity for them to finish on the podium.
Yeah, but what blows is that 8-bit. They've only got 3 players standing now. Losing out on a crucial man. That's got to sting. Equinox not there in the game anymore. Rough luck. But once again, looking at what's going on here, there's also Genesis Esports slowly and steadily making their way. Phoenix Esports as well getting owned on the way. Reckoning Esports, even they're pulling off some aggressive shenanigans. Cincinnati kids as well, dropping down bodies like flies. Skips in the back, position notice. Some's got his own troubles that he's dealing with. And Reckoning Esports losing the grip inside of the game. 2 players in the far frame. That was a massive split that Reckoning was working with. Could have worked out well if they would not have lost that duel.
Well, let's see. The duel's still on Reckoning Esports, even though they have the upper hand. They are going to have to worry about the blue zone as well. It is closing and moving in on their direction. But Cincinnati kids, I think this time they do bite the dust. Zarif and Some together. Zarif knocked out. Skips finally moves in towards his teammates, but that nade lobbed in his direction preemptively does dish out some damage. They're going to make sure that he's going to be low. And of course, the blue zone itself is going to cause a lot of trouble trying to save their IGL. No time left. You are going to have to move. And I love our production as well, because instantly after we see CK getting dismantled, we move to Wyld Fangs.
Don't tell me this is another OG game. Just look at the amount of zone control they have.
Oh, man.
They just control the entirety of top right.
Hey, it's perfect, right?
Probably going to be OG's last game.
Please get the chicken. Please get the chicken.
Do it.
Me and Necro promise we're going to do it justice.
Just do it. One last game, the cherry on top of the cake, the nail in the coffin, still waiting for OG to do something. And OG will probably close it off with aces up their sleeves. And Team Forever now pushing on against Reckoning Esports. It's reckoning upon them, Team Forever, as they strike out Reckoning from this game. It is a massive statement they've made. But Team Forever themselves way too far back in the overall standing, so they are way too far back on making any sort of impact happen on the overall.
Well, let's see though. Team Forever, 4 finishes on the board. And there's someone right next to them. It is going to be Vasista Esports. Teams at the bottom fighting each other. And Hector kicks things off. The first knock is going to be found. The finish conversion comes through. Thunder falls as well. Pro is going to be left standing. But the question is for how long? Shayan, he's been sent on his way towards the zone. So Pro is left here all by himself. A 1v4 awaits him on the other side.
Finally, the blood boiling for Vasista Esports. This was the exact Vasista Esports we all wanted to see. Aggressive, bloodthirsty, opportunistic, but this Vasista Esports was missing throughout this entire LAN finals.
Yeah.
Finally, some sense kicking in. But it's too late. It's extremely late.
I mean, I don't think they've showed up yet. They still just have about 48 points. Man, Vasista Esports, 48 points in 18 matches.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But Vasista, they've got more problems in their own hands. Yeah, Team Forever dealt with easily, I think so. And that's what exactly happens. 8-Bit, still the only team that is having their concern. It's Gods for Reason. All the three players inside of that house. Those players might just create a lot of problems. For 8-Bit though, they need to take care of the back lines and the front lines at the same time. What I'm really scared of for 8-Bit is the sandwich situation. That might come through any time, because the moment 8-Bit gets pounced down by the players of Gods for Reason, there's also going to be third party from the pack by Genesis Esports.
Let's see. As you mentioned, the third party, the timing needs to be perfect. And if the third party happens and Genesis overcommit, that is going to be the cue for OG to move in and secure those finishes for themselves. But 8-Bit, they are picking up the pace. Vasista Esports, as well as they find the last survivor from the side of K9 and finish him off. K9 taking an exit on the 9th position inside of this match. We are down to the top 8 teams.
Yep. Vasista Esports though still trying to eye out a few more force, as now they finally do want to kick off things in an aggressive manner. Or maybe you can't say kick down things in an aggressive manner, because the tournament's about to end. And this is the last game. 6 points accumulated. The next zone's going to be crucial for OG to actually aim it with the icing on top of the cake. And the next zone will pop up extremely soon, within a few seconds. God's Reign in a bit of a stalemate against the players of Wyld Fangs. For Wyld Fangs, I'm not sure what they can do, but one thing is for sure, just make sure that CK does not topple you over in the overall standings. And I guess that has already happened.
Yeah. I think at this point, Sensei is already just looking at Juicy, and questions and words, pleasantries are being exchanged between them. But anyways, that's a different story for now. Gods for Reason stuck outside the zone. 8-Bit, they are having their own struggles. 8-Bit want to finish on the podium, and they find themselves 10 points shy of K9 Esports. Yep. 111 for 8-Bit, K9 sitting at 121, but you need a little bit of safety cushion as well, because God's Reign is still alive, Genesis is still alive in the mix. And right now, 8-Bit trying to dismantle Genesis, their main rivals, but on the finish speed we saw OG taking down one player from TF, and I think that should be the last man from that side.
Pretty much. Vasista, a few problems on the way, but the fallen man will be brought back up on his feet. Wyld Fangs, they know there is an assassin parkouring his way towards the windows, and Wyld Fangs just wants to be a little bit more careful. Hector wanted to toss out a few more utilities, wanting to force out the players. He wanted to latch on that window.
Yeah.
But he missed the opportunity. Hector's going to try to do it once again. There we go. The parkour moves on the way. Hector finally latches on, but he was ready. Hector walked into a trap. Wyld Fangs, they were just waiting for the right moment to strike, and Hector just fell in that spring trap. With Vasista Esports, they still get the proper trades and eliminate the entirety of Wyld Fangs.
That was a brilliant move, well executed, but man, it was funny as well.
Wyld Fangs knew this was going to happen. They were ready. Their crossers were trained. They were probably taking a third-person perspective. God's Reign, they're still in the race for that third spot. K9 Esports has already been eliminated. The target is 121 points or plus, probably 122 points. God's Reign is sitting on 116. They just need more points than K9. And hold on, there we go. Delta getting really saving for the team. Destro, the man's taken down, and he's also eliminated from this game. Now Delta, he needs to hold the team's flag and keep it high in the sky. 2 utilities available, 2 nades available. And these nades, they need to be on the mark. They need to eliminate the remainance of the opponent.
Oh, but look at the finish speed. Necro 8-Bit out of the way. The dreams of the podium shattered in a blink. And now the door is going to be wide open for God's Reign and for Genesis. Both the teams surviving with 2 players, but Genesis are going to be picked apart by Gods for Reason. And that means Destro has an opportunity to lead God's Reign to yet another podium finish. All that remains is taking out Vasista Esports, and Scary Jordan in particular. This man has been a monster. 5 finishes secured all by himself. And now he's looking for a few more.
Teams are too busy eliminating themselves, and OG's conquering the ground slowly and steadily. God's Reign, still the race is on for the third spot. They've got 116 points. They need 122, not a lot of points. A few more, and they can do it, we all know. God's Reign just needs to make sure that they're going to survive at least in the top 2 and get another elimination point. There is Vasista Esports on top of them, and if they do manage to wipe out the entirety of Vasista Esports, that's going to give them 2 more points on the board. And that should be more than enough. But God's Reign, they're now slowly and steadily exhausting all their utilities, which is not a good look.
No, it definitely isn't. And after that, they're going to be forced into a battle with those weapons. Justin's HP is low. Another piece of util right next to him. Oh, he's still alive though. And now spotted out. There goes the nade, and along with it, God's Reign! Dreams come to an end. And welcome to reality, my friend. Vasista Esports. Oh man, Destro is going to hate them so much.
K9's done it! They're in the podium, they're on the third spot once again! So close, but so far. And now you've got NINZA getting absolutely obliterated by the players of Gods for Reason, but even Gods for Reason, they've got more problems for themselves. Chucked an OP out in the open, another man spotted through the window, and he gets struck down. Gods for Reason matters a lot in their hands. And OG, they finally come close, and now they're here to just take the game and take the trophy away. OG casually just driving by, conquering the lands of Erangel. OG, they're the unstoppable beasts, but NINZA, still, they can spoil the dream.
Sliver of HP on Wizgard. He needs to heal up. NINZA down to the last man. And this is a clash between the top 2 teams. After NINZA is done, OG just has to pick off Vasista Esports, and they're down to 2 players already. I think he's waiting for a lineup, but he doesn't have one. AKOP and Aru in the back lines on top of that hill. And NINZA back to a 2-man roster, but the nade from Athenki is going to make sure that the runners-up are just going to be running away. Oh, he runs out for the shot! And now OG might miss out on a chicken dinner. Top 3 teams, each of them down to the last 2 players.
It's 2v2v2. Oh man, it feels like a script. They want to add on a bit of a thrill in this final game, and they're doing it perfectly. Will OG close this out and put that cherry and the icing on top of the cake? Will they nail it down? That's the main question. NINZA outside of the circle. It's time for them to make the pounce in. OG, they've got matters at hand though, and that is by the name of Vasista Esports. They need to shut down Vasista and then probably focus on the players of NINZA, or maybe they can just wait for NINZA to step outside of the cover and then take down the players of Vasista.
The possibilities are endless, but we still have to wait. 10 seconds. Countdown begins. This is stage 8 coming to an end. And after this, it's not just the collapse of the blue zone that's going to happen. It's going to be the collapse of Orangutan on the heads of Vasista Esports. NINZA, who are the closest to the edge of the blue, are going to be forced to run out of cover. And Aru, already standing on top of that hill, has a position to take them out. And here it is, Necro, it's the final countdown.
OG, they can see the players of NINZA moving out. A lot of smoke tossed on the way, so that can help the players of NINZA sustain the ground they want to conquer, but it does not matter. Aru's got the eagle eye, spots out the players of Scary John, and even Vasista Esports now getting dismantled, but AKOP eventually gets stopped in the tracks. Aru is all by himself. Orangutan, there's only one mission to close the tournament on a great note, and OG, they want to conquer the grounds of Erangel. They want to seal the deal in this map of Erangel. But can they do it? Still 2 teams in the way. Aru gets pushed on, and he gets eliminated. OG was not able to close the tournament off with a chicken, but they still are your champions.
Yep. Ending in style, a podium finish inside of the last match is the final one we won of the game. and it is Meta NINZA versus Vasista Esports. Dragon, who has been an incredible IGL, leading fresh faces again and again and again and again, and just breaking apart the door which was being gatekept from him for the longest of time, making a name for himself and his teammates. Now, again, has an opportunity to just shine brightly, and he does. The nade connects, and it is Meta NINZA who finished second, but OG, the trophy is theirs.
The curse broken, dreams fulfilled. Tears falling for years still. They will stretch them one more time, but of joy, as this moment is sublime, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at that.
The most beautiful play coming out on top. We're going to send it down to Ocean to have the moment with the boys.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude 3 incredible days of iQOO Battleground series. But I know what you guys are here for. I know what you guys want to do. It's all about the chance. It's all about the dedication. It all happened incredibly. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions of iQOO Battleground series is none other than iQOO Orangutan. I mean, I know ये काम करने के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा समय हो चुका था. ये आपकी, I'm pretty sure you guys want to touch it, you guys want to lift it. It's all here for you guys. Already want to say something? Okay.
ट्रॉफी उठाने से पहले कुछ चीज़ें जो हमें करना है. So let's do that first.
For sure, for sure. All right. ये वो सारे टैग्स हैं जो देश ने इनको दिए, दुनिया ने इनको दिए. It's been 1,558 days. They have never lifted a trophy on land. They have never won a trophy on land. But today, 10th August, it changes. And it changes for good. Boys, I'm pretty sure you guys wanted it. Yeah, sure, okay.
Guys, with me.
First things first, congratulations. Second, congratulations. I know congratulations are definitely in order. ओरंगुटैन बनी थी मई 5, 2021 में. उस टाइम प्लेयर्स अलग थे. आप आए, वापस से एक अलग कहानी बनने लगी. 1 पॉइंट से रह जाना इस टीम के लिए, 2 पॉइंट से रह जाना. It was a thing. Today you broke it. How are you feeling? That's the only thing I can ask right now.
मैं बस यही बोलना चाहूँगा कि मेरे पूरे करियर में मैंने बहुत मतलब मेरी साइड से जितना मैं कर सकता था मैंने हार्डवर्क किया है. बट एंड लोग कहते हैं कि मेहनत कभी भी वेस्ट नहीं जाती है, जो कि सही भी है. लेकिन ये भी ज़रूरी नहीं है कि जो मेहनत करता है उसको रिजल्ट्स गारंटी मिले ही मिले. बहुत बार ऐसा भी होता है कि मेहनत करते हैं बट नहीं मिलता है. लेकिन एक चीज़ जो रिजल्ट्स गारंटी करता है मतलब जो फेलियर गारंटी करता है वो ये है कि अगर आप गिव अप कर देते हो तो आप डेफिनेटली फेल होते हो, लेकिन आप कोशिश करते रहोगे तो मे बी एंड डेफिनेटली एक न एक दिन आपके लिए चीज़ें वर्कआउट करती हैं। एंड मैं बहुत ज़्यादा ग्रेटफुल हूँ कि मेरे पास ऐसी टीम है जो बहुत ही हमारे लो फेज से भी और ख़राब टाइम में भी उन्होंने अपना माइंडसेट एकदम स्ट्रॉन्ग रखा। और ये टूर्नामेंट के क्वालिफायर्स में हम लोग ऑलमोस्ट बाहर ही हो गए थे, 23rd से 5th हम लोग ने कम बैक किया था। तो वेरी वेरी ग्रेटफुल टू माई टीममेट्स जिन्होंने अपना माइंडसेट और मोरल स्ट्रॉन्ग रखा। एंड एक और चीज़ जो मैंने आज तक कभी कही नहीं है, बट जब मैंने स्पोर्ट्स स्टार्ट किया था अपना, तब कुछ इंडियन प्लेयर्स थे जो इंडिया को बाहर जा कर के मतलब इंटरनेशनली रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे थे, और उनमें से एक प्लेयर थे आतंकी। तो वो है मेरे, तो वो 3 साल से ऊपर हो गया अब टाइम मैं उनके साथ में खेल रहा हूँ। OR के टाइम में हम लोग BMBS में सेकंड आए थे, बहुत टाइम से ट्राई कर रहे हैं बट फाइनली अब जाके हम लोग को ट्रॉफी मिली है। एंड इतने टाइम से हार के ऐसा नहीं है कि ये ट्रॉफी हमारी भूख मिटा देगी। हम लोग खुश हैं लेकिन सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है अभी भी, क्योंकि OG और यश भाई का जो अल्टीमेट गोल है वो यही है कि ये जो डोमिनेशन आप लोगों ने अभी इस टूर्नामेंट में देखा, ये जब बाहर जा कर के इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे कोई इंडियन टीम करेगी तब एक्चुअल सेलिब्रेशन का माहौल होगा। एंड थैंक यू सो मच टू माय फैमिली जो यहाँ पर आई है मुझे सपोर्ट करने के लिए, मेरी मम्मी और मेरी दीदी। उन्होंने हमेशा मेरा सपोर्ट दिया है स्टार्टिंग से। अगर वो सपोर्ट नहीं करते तो शायद मैं आज गेमर नहीं होता, आपके सामने यहाँ पे नहीं होता। एंड लास्टली मैं बोलना चाहूँगा कि ये जो इवेंट आप लोगों ने देखा है जो iQOO ने ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया है, तो iQOO की फुल फॉर्म जिन लोगों को नहीं पता है वो ये है कि आई क्वेस्ट ऑन एंड ऑन। तो ये था हमारा फर्स्ट क्वेस्ट जो हम लोगों ने कंप्लीट किया है। नाउ ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट वन।
I do have a question though for AK, Viz, मैं चाहूँगा आप दोनों अगर यहाँ पर आ सके। See, you guys were the ones जिनसे ओरंगुटन की शुरुआत हुई थी। आप लोग थे वो शुरुआती members इस टीम के। वहाँ से you have seen ups, you have seen downs, starting from you AK, the Mr. Clutch Machine for LAN। इस मौके पर जब ये ट्रॉफी उठी एक स्टेटमेंट बनी आपकी परफॉर्मेंस से, हाउ डज इट फील?
Firstly, it's feel great man, इतने लोग सपोर्ट करने आते हैं और मतलब क्या बोलूं, एकदम वर्ड्स नहीं है मेरे, हर एक सेल्स पता नहीं कुछ अलग ही इमोशंस फील हो रहे हैं अभी, क्या बोलूं कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा। बस यश भाई थैंक यू, ट्रस्ट शो करने के लिए, बैक करने के लिए ऑलवेज। फैंस भले आज तक कुछ जीता नहीं बट आप लोगों का दिल जीता है, काफ़ी है मेरे लिए। और अब एक और फैमिली में एक और चीज़ जुड़ चुकी है। बाकी थैंक यू ऑल, ऐसे ही अभी और ग्राइंड करना है, कुछ चीज़ें मिस रह गई है जो पर्सनली मुझे हिट की है, और ग्राइंड करेंगे और मचाएंगे।
Is anything you want to add?
Yes, मतलब 4 to 5 years हम लोग ये चीज़ को चेस कर रहे थे and played so many lands, lost so many, but finally we did it and this is just the beginning.
This is just the beginning. Their quest will go on, and for now, let's get back to the analysts for actual point standings.
The quest must go on and on indeed, but a start of maybe a greater glory. This preamble is now set for these boys, ladies and gentlemen. They've been feeling amazing, but I really want to ask both of you. Johnny, I know how long have you been waiting for this moment too. How are you feeling?
I've been waiting for this team because, first of all, nicest people inside of the entire community. I mean, Aru is one of the nicest human beings. AK, he's also an amazing person. Atanki, I was casting the tournament that Aru was talking about. I was there on the panel at that time. We've seen these kids grow, start as kids, and grow into the men that they are today. And I mean, compared to me, I mean, I can't even think how emotional our host is going to be, because he used to be their coach back in the days as well. He was the one who kind of, I think he has been in touch with Aru ever since Aru wanted to break in the competitive circuit. The first person he reached out to was Ocean.
I mean, think about that. And I'm pretty sure this was the story you also wanted to tell out, right? But the leaderboard tell a greater story out here as well.
So, the story is that the last official, we were in our studios, and in fact, our journey of the group stages came to an end. We do have the overall standings, it's 217 points. I don't want to calculate. What's the difference there?
Too much. That's a lot. That's all you
yeah.
need to know, my friend. The difference is insanely.
But coming back to the story, so we are going back home, and the discussion was around OG and why they keep failing. And every single commentator in that car on that ride back home was of the same mind that they want to see these boys succeed.
It's always been the case. Every single time, Necro.
I feel like we've all been waiting for this team to finally get that trophy, and this time they did it. But not just did it normally, they did it in style. And look at iQOO, 62 freaking finishes. This is unbelievable, unheard of. In 18 matches, 62 finishes just by one individual.
Yeah.
This is a record that's being set. Wiscott as well is on the second from the same team. You see the man with 36. You've got his power from 8-bit, but then Atanki as well from 8-bit is right there in the MVP list. 3 players from OG.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, right? iQOO has got, what, 4 finishes per game right now. Let's head back to the stage with Ocean to talk more about all of that.
It is now time to give awards and rewards of the said tournament, which went for 3 days. What an exciting tournament. First up, we have the iQOO MVP. And to present the award, I would like to invite Mr. Pankaj Gandhi, Chief Business Officer, Online Business, on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, your iQOO MVP of this tournament, none other than iQOO. Come on, guys, a huge round of applause. 62 finishes, not a joke at all. Highest ever on LAN. Congratulations, AK, and thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Now, it's time for the third position, the second runners-up of iQOO Battleground Series. And to give the award, it's going to be Sudarshan Swaminathan, Head Brand Strategy. I would like to call him on stage. Our second runner-up for this tournament. Well, they started off strong and they ended up on the podium. It's going to be none other than K9 Esports. We know Omega always finds a way. And this time again, he did find one. Nice try, boys. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Next up, we have second place, our first runners-up. And to present the award, I would like to invite Mr. Ashish Kumar, Head Go-To-Market, on the stage. It was a tough battle, but for the second position, we are going to be having one team that did a brilliant comeback yesterday, none other than Meta NINZA. Dragon started as an assaulter, he switched to the IGL, and he did brilliant in this tournament. All right, the check is here. I would request you guys to just come up here. Thank you. Thank you very much, boys. Nice try. Thank you very much, sir. And now, the winners. But before that, let's just invite the CEO of iQOO India, Mr. Nipun Maria, on stage. Come on, guys, with a huge round of applause. I know it's quite obvious. You guys know it's quite obvious. Team iQOO Orangutan, I want you out here for the trophy. This is your moment. I know you guys worked hard for this. I would request you guys to stand in front of the trophy first for the facilitation, as we'll have medals for all of you guys. Before we get into the trophy, there's a good hefty check waiting for all of you guys. All right. Thank you very much, sir. I know this is a moment which everyone officially was waiting for. This is a moment that was going to happen. Aru, you and the team, this is yours. मैं ले लेता हूँ इसको, कोई बात नहीं. This trophy is yours. I know you guys waited for this moment. It's yours. Come on. I want to see that trophy lift with Noida. Are you ready with me? They waited 1,558 days, but now the quest is over. They know what they have achieved, and it's beautiful. Esports is beautiful. Trust me. एक सेकंड, ये क्या सवाल है आपका? जाओ लेके या फिर कि आप लेके जा सकते हैं. This is not a dream anymore. You guys have achieved this, and trust me, it just feels personal. I'm pretty sure everyone here knows how personal it feels. This was an incredible tournament which came down to an incredible team. iQOO Orangutan, once again, congratulations for being the champions of iQOO Battleground Series. You guys, each and every one of you, has been an amazing audience. To the people watching at home, thank you very much. This has just been amazing. We'll see you around very, very soon. Till then, take care. Bye-bye and good night.